On the large, empty road, which was surrounded by uncultivated fields, two silhouettes could be seen riding horses. There was one handsome young man and an extremely beautiful young girl. They were galloping at full speed, surrounded by a cloud of dust. These two people were obviously Lin Feng and Meng Qing, who were now riding a single horse towards the imperial city. Lin Feng was proud that he could ride so quickly. His horse was galloping so fast that Lin Feng's long hair was floating along with his robes, which created a sound like that of a flag blowing in the wind. The bad thing, though, was that Lin Feng was about to fall because of the strong wind. Lin Feng was about to fall because he was standing on the horse behind Meng Qing. However, what comforted him is that he was behind Meng Qing and could put his hands on her shoulders to stabilize himself. If I hadn't broken through to the Ling Qi layer, and I was still as weak as before then, I would have fallen down from the horseback a long time ago. Even though Meng Qing had never seen anything else apart from the Black Wind Mountain, and she didn't understand much of the outside world, she still didn't let other people notice the change in her emotions. She was extremely smart and also had amazing perception abilities. At that moment, Meng Qing turned her head around and looked at Lin Feng. She noticed that he was having a hard time and slightly smiled at him. Even though it was only a slight smile, it seemed like there was nothing else in the world except that beautiful smile. All other things in the world instantly seemed uninteresting and dull. That smile illuminated everything around it and made the world seem bright. "It's too much. What a cruel world," thought Lin Feng. He couldn't believe how beautiful Meng Qing was. When he was looking at her, he forgot everything for a brief moment. He slightly smiled back at her as he thought about his pitiful state. "Do you want to sit down?" asked Meng Qing, looking indifferent again, as if nothing could affect her. "Yes, I do," said Lin Feng straightforwardly while nodding. Lin Feng was an honest and straightforward young man. Unfortunately, the world was full of people with evil intentions. It was important not to be naive and not to show other people potential weaknesses, for example, by being too honest. But Lin Feng was simple and honest, which is why he was often disappointed by cruel and heartless people. "Explain to me how the outside world works. If you manage to make my heart beat and shake up my feelings, I might consider the matter," said Meng Qing with expectant eyes, which stupefied Lin Feng. He was puzzled and couldn't help but smile. "The outside world?" Even though Lin Feng knew a lot about how cruel that world was, he was puzzled. After all, he had also been in that world for a short time. Moving Meng Qing was easier said than done. But at that moment, Lin Feng had a flash and said to Meng Qing while smiling, "Let me tell you about the story of my family." "All right," said Meng Qing while faintly nodding. "In my family, there is a ferocious beast which is 1,000 years old. It has magic powers and is extremely strong. Its name is Bai Su Zhen." Lin Feng's voice was faintly audible. He remembered the classic scriptures he had read in his previous life. He remembered the story of the lovers, Liang Shanbo and Zhu Yingtai. During life, they had fallen in love, but due to certain circumstances, they had been driven apart. When death had separated the lovers, they transformed their spirits into butterflies, so that they would never be separated from each other again. He was trying to take elements from such stories to make his own story even more touching and moving. Meng Qing was so captivated by Lin Feng's words that she didn't pay attention to the fact that Lin Feng sat down behind her and wrapped his arms around her waist. Their two bodies, from the distance, seemed to be joined as one. "All right," said Lin Feng, who had finished telling his story and then pulled on the reins to stop the horse. At that moment, Meng Qing turned her head around. There was less than a centimeter between Lin Feng and Meng Qing's face. When Lin Feng saw Meng Qing's face that near, his heart started pounding. At this moment, all he wanted to do was to kiss her. She was really a captivating and enchanting young woman. "It seems like my heart is still weak." "Haha," thought Lin Feng. So close to Meng Qing, he was unable to remain cold-blooded. His heart felt like the ice which was gathering had begun to melt. Lin Feng was an extremely motivated cultivator and set high goals for himself. In this world, people like Meng Qing were rare. She could remain cold-blooded no matter what the situation. Only a wise cultivator could achieve such a high level of self-control, but Lin Feng was incapable of such a thing. He was not on the same level as Meng Qing. Meng Qing looked surprised and immediately asked Lin Feng, "Did you finish your story?" "Yes," said Lin Feng while nodding. "If you finished your story, why are you still like this?" "I didn't give you my permission," said Meng Qing, sounding unsympathetic but with teasing look in her eyes. "Eh?" Lin Feng was surprised and then added, "All right, I'll continue telling you stories." Meng Qing hummed and turned around without adding anything. Lin Feng's mouth was open, but he was speechless. How evil was this woman? If he didn't tell her stories, he couldn't sit like that. Well then, how could he possibly stop telling her stories? Boom, vroom, vroom. At that moment, the ground was shaking with the sound of horses. Lin Feng gazed into the distance and saw a cloud of dust. This was the sound of horses galloping, and its noise was getting louder and louder. Not long after, a few armored horses appeared in front of them, surrounded by a cloud of dust. Meng Qing urged the horse to move and tried to make him move to a location to hide. At that moment, the armored horses were about to pass them. The leader of these people glanced at Lin Feng for a second and then continued galloping. Horse-mounted bandits? Lin Feng was astonished. These people looked extremely well trained. Even though they were galloping on a road, they were in formation, and there wasn't the least bit of chaos in their movements. They were galloping in a perfectly synchronous formation. Strong auras were emanating from their bodies. Lin Feng could sense the aura they had and how incredibly strong these people must have been. However, their clothes and their hairstyles looked terribly messy, just like the thieves Lin Feng had previously killed. How is it possible that these people look so similar to the thieves that you killed? Meng Qing was also surprised and asked Lin Feng that question, sounding cold and indifferent as always. She just turned around for a second and saw that Lin Feng looked as confused as her. A short while after, Lin Feng seemed like he had understood something. They are the same. Lin Feng looked ice-cold and said, Meng Qing, let's go back quickly. All right. Without hesitating, they turned around and galloped at full speed in the direction they had just come from. Duen Feng's carriage was going at full speed, leaving a deep trail in the ground behind him. The imperial city was extremely far from Yunyang town, and they didn't want to spend too much time on the road. Ho-oh! At that moment, Uncle Wang stopped the carriage. Even though Uncle Wang was extremely weak, he was extremely respected by the Duen clan because he was close to Duen Feng's grandfather. After Duen Feng's father's death, Uncle Wang had been the one assigned to handle a certain number of things in the Duen clan. His status within the clan was extremely high. That is why Uncle Wang had dared to insist for Lin Feng to leave, even though Duen Feng was firmly opposed to that decision. However, except for Duen Feng and Jing Yun, all the others were happy to see Lin Feng leave. At that moment, Uncle Wang noticed a yellow windstorm of dust on the horizon and noticed that the ground was shaking. Everybody felt that the ground was shaking. They all anxiously started gazing into the distance at the source of the commotion. A short time after, a certain number of men mounted on horseback appeared in front of them, which frightened them. Horse-mounted bandits. Suddenly there were more bandits in their way. It seemed like they were really unlucky on this journey. Let's hope that these bandits are not as strong as the thieves we just encountered. They were all hoping that these bandits were not as strong as the thieves they had met before, which were dealt with by Lin Feng. They were all extremely strong, and their leader had even reached the Ling Qi lair. If Lin Feng hadn't been there, they would have all been slaughtered. They were thinking about Lin Feng and how he had left them. Uncle Wang had accused Lin Feng of being one of Duen Tian Lang's spies, but now Lin Feng wasn't there anymore, and now bandits had appeared again. They were all puzzled and wondered what was really happening. But what is sure is that they all wished that Lin Feng was still there with them. Uncle Wang had also thought that Lin Feng was a spy because he had gained Duen Feng's trust very quickly. Besides, at that moment, they didn't know what the bandits' goal was. The chief of the bandits held a long dagger which had a dazzling light covering the surface of the dagger. "Kill them all, leave no survivors," said the chief of the bandits in a cold voice. The bandits' bodies were emitting very strong qi. Boom! The ground was violently shaking. All of the bandits' daggers emitted an extremely strong and deadly qi which moved straight towards to the carriage and started to oppress them. "Protect the young master," shouted Uncle Wang. The guards moved in front of him and released their spirits. "Die!" shouted one of the bandits as he swung his long dagger through the air. Suddenly, blood sprayed everywhere and a head flew into the air. The darker elements of this world in general liked to behead people and always aimed at the throat of their enemies. Wherever they went, blood usually flowed in huge quantities. They enjoyed the fear that would be caused by the scene when others found it. That violent scene seemed like it had stopped time around them. Suddenly, time seemed to pass very slowly, and the landscape had become completely silent. Blood was dripping from the tip of the dagger. A guard had been beheaded. There were still a few dozen bandits who were observing them with ferocious eyes. The ones who were left were terrified and shaking from head to toe in terror. Some of the guards were even in a state of panic, and their heart was beating out of their chest. They could hardly breathe under the intense pressure of the bandits. These bandits were much stronger than the thieves they had just met. It seemed like it was the end for them. They were all going to die. Could it be that they were going to die in the same conditions and end up beheaded and left here to rot? Lin Feng, where are you? They all wanted Lin Feng to come back and save them. They remembered how Lin Feng had killed the thieves so easily and so quickly. Unfortunately, Uncle Wang had ordered Lin Feng to leave and nobody had insisted to make him stay. They were all too proud and many were happy to see him leave, but now they were wishing he was still there. Lin Feng and Jing Yun came out from the carriage, and when they saw the scene they were overcome with nausea. How cruel and heartless. There was too much blood. For these bandits, people's lives were like trophies to be taken. Uncle Wang, you're the one who made Lin Feng leave. What should we do now? They want to kill us. We're going to die, shouted Wan Qingshan furiously. Even if Lin Feng was a spy, they should have kept him at least. They wouldn't have died, but Uncle Wang had made him leave even though Lin Feng was the only who could save them from such a predicament. Are you blaming me? Are you not the one who called him a piece of trash? Shouted Uncle Wang furiously at Wan Qingshan. But at least I didn't make him leave, replied Wan Qingshan furiously. He hated Uncle Wang at that moment. He was still young. How could he die so young? It was already too late, and it wasn't a matter of wanting to die or not. They were already doomed and were really going to die. And saying these things will save our lives? Is it useful? Said Uncle Wang in such an arrogant way that it made Wan Qingshan grow more furious. Die! The bandits were not planning to stop their attacks. Their long daggers up in the air were diffusing a resplendent yet deadly light. Ah! Shouted Wan Qingshan furiously. Wan Qingshan wanted to escape from this situation as he didn't want to die. But in front of Wan Qingshan there were two bandits standing with their daggers ready. They could kill him at any moment. His fate had already been sealed. Why do you want to kill me? Asked Lin Feng to the chief of the bandits with an innocent yet stubborn look on his face. Young master, you should have never accepted your brother's request to go to the imperial city, shouted Uncle Wang, filled with bitter feelings. Why do you need to know? You are going to die anyway, said the chief bandit calmly. He was looking at Lin Feng the same way he would look at a corpse on the road. Kill him, ordered the chief of the bandits. At that moment, two of the bandits released a strong qi. Jing Yun, sister Uncle Wang, I'm sorry for getting you into trouble, said Lin Feng while sounding sincerely sorry. When Uncle Wang heard Lin Feng, he shook his head. As far as Jing Yun is concerned, she was thinking about the fact that she had escaped death when she had left the Yun Hai sect, but death was following closely behind her. She wouldn't have thought she would die so early. It seemed like she could only escape her death for this long. At that moment, the sound of a horse galloping spread through the atmosphere. It seemed to come from quite far away, but it surprised everybody who then looked at the horizon. Stop, shouted a voice in the horizon. The horse was moving closer and closer. When they saw the silhouette standing on the horse, they were surprised. Lin Feng and Meng Qing, thought Lin Feng. He wouldn't have thought that Lin Feng would suddenly come back. The chief of the bandits turned his head around and stared at Lin Feng. He was in no rush to kill Lin Feng. Meng Qing was urging on the horse even more using the whip. At that moment, they had already galloped past the bandits and arrived next to Lin Feng. Lin Feng saw some heads lying on the ground which used to belong to the guards and grew furious. These bandits were like animals and their methods were truly cruel. Lin Feng, big brother, said Lin Feng looking extremely happy and deeply grateful. Even though Uncle Wang had disrespected Lin Feng had come back to save them in spite of the potential risks. Lin Feng indifferently nodded to Lin Feng and kept staring coldly at the bandits. Army troops, disguised as bandits, and on top of that, you are killing your own people. Are you not ashamed of yourselves seriously? When Lin Feng finished talking, Lin Feng, who was standing next to him, looked astonished. Army troops? The chief of the bandits was astonished. He was staring at Lin Feng and asked him, what makes you think that we are army troops? Bandits on horses would never adopt such a precise formation and be as disciplined as you are. They wouldn't even understand the meaning of the words formation or discipline, said Lin Feng coldly to the bandits. Each and every single one of them was speechless. Real thieves and bandits had no methods of moving in formations, as this required years of training. The only rule they followed was complete chaos. How could they be so organized and so incredibly strong? Besides, Lin Feng had sensed the same qi as that released by the soldiers in the Stormy Gorge. It was not as strong as what he had felt in the Stormy Gorge, but was definitely the same type of qi. The camouflage of the thieves we encountered earlier was much better than yours. They looked like real thieves," continued Lin Feng. "You mean that you killed that group?" The dagger of the bandit chief started to glow. He was evilly staring at Lin Feng. "Indeed, and I will kill you the same way I killed the animals that came before," said Lin Feng confidently. "You talk big, but you're overestimating yourself. You will die for this," shouted the bandit chief aggressively and then added, "Kill him, Roger." The two bandits who wanted to kill Lin Feng then turned around and moved towards Lin Feng with their glowing daggers. Lin Feng looked calm yet firm. When the two bandits arrived near him, he moved his hands slightly. Sword unsheathing. A bright silver light flashed between the two bandits and Lin Feng at amazing speed. Lin Feng's sword attack was incredibly powerful. Suddenly, two trails of blood spayed into the air. There were even some drops of blood which had landed on Lin Feng's horse. "Ling Chi Layer," said the bandit chief while looking surprised, and then added in an indifferent tone, "No wonder that he acts so arrogant and had the power to kill the other group." While looking at Lin Feng, he added, "Even if you are not weak, boy, let me tell you, your strength doesn't justify your arrogance, and I will show you how ignorant of the world you truly are." At that moment, a strong and oppressive force rushed towards Lin Feng. "You see, I have broken through to the third Ling Chi layer, so you, who are only at the first Ling Chi layer, could never compete with me. You will regret your provocations. Besides, almost all of my comrades here are of the second Ling Chi layer. Almost every person remaining here can easily kill you. Only a few are at your level. Today, I will be magnanimous, though. Normally, you should be killed for your provocations, but today, I will give you an offer out of the kindness of my heart. If you join my troops and serve under my command, you will be excused from your previous crimes." The chief of the bandits was trying to make it appear as a favor for Lin Feng, but in his heart, he really hoped that he would be able to recruit Lin Feng. Even if he didn't admit it, Lin Feng, for such a young man, was extremely gifted. People of his age rarely broke through to the Ling Chi layer. Lin Feng's future would definitely be bright, and the bandit therefore hoped Lin Feng could bring him good fortune in the future by serving under him. "You are not strong enough yet, but I can teach you many things. If you come with me, I can help you rise very quickly," said the bandit chief. Lin Feng was calmly looking at the chief of the bandits and started smiling. "In your dreams," said Lin Feng. The chief of the bandits was stupefied and said, "But I am a cultivator of the third Ling Chi layer. Are you not afraid of me killing you now?" "Third Ling Chi layer is that strong where you come from," said Lin Feng with a mocking expression on his face. He suddenly started to release chi and force from his body in incredible quantities. "First Ling Chi layer. No, second Ling Chi layer. He is truly gifted." The crowd could feel Lin Feng's chi surrounding them. Everybody was stunned because breaking through to the second Ling Chi layer at such an early age was an extraordinary thing, and it was really difficult to achieve. Lin Feng's abilities were terrifying, but they didn't have time to continue observing Lin Feng too long because the power of the chi emerging from Lin Feng's body was ever increasing. "What?" said many of the bandits in astonishment. Lin Feng had become even stronger. Could it be that he was at the top of the second Ling Chi layer? They were even more surprised to see that Lin Feng's strength was a strength reached at the peak of the second Ling Chi layer. What a frightening genius! All the bandits could see that Lin Feng was much stronger and much more gifted than they were. Wait, the chi and the force he is releasing is still getting more powerful." Many people were utterly surprised. Could it be that? Boom! The whole crowd was astonished. Lin Feng force and chi had reached a power of the third Ling Chi layer. At that moment, it had stopped increasing, though. Lin Feng and Jing Yun were speechless and astonished. Their hearts were pounding at full speed. He was only about 16 years old, and he had already broken through to the third Ling Chi layer. That was monstrous and beastly. What a genius. "We need that boy." The chief of the bandits really wanted to recruit Lin Feng. If he recommended Lin Feng, he would probably receive a great reward which would raise his status and grant him a large sum of money. "I admit that you are a genius, but you are only at the third Ling Chi layer, which is not enough to defeat all of us. We have enough people here that we can easily kill you," said the chief of the bandits, and then added, "However, if you accept my offer to join me, I will first recommend you to become my personal assistant, and when the right moment comes, I will recommend you to rise up in the hierarchy, and your future will have endless opportunities. Besides, if you want anything in the future, you can always ask me, and I will do my best to help you achieve your aims." "Is it still not enough? You are still confident in your ability to defeat me?" said Lin Feng, who was smiling coldly. At that moment, Lin Feng released the incredible amount of qi and force which he had been condensing all along. It was beyond monstrously strong. At that moment, everybody could feel that they had been consumed by the energy released by Lin Feng. Immediately after, they could feel the sword qi was piercing into them like a blade and contained another energy. "Sword force," said the chief of the bandits as he grew even more surprised. "Is this enough for you?" said Lin Feng while laughing evilly. Lin Feng made another step and released even more sword force. This time, however, it was even more powerful than a moment before. "Lin Feng's strength is terrifying. If I was in the middle of that sword qi, I would die in the blink of an eye." Duan Feng whispered that to Jing Yun, who was standing on his side. Jing Yun didn't know that Lin Feng had become so strong. He was much stronger than the last time she had seen him. Uncle Wang was also staring at Lin Feng, and his thoughts were flowing at full speed. He didn't know what to think or believe anymore. When the chief of the bandits heard Lin Feng's words, a hideous expression appeared on his face. Lin Feng was a sword master who could use sword force and sword qi with such mastery. Besides, his power was ever increasing each time he released more of his energy. The chief of the bandits was even more worried because the energy that Lin Feng was releasing was a threat to his life. Lin Feng was most likely stronger than even him. He then remembered everything that he told Lin Feng a moment before and thought that his words had been ridiculous. "Such a pity, a genius like you has to die so early," said the chief of the bandits while looking at Lin Feng and shaking his head. Lin Feng was very young, and even if he could already use sword force, he could not be as strong as the combined power of this many experts, even if he was stronger than them individually. They were already condensing a huge amount of qi and preparing for their attack. They all wanted to kill Lin Feng. "Don't worry, I can't die from something like this," said Lin Feng, sounding extremely confident. He was a bit worried a moment before. He had thought that they might have a multitude of people who have reached the third Ling Qi layer, but in the end, the bandit chief revealed that they were much weaker than Lin Feng initially thought. When Lin Feng had broken through to the second Ling Qi layer, he could already compete with Duan Han of the fourth Ling Qi layer. Lin Feng had actually greatly increased his strength since then, so he didn't really worry about defeating the group even if they attacked together. "You seem overconfident, but I will tell you that you are just being stupid," said the chief of the bandits, sounding extremely calm. He brandished his long dagger in the air, and at that moment, all of the bandits did the same. Then suddenly, an extremely strong qi invaded the atmosphere. At that moment, Lin Feng was surrounded and enveloped by the combined attack from the bandits' qi. He had the feeling his bones were going to crack from the pressure. These bandits were many times stronger than the thieves that he had defeated before. "Die!" shouted all the bandits at the same time. The qi of their daggers pierced through the atmosphere directly towards Lin Feng, who was still surrounded by his sword force. Their fear of Lin Feng was overtaken by their desire to kill him. Their long daggers glowed from all directions, and the qi they released was directed at oppressing Lin Feng. "Since you're attacking me, you should just die," said Lin Feng, and then closed his eyes. He released his celestial spirit and entered the world of darkness. His brain also started processing all the data at full speed. He instantly understood the position of every incoming attack around him. Every single dagger, every single movement the bandits made, Lin Feng could see and feel everything clearly. He was holding his soft sword out of which a grayish-black qi was emerging and filled in the atmosphere. PSSHHH? Almost all of the bandits had arrived next to Lin Feng at the same time, and their daggers were all glowing. They all had expectant smiles on their faces. Lin Feng's sword force invaded the entire atmosphere, but Lin Feng remained motionless. "Deadly sword," whispered Lin Feng. Suddenly, he moved his body at shocking speed. His long sword made a perfect curve through the air. The grayish-black qi as well as the sword force had annihilated everything in its path. His attack was extremely powerful. The daggers had stopped glowing, and the bandits who had attacked Lin Feng were all sent flying backwards. On their bodies was a mark left by Lin Feng's deadly sword. The horses had gone crazy and were unceasingly neighing. The chief of the bandits was staring blankly at Lin Feng. He was gasping in astonishment and shaking from head to toe in complete terror. This was completely unheard of. All the members of his troop without exception had been blown away and then miserably fell onto the ground. There hadn't been the slightest noise, but with a single sword strike, Lin Feng had killed them all. The chief of the bandits had a shiver run down his spine. He was astonished. He was looking at Lin Feng and could only feel Lin Feng's dreadful qi wrapping around his body. "It's your turn," said a Lin Feng. The chief of the bandits saw that Lin Feng had finally opened his eyes and had started moving towards him. A cold qi was moving towards him at full speed. Lin Feng's dark eyes looked lifeless and evil. A moment before, Lin Feng looked calm and serene even though his eyes still revealed some indignation and anger. But at that moment, Lin Feng's facial expression had undergone a drastic change. His expression was ice-cold and emotionless. His two eyes had become pitch black and gave the impression that they would consume anyone who looked directly into them. How could the chief of the bandits still want to fight against Lin Feng? Fear was petrifying him, and he could not even move a muscle other than to escape. The chief's horse started turning around to escape. The chief of the bandits wanted to escape from that deadly sword at all costs. He wasn't able to counter a single attack from Lin Feng. "You want to leave?" said Lin Feng with a cold smile on his face. He used his moonlight feather agility technique and jumped 100 meters towards the bandit chief. The energy released by his deadly sword was creating vortexes as it passed through the air. Lin Feng's sword energy immediately crashed into the chief's body and pierced a hole directly through his chest. If he had tried to block the attack, maybe he could have resisted for a few more strikes, but it looked like he had given up all hope and knew that he was going to die under that sword. This was the end for the bandit, and his body heavily crashed onto the ground. Lin Feng recalled his spirit back into his body. His eyes became normal again. He turned around and walked towards Duen Feng and the others. "Lin Feng, big brother." Duen Feng's eyes were filled with gratitude and admiration. Lin Feng was way too strong. Besides, even if he was as strong as Lin Feng, he probably wouldn't take the same risks. At that moment, Uncle Want started to talk as well. He had a big smile on his face and said, "Lin Feng, young man, I made a mistake. I am sorry." Lin Feng looked at the old man. He looked incredibly cold. "You, how long are you going to pretend?" Lin Feng spat the words out in anger. At that moment, Uncle Wang was stupefied. Duen Feng and Jing Yun were also surprised. They didn't understand what Lin Feng meant. "Lin Feng, young man, please explain what you mean," said Uncle Wang, looking careless yet staring fixedly at Lin Feng. "These bandits were all army troops, right?" said Lin Feng. "Indeed. They must be army troops," replied old Wang. Duen Feng nodded and asked, "What does that have to do with Uncle Wang?" "Duen Feng, do you remember that Uncle Wang said that the first thieves I killed were actually calmly speaking with me?" "I remember," said Duen Feng while nodding. "If Uncle Wang is as weak as you think, then how could he hear and observe these things better than all of you?" replied Lin Feng. "I have been loyal and devoted to the Duen clan for so many years. I am in charge of controlling that the young master is safe at all times. I always have to pay attention to every single detail. I know that you, young man, bear a grudge against me, but there is no need to try and damage my reputation like this," said old Wang. "Damage your reputation?" said Lin Feng coldly. "I am not that kind of person. What the chief of the thieves told me has nothing to do with this affair. I think that all these thieves and bandits came straight for Duen Feng to kill him, and all of you would have let him die," said Lin Feng in disdain. "Maybe," nodded Uncle Wang. "Who knows?" "Well, since that is the case, I find a bit strange. I killed all of the thieves in the first group. Not a single one of them was left to send a message to the second group, but how could the second group know that Duen Feng hadn't died? Why did they still come? How did the bandit chief know that the first group had been killed when he asked me if it was me who killed them?" said Lin Feng, which surprised everybody. Indeed, the second group was ready to come and kill Duen Feng after the first group died. How could they know that he hadn't died? Since they knew, there must have been someone who told them. There must be a spy. "What do you think?" said Lin Feng while staring at Uncle Wang. "Maybe you are right. There might be a spy. But Lin Feng shouldn't forget about the fact that you were much farther in front of us and that the bandits came after you left us. So if there is a spy then—" "Hee," said Uncle Wang while laughing. He didn't finish his sentence, but everybody understood what he meant. "Why are you laughing? Is this situation a joking matter to you?" said Lin Feng with a cold tone when he saw that the old man was laughing. But Duen Feng and Jing Yun started looking at Uncle Wang in a strange way, which immediately made him stop laughing. "It's easy to understand what the situation really is when you have a brain," said Lin Feng firmly, and then continued. "There were two groups of bandits. They were probably working together, and then you implied that I worked with them. If I was working with them, then I would have killed the first group to gain your trust, but what about the second group? The people behind this are not stupid, and would definitely not sacrifice so many strong individuals for such a reason. Do you think that everybody is stupid, and you are the only one with a brain? Uncle Wang looked panicked as he was running short on arguments and didn't know what to say anymore. Lin Feng wanted to do a favor for Duen Feng as he had shown him kindness. Uncle Wang really thought that the others were stupid. He was bringing Duen Feng straight to the bandits ready to be killed. All right, even if it's not you or me, it could be anyone else, said old Wang in a panic. Anyone else? Said Lin Feng with a sarcastic smile on his face. What do you mean? Duen Feng called them himself so they could take his life. Then, there is Jing Yun, but Jing Yun was in the carriage all along sitting with Duen Feng and had had no opportunity to inform anyone. Then there were all the guards, but they have all died thanks to the second group of bandits. You are the only left to suspect, Uncle Wang. Still alive and completely unharmed, not even a single attack was aimed in your direction. Besides, you've been looking calm throughout the whole journey, even when the bandits arrived, because you knew everything from the beginning. Duen Feng and Jing Yun were stupefied while staring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, big brother Uncle Wang, has been working for the Duen clan for many years. He's always cared for me since my childhood. He would never hurt me. This is probably a misunderstanding or a coincidence. Duen Feng refused to believe that theory. Uncle Wang was a friend of his grandfather and had always been there for him. Duen Feng, what kind temperament does Uncle Wang have? Replied Lin Feng. Gentle, philanthropic, and charitable, replied Duen Feng. Gentle, philanthropic, and charitable. Duen Feng, if this was really the case, then why has he been opposed to our friendship from the moment he learnt of my strength? Didn't his personality drastically change when he saw me kill the thieves? He was the one who forced me to leave using the most absurd reasons. Don't you think that all of this is completely out of character? Said Lin Feng coldly, which made Duen Feng look surprised. Actually, Uncle Wang's behavior had been really strange. You have absolutely no proof of what you are saying. I have been working for the Duen clan for so many years. If the young master believes you, then I should just accept my death. You could kill me easily at any time, but instead you try to tarnish my reputation. It would be as easy as lifting your hand, so there is no need to continue talking. Please kill me, said Uncle Wang coldly. He closed his eyes as a sign that he was begging to be killed, which made Duen Feng feel extremely awkward. What a disgusting old man, said Lin Feng while staring at Uncle Wang. He was speechless. The old man's method to make Duen Feng feel guilty was horrible. Lin Feng, young man, why are you not killing me? Take my life, you are so strong. Nobody will ever say that you unfairly killed someone. Nobody would ever dare, said Uncle Wang in a weak voice. Uncle Wang sounded like he had been extremely hurt by Lin Feng. It sounded like Lin Feng's purpose had been to kill the old man all the way. Lin Feng, big brother, this. The situation was horrible for Duen Feng. He respected Lin Feng a lot and thought that he was strong and powerful. Besides, he had saved him twice already, and Uncle Wang had always been taking care of him since his childhood. He was like a member of his family, an elder of his family. I have no way to prove everything that I said. If you don't believe me, then there is nothing else that I can do. Whether he is important for you or not is not my problem, and it has nothing to do with me. I just wanted to warn you, that's all. Jing Yun, do you want to continue the journey with us, or are you going to stay here? Lin Feng didn't feel like arguing anymore. After all, he had only known Duen Feng for a day. Even if he thought that Duen Feng was a remarkably kind young boy, if he didn't believe him, then it wasn't necessary to keep trying convincing him. As far as Jing Yun is concerned, Lin Feng always considered her as a great friend and didn't want to put her aside or to make her feel abandoned. Lin Feng, I've had respect for you all the way, but now you are really just humiliating everybody. First, you humiliate me, an old man, and now you are humiliating Jing Yun, putting her in an awkward situation. You are going too far. Uncle Wang said these words on a very cold and aggressive tone, as if he had been provoked by Lin Feng. Shut the hell up, shouted Lin Feng extremely loudly while glancing at Uncle Wang, which stunned the latter. All right, Lin Feng, I see that you only know how to rely on your strength to bully others. Are you done talking? At that moment, a cold and indifferent voice spread in the air. It was Meng Qing. Everybody was surprised. She had surprisingly said something even though she was quite uncommunicative most of the time. Meng Qing was staring at Uncle Wang and she looked disgusted. She then said, You really are an impudent old man. You initially thought that you were going to leave alone at the beginning after everybody would have been killed by the bandits, but your plan failed, and now you are trying to humiliate and bully Lin Feng. Do you have no shame? Lin Feng was astonished. He wouldn't have thought that Meng Qing would suddenly join in. Uncle Wang was astonished as well and shouted furiously, "You two are working together. However, there is no need to make slanderous accusations. You two are extremely strong. If you want to kill me, just kill me. There is no need to make up reasons." "So you want to die that much?" said Lin Feng calmly, but filled with indignation because of that shameless old man. "What other choice do I have? You are treating an old man like me in such a horrible way," replied the old man. "Don't worry, there are enough reasons for you to die," said Lin Feng. Meng Qing started talking and said, "Lin Feng, search him. You might find an item which could be used as evidence, for example, something which would enable several people to communicate even if a long distance separates them." "Huh?" Lin Feng was stupefied and glanced at Meng Qing. Immediately after, he looked at Uncle Wang again. If Meng Qing was right and Uncle Wang possessed such an item, it would be very clear that he was at the origin of everything that had happened on the journey. Uncle Wang's face drastically changed. I really need to search him," thought Lin Feng while staring at Uncle Wang and smiling coldly. "Stop harassing me with your crazy and unfounded ravings. If you want to kill me, just kill me. There is no need to humiliate me like this. I am a weak old man, but I don't deserve to be humiliated like this," said Uncle Wang. "You don't need to try and make everyone think you are a victim. That only makes you even more disgusting. If Lin Feng finds nothing, I will die," said Meng Qing. She was calm, but her words were incredibly sharp. Lin Feng looked at Meng Qing, smiled, and said, "If I find nothing, you kill me. I don't want you to die, Meng Qing. My life will be enough." When Lin Feng finished talking, his silhouette vanished and suddenly appeared in front of Uncle Wang. He then started holding him tightly and moved quickly so that the old man wouldn't have time to speak. Lin Feng's hand moved all over the old man's body, and a short instant after took out a small black pouch. Lin Feng untied it and took a little sealed bottle out of it. "What do you have to say now?" said Lin Feng while looking at the old man who was shaking. Lin Feng had a teasing expression in his eyes. Duan Feng and Jing Yun were astonished. They were blankly staring at the old man. They needed an explanation. "Young master, I have always been close to the members of your family. I used to be close to your grandfather, then I was close to your father, and now I am close to you. I have been caring for you since your childhood. Do you remember the love and affection that I showed you?" Uncle Wang was looking at Duan Feng with an affectionate and tender expression in his eyes. "I, of course, remember, but..." "Why?" Duan Feng hoped that Uncle Wang would give valid arguments, but unfortunately he didn't. "Since you remember, I have nothing to add. If young master wants me to live, I will live. If you want me to die, I will die." When Duan Feng heard Uncle Wang, his heart was pounding. He was moved and touched by the old man's words. But it wasn't the same for Lin Feng, who felt his heart grow colder and colder. How could the old man be so shameless and that impudent? "Meng Qing guessed right, and we found evidence that you are the traitor. Do you think that a few emotional phrases will be enough to forget everything?" said Lin Feng, which made the old man shiver. "Lin Feng, young man, this affair has nothing to do with you. You don't need to act like this," said Uncle Wang. "Nothing to do with me?" said Lin Feng while taking his long sword out, which made Uncle Wang look at him in shock. Lin Feng then added, "Didn't you say that you wanted to die a moment ago? Now that we have irrefutable facts that you are a traitor, why do you no longer say that you want to die? Do you think that we will let you play as many tricks as you want?" Uncle Wang could already feel the deadly chi from Lin Feng's sword pressed against his body. He was shaking from head to toe with fear. The pressure alone sent shivers down his spine. "Young master," said Uncle Wang while looking at Duan Feng, who was his last hope at life. "No need to beg him. Even if he tells me to let you off, I won't. I will kill you no matter what to avenge all those who have died because of you, especially all these young guards. They will be able to rest in peace when you die. Who cares if you die?" When Lin Feng finished talking, his long sword stuck down on the old man. Blood splashed through the air and filled it with the scent of death. That old man was an impudent and a shameless liar. How was it possible to let him continue living? "Fiuwa!" Duan Feng took a deep breath. He looked very sad at the betrayal and death of old Wang. He turned around and said, "Lin Feng, big brother, I'm sorry for everything." "It's all right. You were just misled by him, that's all," said Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't blame Duan Feng at all. Duan Feng was still young, only about 14 years old, and Uncle Wang was the closest person to him. Therefore, trusting Uncle Wang was a normal thing for Duan Feng. "Thank you, Lin Feng. I hope that you will not refuse to continue traveling with me to the Imperial City," said Duan Feng, as if he had already forgotten the events that just occurred. but his eyes still revealed his sadness. They were about to head for the imperial city together. Only Dun Feng, Jing Yun, Lin Feng, and Meng Qing were left. It was the first time that Dun Feng experienced the cruelty which people were capable of. What scared him the most is that the people who had tried to kill him were troops from the army and thus protectors of the Zhu Yue country. No problem, said Lin Feng while nodding. He then asked to Dun Feng, do you still want to continue on your journey and go to the imperial city? Since we already left, there is no need to escape to another place, said Dun Feng, whose eyes were started to look less heartbroken. Suddenly, his facial expression changed as if he had an epiphany and said, Lin Feng, big brother, you don't need to travel with us though. The large road that leads to the imperial city is filled with all kinds people. We just need to find another road and we should be fine. Lin Feng knew what Dun Feng meant and shook his head. I have looked at the map, but I don't know how many roads lead to the imperial city. Let me drive the carriage, said Jing Yun. Dun Feng was troubled because of all the things that had just happened, but still said worriedly, Jing Yun, sister, don't push yourself too hard. The four of them moved towards the carriage, and Jing Yun drove the carriage while the others sat inside the carriage. Lin Feng and Dun Feng were having a discussion inside the carriage. Dun Feng, there is one thing that I would like to ask you. Go ahead and ask me. Uncle Wang accused me of having betrayed the Yun Hai sect and of being sent by Dun Tian Lang to kill you. What does Dun Tian Lang have to do with you? Why would he want to kill you? When Dun Feng heard Lin Feng's question, he made a wry smile. I'm sorry, I may be too inquisitive. You don't have to answer, added Lin Feng. If I am still alive, it is thanks to you. There is nothing too inquisitive when coming from you, said Dun Feng while shaking his head. He then said, it's just that it is a very complex matter. Family matters are always complicated, I guess. My family name is Dun. You already know that. What might be less clear to you is that it is the name which belongs to the imperial clan. I am also a member of that clan. But because my grandparents made mistakes, we ended up in the Yun Yang. Nowadays, there is nothing that distinguishes me from the ordinary people in that small town. Dun Feng was speaking slowly as he told his story. Lin Feng was calmly listening to him. He was amazed because he would have never thought that Dun Feng was related to the imperial clan. Lin Feng, did you know that the Dun family are the imperial clan at the head of the Zhu Yue country? Yes. They are extremely strong and respected by everyone within the Zhu Yue country, replied Lin Feng. However, I don't know for how many years the Dun clan has been at the head of the country and how long they will be able to reign over the country in such a prosperous way, said Dun Feng. Lin Feng was surprised. He had never asked himself that question. Reigning over a country and keeping it prosperous was a difficult task, but the Dun clan had been in charge of the country for a long time. It wasn't possible for them to reign over the country indefinitely, but until now they had always been the strongest clan at the head of the country. Spirit! Suddenly shouted Lin Feng. Lin Feng thought of a possibility. The probability to inherit one's ancestors' spirit was extremely high, so maybe all the members of the Dun clan were extremely strong because of the spirit they inherited. That's right. That's precisely it, our spirits. More precisely, it's the blood spirit, replied Dun Feng while nodding. Blood spirit? I've never heard of that before, said Lin Feng surprised. He had never heard about any blood spirit before. Lin Feng, brother, the blood spirit is as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. It's a rarity of rarities. It's that way in the entire Tianlong region. It is normal that you have never heard of it, explained Dun Feng. Even in the vast and almost boundless Tianlong region, the blood spirit is extremely rare, so it was even rarer in the Zhu Yue country, which was only a small country within the region. It is said that the possessors of a blood spirit are extremely powerful. It is also said that all their energy can circulate freely into their blood system. This kind of ability greatly enhances the cultivation practices of the blood spirit possessors. Younger generations almost systematically inherit that spirit, but in some cases it becomes weaker through the generations. Systematically inherit a blood spirit. How terrifying, said Lin Feng. It is indeed terrifying. I don't understand all the benefits that come with a blood spirit, though, said Dun Feng, making a wry smile. He was still too young. His strength was nothing in comparison with adult cultivators within the clan who possessed a blood spirit. Lin Feng, after all my explanations, you probably understood why the imperial clan rules over this country without question. The Dun clan members all have it. My grandparents and my father had it. Lin Feng was astonished. No wonder that they could reign over the country for such a long time. They can circulate their energy into their blood, and the special strength which is created is transmitted onto the next generations. The possessors of that strength could increase their natural abilities many times over. They were not like ordinary people. They could increase their own power and that of their next generations. Because the strength which is created by the blood spirit, the natural abilities of a person also change. If natural abilities are increased, and that they are systematically transmitted onto the next generation, it means that their power increases each time it is passed down. However, because the power can also be weak in some children, it is important for the male cultivators possessing the blood spirit to have many concubines and many children to ensure that there is greater chance of a pure lineage. Lin Feng was stupefied and smiled wryly. Because some children didn't get the purest power and had a weaker spirit, the Duan clan members decided that having multiple offspring would increase the chances at stronger generations. They only needed at least one genius to be born, and that would be enough. Lin Feng was not sure that he understood the logic of this properly. He could not think on the same wavelength. Because of that, there are many problems which were created between the members of the Duan clan. That is what happens when too many people live together in one place. Besides, it is also a harsh environment in which the competition is often extremely oppressive. There is a lot of pressure to be the strongest. If you are weak in the Duan clan, you are almost sure to get rejected by the clan. A moment ago, I told you that my grandfather had left because he had had some problems with other members, but I am convinced that he might have been rejected or expelled because he was too weak. That wouldn't be impossible considering the situation and rules of the clan. There are so many people who get expelled from the Duan clan because they are too weak. Duan Feng continued to talk, while Lin Feng was calmly and attentively listening to him. If the members of the Duan clan had many concubines, it was normal for them to have many children. But it wasn't possible for the imperial clan to have hundreds of millions within the clan, so getting expelled from the Duan clan was a normal thing. Besides, too many people were hard to manage, and that often led to chaotic situations. Every single child of the Duan clan inherits strength from that blood spirit, but those who are expelled leave and try to stay hidden while never revealing their identity. However, there are always people who follow them closely, and then if they become extremely strong, then the Duan clan will accept them as members again. When Duan Feng was speaking, he suddenly made a pause and continued. Lin Feng, I also hid the truth from you. I told you that it was my big brother who had recommended me to the Celestial Academy. Well, he is like a brother to me, but he is not my real brother. His status is quite important. He is the second prince of the country. He is His Majesty's second son. He is extremely talented and knows many mysterious and mystical things. He is monstrously powerful. His Majesty's second son. Lin Feng wouldn't have thought that Duan Feng knew such illustrious people. Duan Feng, it seems like you have extremely high natural abilities as well as the inherited strength from the blood spirit, said Lin Feng while smiling at Duan Feng. Duan Feng had been invited to come to the imperial city by His Majesty's second son personally. Obviously, Duan Feng was extremely talented and possessed a purer blood spirit which had greater strength and energy within. It is impossible to determine how much of strength one has. It is essential to practice a lot, to develop one's own abilities and get to know one's spirit perfectly. But the blood spirit can't be extremely strong directly at the beginning. You need to develop its power. I can release my spirit, but it is still too weak. I am extremely far from the second prince's abilities, but there is someone even more powerful than His Majesty's second son. He is the same generation as us, but he is a true genius. In the entire history of the Duan clan, geniuses as powerful as him are rare. Besides, it had been at least 1,000 years since the Duan clan had someone with such a powerful blood spirit. Lin Feng was captivated by Duan Feng's words. From what Duan Feng had said, it already seemed like the second son of His Majesty was one of the strongest members of the Duan clan, but that other young man seemed to be even stronger. That person is the Crown Prince himself. He is destined to rule the country in the future. He is regarded as the genius of the millennium in the Duan clan. He is so strong that amongst the 8 high officials of the Zhu Yue country, there has never been anyone who could take the first place in the rankings from him. It is probably normal for a crown prince to be extremely powerful. His abilities are endless and his bloodline is pure. His name is Duan Wudao. Duan Wudao is a real genius, always cold-blooded, strong, and smart. He has killed many people. It is said that when he became strong, he challenged his teacher and then killed his own teacher. He seems to think that if a teacher is weaker than him, then he isn't qualified to be a teacher any longer. Many people hate him bitterly, but nobody has ever dared to disobey him. He would kill anyone who dares to disobey him. Killing his own teacher, how cruel and heartless. He really has no moral values. If the crown prince is a genius, and there is nobody stronger than him. It is a difficult situation, but his brother, the second son, could also become tremendously strong. He is younger than the crown prince right now, but he could become one of the 8 officials in the future. He also seems to be a modest person who is appreciated by many. Lin Feng was slightly nodding as if he understood much more of the inner workings of the imperial clan as the discussion continued. Lin Feng now had a general idea of how things worked in the imperial clan. Lin Feng continued. The crown prince is a genius that nobody dares disobey, but the second sometimes will go against his brother. It is said that the two are not on the same wavelength, but I don't know too much about it. I heard these things from my father when he was still alive. You were talking about Duan Tianlang. He is very close to the crown prince. So that's how it is, said Lin Feng while nodding, and then added. So when Uncle Wang said that Duan Tianlang had sent me, it was because he was trying to destroy our new friendship. Because if I was close to Duan Tianlang, I was indirectly on the side of the crown prince. Precisely. That must have been his reasoning, said Lin Feng while nodding. All this trouble had happened because the second prince had recommended Lin Feng to help him study at the Celestial Academy. Lin Feng had been in danger a few times, yet the second prince had never shown himself. The second prince seems to be very smart. Please be careful, warned Lin Feng. There is nobody who dares disobey the crown prince. Even if the second prince disobeys him, it doesn't mean that he can prevent him from doing things. Thus, the crown prince had most likely ordered people to kill me, and that is within his power. However, the second prince wouldn't try to help me, and that's normal. I'm too unworthy for him to fight with the crown prince. That could lead to a disastrous situation between them for nothing, said Lin Feng while smiling wryly. He looked sad. Maybe the second prince and the crown prince never go out. Their way of handling affairs is to delegate tasks to various people. This is their way of doing things, that's all. Lin Feng was still nodding. Lin Feng was really captivated by Lin Feng's words. Lin Feng was also impressed and astonished to hear such a young man talk with such eloquence. He was very smart for his age. He was right after all. The second prince and the crown prince were at the head of such a huge powerhouse filled with members ready to obey their orders at any given time. I have a question, though. If all the members of the Duan clan have a blood spirit, how come Duan Tianlang and his son both use swords? This is what I meant when I told you about the fact that the blood spirit could weaken from generation to generation. This is also why the Duan clan members want to have so many children, because they need to be sure to have at least one with a strong blood spirit, which is dominant. If the blood spirit weakens, then the cultivator would have another spirit which would normally be dominant. That dominant spirit will combine itself with the blood spirit in its weakened state. That is probably what happened in their case, and why you notice that they both use sword spirits. So, even if the strength of the blood spirit is weak, they will all have dual spirits. How terrifying, thought Lin Feng, who felt a shiver run down his spine. As far as the blood spirit and its special strength are concerned, there are some extremely gifted cultivators who inherit a pure and unadulterated blood spirit whose strength can increase infinitely, said Lin Feng. He looked strange at that moment and added, Lin Feng, brother, I inherited from a pure and unadulterated blood spirit, which is why I attracted the second prince's attention. Lin Feng slightly nodded. Lin Feng had already guessed that Lin Feng was a prodigy and probably has a blood spirit that was extremely powerful. That is why he attracted the attention of 2 people, one who wanted to help him and considered him important and another who wanted to kill him. Lin Feng smiled and said to Lin Feng, Lin Feng, big brother, could it be that you don't know what kind of spirit the blood spirit is? I have never heard about the blood spirit before. I have never even seen Duan Tianlang and his son use it. It doesn't seem to be something that its possessors seem to enjoy showing to strangers, said Lin Feng while smiling. Lin Feng, big brother, you saved my life twice already. We are not strangers anymore. You are like my family. Have a look at my blood spirit. When Lin Feng finished talking, a strange qi enveloped his body, and then his spirit appeared behind his back. There were 3 black doors floating calmly above his body. They diffused an extremely ancient qi which felt like the qi of a long-dead era. These doors were open and they led into endless dark holes. It was impossible to see the end by looking at them. Lin Feng was blankly staring at these three doors. Then, a strangely familiar impression invaded him. Lin Feng, big brother, if you ever meet members of the Duan clan in the future, then you really have to be careful. Our spirit is called sealed doors. It can confine and seal other people's power and strength behind these doors and even seal their life. The more seals you have, the stronger and the more powerful your spirit and your strength becomes. The second prince personally has 5 seals. He is extremely powerful. It is said that one of our ancestors could seal the souls of 5,000 people in a single strike. When a cultivator uses this ability, a seal appears on the opponent's body as a personal mark of the one who carried out the attack. Then either his strength or his spirit is sealed. Duan Feng was speaking slowly, and Lin Feng was shaking. Meng Qing and Duan Feng were suddenly astonished and were staring blankly at Lin Feng. That is the sealed door? Lin Feng was speechless. A strong qi was emanating from his body. Suddenly, he remembered where he had felt that qi. It was when he was a child and the victim had been his father, Lin Hai. The seal had appeared between his eyebrows. If Lin Hai had the mark of a sealed door between his eyebrows, it meant that Lin Feng's father had come into conflict with a member of the Duan clan. Before leaving Yangzhou City, Lin Hai had told Lin Feng that he was going to the Imperial City. Lin Feng's memories were a bit chaotic, but he remembered that his father hated the members of the Duan clan and vice versa. Lin Feng's father probably hadn't gone to the Imperial City for pleasure or for a short holiday. It was most likely he was going to settle a conflict. Did you run into danger for me, father? This time I'm coming to the Imperial City and I will definitely find you. Lin Feng didn't know how his father had provoked the Duan clan. He also didn't know why there were tensions between them and his father. If he found his father, he would definitely try to understand what had occurred in the past between him and the Duan clan. Lin Feng had suddenly remembered that his father had never told him about his mother. Lin Feng found that it was very strange. Lin Feng? Meng Qing was looking at Lin Feng and thought that he was acting strangely, which is why she called out to him. Lin Feng was lost in thought, but at that moment came back into consciousness. Lin Feng's thoughts were agitated because of all the questions and possibilities. Lin Feng was surprised by Meng Qing and then said, I'm all right. Duan Feng, when will we arrive in the Imperial City? If we keep traveling at this speed and there are no problems on the road, then it should take another 5 or 6 days at a minimum. I'll drive the carriage later to let Jing Yun have some rest. We'll make even quicker time that way, said Lin Feng. Even though Duan Feng didn't know what Lin Feng really meant, he still nodded. He was wondering why Lin Feng had been acting so strangely after he had seen the sealed doors. But Lin Feng didn't tell Duan Feng what was going through his head, and Duan Feng wasn't going to ask. Duan Feng was right. Even at full speed while traveling day and night, they would really need at least 5 or 6 days to arrive in the Imperial City. Because they had taken another road to the Imperial City, they had not come across any attackers. Maybe it was also because no one knew Duan Feng's location any longer due to them removing the spy. The Imperial City was vast, but roads leading to it weren't numerous. Actually, the entire city was surrounded by huge barriers, and there was only one gate to enter it. The gate was gigantic and majestic. It was made of incredibly strong, precious materials. The gate had a width and a height of several hundreds of meters. At the top of the gate, there were multiple guards with spears. The Imperial City was encircled by a huge moat filled with water, and the only gate was accessible only after crossing a large stone bridge. This was the only way to access the city. However, the entrance gate of the Imperial City was securely closed. It would only open during the day for a few hours. Pedestrians weren't bothered by that because outside of the Imperial City, there was another city which wasn't as big but still had millions of inhabitants. It was quite famous. At that moment, a carriage had arrived outside the Imperial City. Lin Feng was the one driving it. They were precisely in the city next to the Imperial City. There was a myriad of restaurants and shops. The city was incredibly lively. Lin Feng thought that it was much better of an atmosphere than when inside Yangzhou City. There are so many people, said Meng Qing, who had opened the curtain inside the carriage and was looking out of the window. We are not in the Imperial City yet. This is the periphery, but we're still close to the Imperial City, so obviously there are many people, said Lin Feng while laughing from outside. Lin Feng was also convinced that there were so many people in the region at the moment. because many of them hoped to be chosen to practice their cultivation at the holy courtyard of Zuyue. For the inhabitants of the Zuyue country, the creation of the holy courtyard of Zuyue was a unique moment in the history of the country. It was going to change the life and destiny of thousands of people. At that moment, nobody was paying attention to their carriage. Everybody was young and hoped to assist in the inauguration of the holy courtyard of Zuyue and eventually be taken to study there. Mengqing, you must be exhausted because of the long trip. Considering the gate isn't open yet, it would be best to have a break and eat something. Lin Feng stopped near a restaurant. Duan Feng and Jing Yun came out of the carriage as well. The four of them entered the restaurant. In the middle there was a huge tree, and that tree was growing through the roof of the restaurant. There was a hole in the middle of the restaurant, so you could also see the first floor. It was filled with people, and many of them were either drinking tea or wine. They immediately headed to the wooden stairs and went to the first floor because the restaurant was very crowded. What surprised Lin Feng, though, was that the restaurant, even though it was filled with people, was very calm. There were many people, but they weren't talking loud at all to the extent that you could almost perfectly hear the musician playing the gyukin on the first floor. What a peaceful and serene restaurant. No wonder it has such a good reputation, whispered Lin Feng. Even though that place wasn't a luxurious one, it still looked elegant and refined. The decoration was also done with taste, which gave its customers a perfect environment to taste their tea and wine in peace. It was definitely a perfect atmosphere. Lin Feng, big brother, there is one free table over there. What a coincidence. Duan Feng noticed a table near a window. The four of them went and sat there. "Hello, how may I help you?" asked a waiter who had to come the four of them while smiling. "We'll have a big pot of the best wine that you have as well as your best tea and some pickles," ordered Lin Feng. Since Lin Feng was in that world, he hadn't really tasted good food and drinks. At that moment, he had the opportunity, so he seized it. "Noted, please wait for a moment," said the waiter and left. Lin Feng was listening to the other people's conversations. Even though they were almost whispering, Lin Feng had the strength of the Ling Qi layer, and his sense of hearing was thus extremely developed. And in general, nobody would be revealing secrets in such a public place. It seemed that everyone was only talking about the holy courtyard of Zuyue. Lin Feng also heard that some people were mentioning the crown prince and the second prince. "Bro Han, you're saying that the Yunhai sect has been annihilated. Who could benefit from the destruction of the Yunhai sect?" At that moment, a conversation drew Lin Feng's attention. Surprisingly, there were some people who were talking about the Yunhai sect. Well, the Yunhai sect and the Hao Yue sect didn't get along that well. It had been that way for several years already. The destruction of the Yunhai sect was thus a great reason to celebrate for the members of the Hao Yue sect. The Ice and Snow Mountain Village, whose disciples all have an ice or snow spirit, as well as the Wan Shu sect, whose disciples all have a beast spirit, could also benefit from it in a way because they will have more influence and attract more disciples. Besides, the Hao Yue sect must be really happy now because they can clearly be defined as the strongest sect. He, Brother Han, you were right. So then Duan Tianlang went to annihilate the Yunhai sect himself. That is the price to pay when you refuse to send outstanding disciples to the holy courtyard of Zuyue like all the other big sects did. Duan Tianlang is really powerful. These people sounded proud and arrogant. They also seemed to be happy and excited about the destruction of the Yunhai sect. They were talking very loudly. At that moment, many people stopped talking and started staring at them. These two people were laughing loudly while talking, but when they noticed that almost everyone was staring at them, they stopped smiling. "Ridiculous!" A voice filled the restaurant. Suddenly, everyone turned around and stared at the people moving towards the flight of stairs. 3 silhouettes had appeared. One of them was a woman. She was extremely beautiful and was wearing very luxurious clothes. She also had a lot of jewelry made from precious stones all over her body, and she was wearing a xianxia. She was holding a soft black iron staff in her hand, and she looked extremely domineering. Behind her were 2 men who looked extremely calm. "You are only a mouse who can only see an inch, yet still thinks it can perceive both the past and future. How ridiculous!" Everyone was surprised by the woman talking so loudly. She shouted, "Young people don't understand anything and never know when they should talk about certain things. Then they never want to bear the consequences of their actions and don't want to be punished for their mistakes." "Face slap," said the woman. Immediately, an illusion appeared behind her back and slapped the owner of the voice who had just contradicted her. Blood was spilling out of the corner of his mouth. He only annihilated the Yun Hai sect, that's all. The big sects have all taken the techniques that the Yun Hai sect used to have. Not only has it enabled a great deal of people to acquire great skills and techniques, but it also helps other sects gain more influence. It is also a good thing for everybody that the Yun Hai sect doesn't have too much power in the country. Those who have been chosen to go to the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue will also be able to use some of those skills and techniques that they have taken from the Yun Hai sect. Besides, there are also some former disciples of the sect who have betrayed it and can also use these skills and techniques. Nobody cares about the Yun Hai sect. The woman was looking at the other man. That man didn't look good, but he kept listening to the woman and didn't dare interrupt her or even refute her statements. Therefore, he only nodded wisely. Most of the sects accepted to send some of their disciples to the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue, not because they were happy about the benefits it would bring to them, but rather because they were scared of the consequences it could have. They were scared to end up like the Yun Hai sect and vanish from the maps of the country. They all understood that there was no way out. That is why they accepted to help and destroy the Yun Hai sect. That is how everything happened. But even if the Yun Hai sect has already been annihilated, it won't last long before the other sects have to go through the same thing. In the Zhu Yue country, there can only be the imperial clan. There isn't enough space for other spheres of influence, especially when they have power. Sooner or later, the last group of people who will exercise authority in the Zhu Yue country will be the imperial clan. Lin Feng heard the woman say those things and laugh. What she said was partially true, but was also too partial. It seemed like she was a supporter of the imperial clan. Since the imperial clan is so strong, why do they need to resort to such underhanded methods? Why do they need to annihilate sects if they are already so powerful? A voice spread in the atmosphere. Lin Feng was astonished. The one who had said that surprisingly was Jing Yun. She really took the woman's words to heart and decided to contradict the woman. The woman slowly turned around and stared at Jing Yun. She smiled coldly and said, "You are right. Anyone who contradicts them should be annihilated, like what you're doing now." When the woman finished talking, a soft black iron staff shadow appeared and moved straight towards Jing Yun's cheek. When Lin Feng saw that that woman was attacking Jing Yun, his pupils shrank and he was staring at that rude woman. Lin Feng then said to the woman, "She only said that randomly. Are you not overreacting a little bit? There are some things which cannot be said. If someone says such things, they have to pay the price for it because most of the time, people who say such things are worthless." The woman was coldly looking at Lin Feng and continued, You don't have the qualifications to talk that way either." When Lin Feng heard the young woman, his expression became even colder. He had never needed anyone's permission to speak. What was wrong with that young woman? Saying over and over again that other people didn't have the right to express themselves. What about her? Why would repeatedly attacking people with her staff give her the right to express herself? That woman is as vicious as a viper. Even though she's beautiful, her beauty is hidden by that disgusting behavior of hers. Lin Feng had bitter feelings. He didn't bear a grudge or hate her, but he was exasperated by the fact that Jing Yun was going to be punished for having said an innocent sentence. Lin Feng had to block the woman's attack even if she attacked him afterwards because of it. She kept contradicting other people, but she didn't want to allow other people to contradict her. She was extremely rude. "You want to die," shouted the young woman furiously. Her staff whistled the atmosphere. First Ling Chi layer, and she thinks that she has the power to bully others, thought Lin Feng surprised. Lin Feng lifted his hand and started his 8 strikes of desolation. 6 intense and violent strikes spread through the atmosphere. He didn't need to carry out a full 8 strikes against her. 6 strikes were enough for her to be completely overwhelmed. Lin Feng's 8 strikes of desolation was an extremely powerful attack which had stopped the staff moving forwards. "Little sister, be careful," shouted the 2 young men behind her as they launched attacks towards Lin Feng's 8 strikes of desolation. When the combined attacks of the staff and the 2 men collided with the 6 strikes, they vanished. People in the restaurant were frightened by the exchange and started moving away. It seems like these people have a high status in society. They are so young, and yet they have all reached the Ling Chi layer. The crowd was surprised because these people had all broken through to the Ling Chi layer. They were stupefied. In the imperial city and its periphery, cultivators of the Ling Chi layer weren't considered as extremely strong cultivators. However, considering the age Lin Feng, the young woman and her 2 guards, it was a very high achievement. The young woman's 2 guards were about 20 years old. Lin Feng and the young woman were about 16 years old, yet they had all reached the Ling Qi layer. They were probably geniuses. "You surprisingly dare to attack me?" said the young woman who had been projected backwards by Lin Feng's attack. She looked furious and was fixedly staring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng groaned. He stood up and suddenly, an extremely oppressive qi started spreading through the restaurant. "You want to kill me and I'm not allowed to retaliate, is that what you mean?" Lin Feng thought that it was ridiculous. In the world, there were some people who constantly humiliated and bullied other people, but they couldn't stand being provoked themselves. The young woman's two guards were vigilantly staring at Lin Feng. They could feel that Lin Feng was a dangerous existence. "If you want to live, slap yourself and get the hell out of here," shouted the young woman. The young woman's face looked evil. She had never been humiliated in the outer part of the imperial city. "If I want to live, I don't know what you mean," said Lin Feng while smiling coldly and started walking forwards. At that moment, a strong qi pierced the atmosphere straight towards the young woman. "You say that I am not qualified to open my mouth, but I would like to ask you a question. What gives a useless piece of trash like you the right to humiliate other people, constantly slapping other people and even slapping those who are close to you?" When Lin Feng finished talking, he moved his hand and carried out another 8 strikes of desolation attack. This time, 7 brutal and violent strikes rushed forward. "How dare you?" said the two guards whose expression had drastically changed. Suddenly their qi and force emerged from their bodies. They were using all their strength to stop these 7 strikes. A vortex spread throughout the atmosphere and made rumbling sounds. Everybody was staring at them. That young man was extremely powerful. That young woman had provoked him without thinking about the consequences. "Get the hell out of here!" shouted Lin Feng. His 8 strikes of desolation attack was moving at full speed through the air. It looked nobody could resist such an attack. Boom boom boo. The atmosphere was filled with an extremely loud rumbling noise, as if there was an earthquake which had just been summoned forth. The young woman's 2 guards were blown into the air and then heavily fell down onto the floor. Everybody was astonished. Not only was that young boy only 16 years old, but he was also extremely powerful. Saying that he was a genius was definitely not an exaggeration. It seemed like the external part of the imperial city was also home to some crouching tigers. The young woman was blankly staring at her 2 guards who had been sent flying by the attack. Her evil expression had disappeared from her face. "You," said the young girl looking at Lin Feng who was walking towards her. She wanted to talk, but the words wouldn't come out of her mouth. "Answer my question. You say that I am not qualified to express my opinion. Well, what about you?" Lin Feng was walking towards her. He didn't like bully or threaten other people, but he could not stand seeing other people get bullied. Lin Feng knew what kind of person that young woman was. He was used to such people. If you gave her an inch, then she would take a mile, and besides, she would definitely bully other people even more. Could Lin Feng tolerate the fact that Jing Yun had been humiliated by such a person? Lin Feng had no choice but to get involved. Lin Feng wasn't a person that you could bully or humiliate without regard. He had a strong personality and would resist anyone if they were unfair. "Don't you know who I am?" The young woman was terrified by Lin Feng's qi. She was slowly stepping back. She hated herself for not having brought along stronger guards. Of course, she also wouldn't have thought that anybody would surprisingly dare oppose her like Lin Feng. She thought that Lin Feng was probably a foreigner. "Who you are? What does that have to do with me?" said Lin Feng while smiling coldly, and then added, "Only a piece of trash relies on their social status to bully and attack other people. What you don't know, though, is that if you attempt to slap the wrong person, they might slap you back." "Slap me? That's a joke. Nobody has ever dared to slap me," said the young woman coldly. "Is that so?" said Lin Feng with a cold smile on the corner of his mouth, and then added, "What an honor, I will become the first to slap you." "You would dare to attack me," said the young woman, looking angrier and angrier. She continued, "If you touch me, you will die such a tragic death that you will not even need a grave for burial. There are some things which cannot be said, otherwise one has to pay the price for it. You said that a moment ago, do you remember?" said Lin Feng with the same ice-cold expression on his face. He then made another step and added, "Besides, there are some things which you cannot do without regard for other people. Now you will have to bear the consequences of your actions and be punished for your mistakes. You want me to slap my own face? Well, then I will slap yours." "Would you dare?" "Why wouldn't I?" said Lin Feng, who had finally arrived in front of the young woman. He then lifted his hand into the air. "Stop!" said a sudden voice. The crowd then looked at who had spoken. It was a lithe and graceful woman. She was carrying a gyukin. She was on the second floor and was heading to the flight of stairs. She looked so graceful and elegant that it seemed impossible to criticize her. Many people were looking at her. She was the owner of the place. Her name was Xin. She looked like such a pure and innocent person, however she was also stunningly beautiful. Her restaurant definitely had a well-deserved reputation. That woman looked more mature than the arrogant young woman, which made her even more beautiful and glamorous. It seems like the battle is not going to happen. Many people were looking at the beautiful woman who was personally getting involved. The tensions had definitely been started because of that arrogant young woman. Nobody liked her, but considering her social status, it was hard to oppose her. At that moment, Lin Feng turned around and looked at that woman. She was about 20. He thought that the woman was particularly attractive, but Lin Feng's expression didn't change much. Even if that woman was very beautiful, Meng Qing was much more beautiful than her. Besides, Lin Feng had been spending so much time with Meng Qing, and they got along really well. So Lin Feng was started to be immune to other women's beauty. "Is there a problem?" asked Lin Feng calmly, yet sounding cold and indifferent. Xin looked at Lin Feng. She looked angry. People who talked to her coldly and indifferently were rare. "You shouldn't touch her," said the woman in a soft and gentle tone which was hiding a certain authority. Lin Feng knew that that woman wouldn't accept any other answer than a positive and agreeing one. "Is it an order?" said Lin Feng on the same cold and detached tone while frowning. When she heard Lin Feng, Xin was surprised. Immediately she started smiling and said, "No, it's not an order. Just don't make me lose face. How does that sound?" "I understand," said Lin Feng while smiling indifferently. He then asked, "But do we know each other?" "Huh." Xin was looking at Lin Feng with the same gentle smile on her face and said, "Well, this is the first time we meet, but—" "All right, we don't know each other, it seems," said Lin Feng while interrupting Xin, and then said, "If we don't know each other, why should I care about you losing face?" Lin Feng's words astonished everybody. That guy was so aggressive. How could he talk to Xin that way? Besides, she was so beautiful. Obviously, Lin Feng didn't know what everyone was thinking, and he then continued. "When she started provoking my friend, you didn't come out at that moment, right? When she was provoking and slapping other people, or when she ordered me to slap my own face, you also didn't come out, right? She's been acting arrogantly and setting herself above everyone else this whole time. She's been humiliating and bullying a whole bunch of people. She wanted me to slap my own face, so now what are you doing? Why did you suddenly come out? What do you think you're doing?" continued Lin Feng. Xin was speechless. Lin Feng's words resonated through the entire restaurant. Everybody was speechless. They were all thinking about what Lin Feng had just said. Maybe that he was right. A moment before, they had thought that because Xin had come out, Lin Feng had to be quiet and respectful to her. However, at that moment, nobody thought that way anymore because everybody agreed with Lin Feng. Why had she suddenly come out? Why hadn't she come out earlier when that arrogant young woman was harassing the others? Xin had been slapped by Lin Feng, but it was an invisible one. Lin Feng's words had slapped her in the face. She hadn't respected Lin Feng by coming out at that moment. She had even attempted to humiliate Lin Feng. "People need to show respect if they want to continue living in dignity," said Lin Feng with a resplendent smile on his face. Suddenly, he landed a thunderous slap against the young woman's cheek. Under the crowd's amazement, he slowly lowered his hand. This was a real slap with a shocking sound on impact. Xin's restaurant was suddenly invaded by a heavy silence. Everybody was staring at the young woman's cheek. Lin Feng's hand had left a big red mark on her cheek. One could even see each of his individual finger marks on her face. Nobody would have thought that Lin Feng would actually slap such a beauty. He had slapped without the least bit of hesitation and with a good amount of force. He hadn't only humiliated the young woman by doing this, he had also made Xin lose face. The crowd was blankly staring at the young woman. She slowly raised her hand and then touched her cheek. She had the feeling that her cheek was on fire. Her family name was Duan. She was a member of the imperial clan. Nobody had ever dared slap her, and at that moment Lin Feng had slapped her. She had totally lost face. She looked so furious that her face had turned grotesque. "You shouldn't have done that," said Xin, breaking the heavy silence that had invaded the restaurant. She was still looking elegant and graceful. It seemed like she never lost her temper. "What you mean is that I should have let her humiliate everybody without doing anything," said Lin Feng while staring at Xin. He sounded just as calm as her, but that was Lin Feng's temperament. He was actually boiling with fury inside. Even if she attacks you and humiliates you, you cannot fight back. Besides, it hadn't even gone that far yet, replied Qing Xin. Well, sorry for having disappointed you, said Lin Feng coldly and ironically. Lin Feng thought that Qing Xin was a fake. She looked graceful, elegant, pure, and innocent on the outside, but she was actually arrogant and unfair. Lin Feng didn't like her at all. The problem is not about me being disappointed or not. It is actually close to what you said earlier. There are some things you cannot do unless you are ready to bear the responsibility for it and pay the price. You are wrong, said Lin Feng while shaking his head, and then added, not only are you wrong, but you are also extremely stupid. In the eyes of people like you, you think ordinary people like me are worthless. You can humiliate, bully, and attack us while we are not allowed to strike back. Even if we don't do or say anything, the situation is always the same. You bully us ordinary people. Attacking or not attacking, it's all the same since the consequences are the same. The consequences are not that serious anyway. What should I have done then anyway? Escape after having been humiliated? Could it be that? Do you really think that you will be able to leave without paying the price for what you have done? The consequences, unlike what you're saying, will be serious. I know that there is a price to pay for such actions, but I will not be the one to pay the price. I can guarantee that. Lin Feng glanced at the young woman when he said that he wouldn't be the one paying the price. He was talking extremely calmly, which surprised everybody. What Lin Feng meant was clear to everybody. If she kept provoking him, the young girl should first think about her own safety and escaping this place alive. Even Qing Xin was surprised and was blankly staring at Lin Feng. Was he really only a 16-year-old boy? He was so cold, so mature. Are you threatening me? Said the young woman who had understood what Lin Feng meant. The mark left by Lin Feng's hand on her cheek still hadn't disappeared. Oh, you are not as stupid as I thought. You understood that I was threatening you. Congratulations, said Lin Feng sarcastically. Lin Feng thought that the young woman was pathetic. She was walking around and acting like a warlord. She was probably doing that everywhere. Lin Feng thought that relying on the social status of one's family was stupid if one wasn't strong enough to protect their own life. If one met a madman, one would be in a critical situation regardless of social status. Not everyone was able to brave death. Most people would rather cling to life, which is why she had not been punished before. For some people, though, dignity and honor were more important than life. Maybe when you know who she is, you will not be as calm and serene as now, said Qing Xin. She wanted to scare Lin Feng. She wasn't used to seeing such young people remain so calm and have so much self-control. Tell me. Her family name is Duan, said Qing Xin while fixedly staring at Lin Feng. She had the impression that Lin Feng was going to react even a little and give himself away. At the same time, the young woman was staring at Lin Feng as well. She hoped that Lin Feng would be terrified and would kneel down. Unfortunately for them, they were going to be disappointed again. Lin Feng's expression eventually didn't change, and he still looked as cold and detached as before. A member of the imperial clan? Lin Feng didn't look scared at all. Instead, he had a big smile on his face. He then said, I also have a friend whose family name is Duan. He's sitting there at our table. Even though he is a member of the imperial clan, he is much more modest and amiable than her. He doesn't take advantage of his power to bully other people. He is not weak, so he doesn't need to manifest authority to feel superior. He knows that acting that way would just be a humiliation for the Duan clan. The young woman's face suddenly changed. She had tried to humiliate Lin Feng again, and in the end, she had been humiliated yet again. Qing Xin was also puzzled. She looked at the people sitting at Lin Feng's table. One person drew her attention. It was Meng Qing. Meng Qing was wearing a fine veil on her face, so Qing Xin believed even more that Meng Qing was the member of the Duan clan. Her posture and other small things made Meng Qing look very elegant and noble. There was an aura of nobility which emerged out of Meng Qing, which really made her look like a member of the Duan clan. Qing Xin seemed less confident after having looked at Meng Qing. Suddenly, Qing Xin turned around and looked at the second floor. On the second floor, there was a small room. She was the only one who could go there, but at that moment, it seemed like there were people in that room. We have never seen them. It was a simple sentence, but it made everyone feel frightened. We have never seen them. Lin Feng had said that he had come with a friend whose family name was also Duan. A second after, a mysterious voice came from the room on the second floor, had said that they hadn't seen them. That was probably referring to Lin Feng's sentence, and these people had probably said that to refute what he had said. Seems like the rumors are true. Qingxin is his wife, whispered some people surprised. It was surprising that Qingxin had played the gyukin for everybody. Usually she only played for him. When the young woman heard these words, the arrogant expression had disappeared from her face. That was him. In front of him, she was nothing. She was too insignificant to mention. He was like the sun, and she was just the candle light. When Qingxin heard that sentence, she slightly nodded. Since he had never seen them, then these people were not important. "Do you have anything else to add?" asked Qingxin while looking at Lin Feng in a cold and detached way as if she was waiting for Lin Feng to explain what he had said. Lin Feng slightly shook his head. Qingxin said, "Since you are in my restaurant, I would like to invite you to leave now. Thank you." When Qingxin finished talking, she started playing music loudly as if she wanted people to forget about that story. At that moment, two people appeared. One was standing on her left and the other on her right. Lin Feng was still standing calm, looking calm, and suddenly an oppressive force crashed onto his body. These two silhouettes belonged to the people who had been talking in the room on the second floor. "Extremely strong. I do not want to get involved in a fight with them." Lin Feng could feel how strong these people were. He then looked in the direction of the second floor and suddenly thought that the people he encountered could be the people that Duan Feng had told him about. Lin Feng was only trying to guess. Could it be that these people were friends with the cruel and evil crown prince, or with the warm and friendly second prince? "Who is annoying my daughter?" At that moment, a strong and loud voice spread through the atmosphere. It was coming from the room on the second floor. A silhouette then appeared and came down the stairs from the second to the first floor. That person looked incredibly imposing. He was only standing there, and people could already feel oppressed by the qi emerging from his body. It was a middle-aged man. Qingxin nodded, and he then immediately looked at the two people standing next to her. They slightly moved their head and then stopped. For a moment, it seemed like nothing had ever happened. "Daddy," said the arrogant young woman. She wanted to walk towards him, but realized that she couldn't. A strong and cold qi was enveloping her body, and she couldn't move at all. It seemed like if she tried to resist, she could die at any moment. "How audacious," said the middle-aged man walking towards Lin Feng while releasing some oppressive qi. At that moment, the entire restaurant was filled with an oppressive qi. Some of the people were ready to collapse because of that extremely strong qi, and many were trying to move farther away. Lin Feng's body was being more and more oppressed with each passing second. He had the feeling his bones were going to crack. He had the feeling that he was carrying an object of several tons on his back. "Do you regret now?" said Qingxin, cold and detached. She hoped to see Lin Feng express negative emotions and feelings such as fear or resentment. "There are some things, when you do them, you never regret them," said Lin Feng while smiling imperturbedly. He sometimes looked and sounded like a noble hero. Being drunk, singing, talking loudly, etc., all of these are humane things to do, but human beings need dignity, otherwise life is useless. There were some things which had to be done even if they were wrong. "Even if you regret, I will not give you any chance," said the middle-aged man when he saw the mark on his daughter's cheek. More strong and oppressive qi emerged from his body and moved straight to Lin Feng. "Getting drunk, singing and talking loudly, etc., whispered Meng Qing, repeating Lin Feng's words. She looked perplexed. Meng Qing stood up and went towards Lin Feng. She then stayed behind him. She was looking at all these people attacking and oppressing Lin Feng's body at the same time. A light flashed in her eyes. "So many people attacking a single person, is that a normal thing for you people to do?" said Meng Qing slowly. In the blink of an eye, she moved at the speed of light and appeared in front Lin Feng in one step. At that moment, an incredibly and astonishing energy invaded the atmosphere and made everything and everyone in the restaurant freeze. People's hearts were pounding. They were terrified and frozen in terror. "Everybody else get lost." The atmosphere was getting colder and colder. People were shaking from head to toe in fear. "How powerful! That's the strength of the xianxia layer." The entire crowd had the feeling that they were literally frozen, especially the arrogant young woman who was stood close to Meng Qing. A layer of ice had appeared on her body, and it was slowly getting thicker with each passing second. This power could make an entire lake or river freeze solid. What a monstrously terrifying power. In the entire Zuyue country, any cultivator of the xianxia layer was considered as an amazing talent and an extremely powerful cultivator. They could easily become elders in the biggest sects of the country, or in some sects, patriarchs. Even the fine veil that was covering Meng Qing's face was covered with ice. The qi emerging from her body was extremely pure. How old was she? Nobody had paid attention to that detail. Suddenly, her eyes looked even more beautiful than usual. Qing Xin felt a shiver run down her spine. She had tried to scare Lin Feng, but it hadn't worked. However, at that moment, her face underwent a drastic change. She suddenly looked frightened, and her face had filled with terror. Qing Xin had noticed that Meng Qing was amazing when she first laid eyes upon her. Some people didn't need to talk to display their abilities. They gave an aura which allowed people to sense their strength unconsciously. Meng Qing was one of these incredibly powerful people. She was fascinating, but the scariest thing was her strength. Everybody could feel the cold sweat dripping down their backs. With a single movement, they could all die. She had taken one terrifying step, and it seemed that the entire restaurant was about to completely freeze. Lin Feng was standing behind Meng Qing, but he couldn't feel any of the cold qi emerging from her body. However, he had been able to sense how powerful Meng Qing was from the qi within the atmosphere. Lin Feng was astonished. Not only was this girl extremely beautiful, but she was also extremely strong. How was such a thing possible? Besides, she didn't seem to be aware of how incredibly strong she was. I knew it. She's been living in the Black Wind Mountain for her entire life. She obviously had to be extremely strong, thought Lin Feng while smiling. Such a monstrously beautiful and strong woman was traveling with him. It seemed like the future was going to be brighter for him. But a girl had come to protect him. How could he not feel slightly disturbed by that? "You shouted the middle-aged man loudly. He took a few steps towards the arrogant young woman, grabbed her, and moved far away from Meng Qing. That girl was terrifying. "What the hell are you still doing here?" said Meng Qing coldly. The middle-aged man's pupils shrank, and his facial expression looked extremely hideous. "Let's go," said the middle-aged man while moving his hand as a sign that it was time to leave. They left using the window and not the door on the ground floor. "You two get lost too," said Meng Qing, looking at the two men on Qing Xin's left and right. Her voice was cold as always. She didn't seem like she was losing temper at all. "This is my restaurant," said Qing Xin. "We have been disrespected in your restaurant, so I don't really care whose restaurant it is." Meng Qing took a step forward and raised her slender white hand in the air. At that moment, an extremely strong yet cold qi invaded the atmosphere of the entire restaurant. It suddenly seemed like the entire restaurant was caving in under the pressure. There was no sound, but the restaurant was being buried into oblivion. Suddenly, multiple rays of sun could be felt by the people standing inside the restaurant. Meng Qing had barely moved her hand, and the entire restaurant had been completely destroyed. There hadn't even been a sound, and the restaurant crumbled. Lin Feng was amazed by her power. His mouth was wide open, but he was speechless. This girl was way too strong. Outside on the road, the crowd could see that Qing Xin's restaurant had been destroyed. Rays of light and a strong qi had invaded the atmosphere around the restaurant. Many people stopped by and were looking at the restaurant. What is going on? Has Qing Xin's restaurant been attacked? How audacious, suddenly daring to destroy Qing Xin's restaurant. Everybody was looking at the restaurant and was astonished. Qing Xin's back was soaked with cold sweat. That girl was so strong. Revenge would be impossible, but it still wasn't a good idea to provoke the people on the second floor. At that moment, a silhouette fell from the sky where the second floor used to be and landed on the ground. That person was wearing black clothes and had a grave yet stern face. He was coldly looking at Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng said that the crown prince was aggressive, brutal, heartless, etc., but this man doesn't seem to be such a person, so he can't be the crown prince. Besides, the second prince is supposed to be warm, friendly, and smart, but the qi emerging out of his body doesn't fit with that nature of person. So who could that person be? Thought Lin Feng. He was convinced that this person wasn't either the crown or the second prince, but he was probably another member of the Duan clan. "Xianxia layer," whispered the man in black clothes. He then said firmly, "You are strong, but being a cultivator of the xianxia layer doesn't allow you to do whatever you wish in the imperial city and its surroundings. I will not tolerate such actions." When Meng Qing heard him threaten her, she made a very strange face and said, "What the hell are you still doing here?" When she finished talking, Meng Qing raised her hand again. "Let's go," said the man in black clothes, immediately grabbing Qing Xin and leaving. "Speaking so much bullshit," said Meng Qing while putting her hand down. The man in black clothes heard her from the sky and was extremely furious. Lin Feng was laughing. That girl really didn't like talking, instead she directly attacked. Some people were laughing at the man who had just left because he had threatened them, but in the end had retreated like the rest. He probably did not have the strength to back up his words against Meng Qing. Meng Qing turned around and looked at the others. The rest of her group were looking at her as she was a monster. "Meng Qing, sister, you are so incredibly strong," said Lin Feng while making a wry smile. He already thought that Lin Feng was monstrously skilled, but Meng Qing was surprisingly even stronger. It was almost as if she wasn't a human being. How was she practicing her cultivation? Jing Yun's beautiful eyes were wide open in shock. Immediately after, a sorrowful expression appeared in her eyes. She felt ashamed of her inferiority. Meng Qing was stronger and much more beautiful than her. "Are you a human being or a monster?" whispered Lin Feng. That girl was way too amazing. "Nai Zyro Kaiyan," whispered Meng Qing, looking strange. Immediately after, she walked towards the table and sat down. Lin Feng was speechless. "Lin Feng, big brother, who is Nai Zyro Kaiyan?" asked Lin Feng, looking confused and staring at Lin Feng. "The sister of a supernatural entity," whispered Lin Feng, which made Lin Feng shiver from head to toe. Lin Feng sat down next to Meng Qing and whispered, "You are so amazingly strong, why have you never told me?" "You never asked," replied Meng Qing, which made Lin Feng's eyes roll. He felt depressed. "Well, how strong are you?" asked Lin Feng. Meng Qing looked at Lin Feng. A light flashed in her eyes and she said, "I'm not telling you, but I should be strong enough to protect you from any dangers," added Meng Qing, which made Lin Feng feel much better all of a sudden. Such a wonderful and beautiful woman said she would protect him. That wasn't a bad idea. "But after this, you should tell me at least 5 stories a day from your home," continued Meng Qing, which stupefied Lin Feng. 5 stories a day. When Lin Feng and Jing Yun heard Lin Feng and Meng Qing's conversation, their minds were filled of questions. Nai Zyro Kaiyan, the sister of a supernatural being, Lin Feng's home. Jing Yun was feeling particularly bad to see that Lin Feng and Meng Qing were already so close and intimate. Besides, she couldn't understand anything from what they were saying. Jing Yun felt her heart grow sick. Maybe only a girl like Meng Qing can make Lin Feng fall in love with her, thought Jing Yun. Suddenly, a smile appeared on her face. For Jing Yun, Lin Feng was an outstanding genius. The people who were in the restaurant were leaving one after the other. Lin Feng and the others, against all expectations, were calm and unperturbed. They ate their fill, drank a lot, and then left what remained of Qing Xin's destroyed restaurant. At that moment, a myriad of people were moving towards the imperial city. The gate of the imperial city was about to be opened. Lin Feng was driving the carriage towards the imperial city. A short time after, they arrived in front of the magnificent and grandiose gate. "That gate and the gate of the Yun Hai sect really have nothing in common," whispered Lin Feng. There was a huge queue on the stone bridge leading to the gate of the imperial city. "Look, there are some people entering from the sky. How strong!" The entire crowd, who was queuing on the ground, could not help but stare at them with envious eyes. They had raised their head and could see people were entering the city from the sky. Lin Feng raised his head and saw gigantic black wings in the sky. They were creating whirlwinds in the air as they moved through the air. "It looks like a legendary rock. Could it be Chu Zhanpeng?" thought Lin Feng, surprised. The person on the bird looked at the crowd on the ground and then entered the imperial city at full speed. "Chu Zhanpeng is really extraordinary. Looking down at the gate of the imperial city like this, and then directly entering into the imperial city," thought many people. He was extremely strong. Wherever he was respected. Even the imperial clan members respected him. He could even enter the imperial city like this, and nobody would prevent him from doing so. Those who were strong enough to fly had enough power to do as they wished. They could all enter the imperial city without waiting. "Chu Zhanpeng, wait for me," said a distant voice in the sky. At that moment, snowflakes started falling from the sky. That person was wearing snow-white robes. Immediately after, that person followed Chu Zhanpeng and entered into the imperial city. "The high official Luo Zhu," said the crowd, surprised. The Zhu Yue country had 8 high officials. 6 of these high officials were from the imperial city and 2 were external. There was one in the Hao Yue sect and one in the Ice and Snow Mountain village. If the 2 external high officials came to the imperial city, it meant that all of the high officials were going to have a meeting. In the very center of the imperial city, there was a huge and magnificent palace. Around the palace, there was a myriad of guards walking around. That palace was the core of the imperial city, but also of the entire Zhu Yue country. That palace belonged to the imperial clan. The rumors say that there are 81 checkpoints in the palace. These checkpoints had heavy curtains which would need to be passed through. Only those who managed to go through all of these checkpoints could reach the inner palace. At that moment, there was a silhouette walking inside the palace. That person was walking normally as if they were walking on a normal street. Nobody was obstructing their way. That person was wearing black clothes. That man's facial expression was rigid and motionless like a mountain. That man passed through various heavy curtains and arrived in front of a pond. By the pond, there was a bench where someone was sat as they fished in the pond. That person was wearing simple white robe and looked very friendly. He was about 20 years old. The man in black clothes and the one in the white robe looked similar. The man in the white robe was sitting on the bench and fishing, looked quite enigmatic. The man in black clothes had arrived behind the man in the white robe and didn't say anything. An instant later, the man in the white robes who was fishing suddenly started shaking, especially his hand, and with a quick pull, he suddenly pulled a silver fish out of the water, which landed next to him in his bamboo basket. The fish was about half a kilo. The way the man in white robes had caught that fish was both graceful and elegant. Immediately after that, a big smile had appeared on his face. "Nanshan, come, sit down," said the young man in white robes to the man in black clothes while smiling warmly. "Your Majesty," said Nanshan while bowing. He didn't sit down. "Nanshan, I haven't seen you in a while. What brings you here?" "He," smiled Nanshan while nodding his head and then said, "Your Majesty, Chu Zhanpeng and Luo Zhu are here. The holy courtyard of Zhu Yue is about to be inaugurated, so this is not at all surprising. You probably haven't come only to tell me this." The young man still had a warm and friendly smile on his face, but he also looked very wise. "His Majesty has a sixth sense and can see the future with supernatural accuracy. Today, Qingxin's restaurant was destroyed. I also met with two very interesting people." "Qingxin's restaurant? Her restaurant is quite a nice place to go. Nanshan, Qingxin is not a small girl anymore. When do you intend to marry her? I will gladly arrange for your wedding." The young man didn't seem to be interested in what Nanshan was saying. He rather changed the subject and started talking about Nanshan's private life. The young man in black clothes looked grateful. His Majesty always unconsciously moved the hearts of other people. He was indeed a very kind man. Qingxin was the woman he liked, so if the young man approved their union, the woman's family had no choice but to accept it, no matter how illustrious they were. Therefore, the young man's sentence had been enough to make Nanshan's heart beat faster with joy. But Nanshan thought that it wasn't the right moment to talk about his wedding. "Your Majesty, today, Du and Yu went to Qingxin's restaurant. She acted childishly and made a scene, and when she came across a 16-year-old young man, he slapped her." "Huh!" The young man smiled and said, "Well, that is a funny and interesting story. People who would dare slap her outside of the imperial city are indeed rare. I am sure that Duan Lai helped her to deal with this situation. It is also unlikely that Qingxin watched with folded arms, right?" "Your Majesty, you are right. Everybody got involved, but in the end, it wasn't enough, and the restaurant ended up being destroyed. I also had to escape with Qingxin. There was a young teenager of the Xianxia layer." Nanshan smiled, which made the young man look even more interested in his story. The young man then said, "A teenager of the Xianxia layer? It's impossible. What clan could he be from?" "Your Majesty, I didn't express myself clearly. There was indeed a teenager of the Xianxia layer, but it was a young girl. She is extremely beautiful. She looks very delicate, innocent, and graceful. The clan she comes from, Nanshan was deliberately trying to make his story sound more interesting, which made the young man laugh. The young man then said, "Nanshan, you know how to keep me in suspense, but that young girl of the Xianxia layer, what is her social status?" "I really don't know. I've never seen her before, but I think that your Majesty will definitely be more interested in that young man." "Oh." The young man was really curious at that moment. Who could be more interesting than a young girl of the Xianxia layer? "What's his name?" "Lin Feng," replied the man in black clothes. "Lin Feng," whispered the young man. "On the day when the Yun Hai sect was destroyed, one of the disciples was saved, and I'm pretty sure his name was Lin Feng." "Indeed. That's him. The story of his life is even more interesting," said the man in black clothes, keeping the young man in suspense. "Tell me," said the young man with excitement flashing in his eyes. "Lin Feng is from Yangzhou City," said the man in black clothes. "Yangzhou City, Lin Feng," repeated the young man in a low voice. He thought for a few seconds, and then his face became rigid. His eyes were sparkling, and then he said, "Her son, indeed her son," nodded the man in black clothes. The young man seemed fascinated and then said, "I'm indeed really interested in him. Please tell me more." By the way, Nan Shan, you should not tell too many people about this. Your Majesty, I know what to do, replied Nan Shan while smiling. Lin Feng didn't know that people were talking about him at that moment. One important thing was that Lin Feng didn't have a social status in Yangzhou City or in the Imperial City. He was just an ordinary person with no powerful background to protect him. The four of them got out of the carriage and were looking at the gigantic Celestial Academy. There were many cultivators walking by. Most of them looked excited and incredibly arrogant. The name of the academy was written in huge, bold, and flamboyant cursive calligraphy at the entrance of the city, under the arch of the entrance gate. There were some old men sitting on chairs and had tables in front of them. On the tables, they had ink and brushes. People who arrived next to them gave them a letter which the old man signed. After that, the cultivators happily entered the Celestial Academy. Raour! At that moment, a ferocious beast roared which drew the attention of many people. Everybody turned around and saw a woman in red robes sitting on a ferocious beast. That ferocious beast was a brown goblin lion. Its hair was thick and looked like flames. Its roaring sufficed to make anyone feel intimidated. Sitting on a Ling-level ferocious beast, how imposing! Some people were amazed. Some of them looked jealous, some others looked envious. Zhang Ling, at that moment an illusion flew through the air and arrived behind the woman in red robes. A moon wolf, another ferocious beast of the Ling level. The eyes of the people in the crowd shrank. They could only see a young man sitting on the back of that ferocious beast. The young man was about 16 years old. The Celestial Academy really deserves its reputation. Everyone was astonished. Even though the Celestial Academy wasn't well known in the Imperial City, its reputation was obvious at that moment. It was also known for accepting only extremely outstanding disciples, as well as disciples coming from the best clans and families of the country. Of course, some of them weren't paying attention to the ferocious beasts. Some of the people only had eyes revealing determination and willpower to succeed. Lin Feng, it seems like we look a bit downtrodden, said Lin Feng, who was driving the carriage. They could feel the qi released by the ferocious beasts. Suddenly, the horses of their carriage stopped. They refused to move further, scared of the ferocious beasts. Lin Feng smiled wryly and tried to make the horses move forward. Lin Feng, brother, I came here to practice cultivation and not for fun, said Lin Feng while shaking his head and smiling. At that moment, some people turned around and while looking at Lin Feng and the others, they said, "Another group of beggars has arrived. They look so miserable." Lin Feng and the others coldly looked at those who were saying these things about them. They only saw that these people were smiling. "What are you guys saying?" asked Lin Feng coldly. But contrary to one's expectations, Lin Feng immediately said, "Lin Feng, let's go. Go and enter your name on the list." When he finished talking, Lin Feng continued driving the carriage forwards. "Lin Feng, big brother," said Lin Feng, who was surprised while looking at Lin Feng, who was smiling and shaking his head. "There are so many idiots. Can you afford wasting your qi against so many idiots?" Lin Feng was surprised. He hadn't expected such a funny answer. He laughed and shook his head. However, Lin Feng's words made these people angry, and they made a hideous face when they heard his words. "You filthy beggar, if it wasn't forbidden to make trouble near the Celestial Academy, I would cripple your cultivation," said a young man coldly. However, Lin Feng just ignored him. He was starting to get used to idiots in this world. "Zhuo Qiu, whom are you arguing with?" said a voice which had come from behind Zhuo Qiu. At that moment, Duan Yu's staff had appeared. "Nobody, a mere beggar, that's all," said Zhuo Qiu indifferently. At that moment, Zhuo Qiu jumped down from his moon wolf. Even though Duan Lai's status wasn't high in the hierarchy of the Duan clan, their family name was still Duan, and they required respect from other people. The vision they had of life was that people could be classified into different classes, lower, middle, and upper classes. Their thoughts were strictly confined into that system. That was why they had insulted Lin Feng when they saw that Duan Yu had arrived. Therefore, they could show that their social class was lower than that of Duan Yu, but still higher than that of Lin Feng. "Since he's a beggar, there's no need to get angry. Go and enter your name on the list," said Duan Yu coldly. At that moment, the mark left by Lin Feng's hand on her cheek had disappeared. Her house had enough pills, so it was easy to cure such a small injury, but her dignity had been affected, and he had wounded her deep within her heart. An emotional injury wouldn't be easy to cure. One of the most horrible things for her is that such news spread quickly in the Imperial City. What would other people think about her? Lin Feng arrived at the desk where the old men were. One of the old men immediately said, "Please give me your recommendation letter." "All right," replied Lin Feng and handed it over to the old man. The old man looked surprised. He raised his head and asked, "Your family name is Duan?" "Indeed," replied Lin Feng. "Oh, okay. Go over there and get your card, then you can enter the academy. Of course, some people will welcome you when you arrive," said the old man while pointing at the place where Lin Feng could get his student card. Lin Feng nodded. "Lin Feng, big brother, let's go inside," said Lin Feng to Lin Feng. Right after the old man said, "How many people are you? Where are their letters of recommendation?" Letters of recommendation. Lin Feng and the others didn't have a letter of recommendation. How could they? Lin Feng shook his head and said, "We are just accompanying him. We don't have letters of recommendation." "If you don't have a letter of recommendation, you don't belong to the Celestial Academy, and if you are not members of the Academy, you are not allowed to go inside. Even family members cannot go inside. You can leave on your own," said the old man calmly but still sounding strict, as if he was giving them an order. Lin Feng had just realized that many people who had come there were of noble families, but that nobody was accompanied by their group. That was probably because of that rule. Bloody beggars who can't understand the rules. They don't even have a letter of recommendation and are making fools of themselves, said Xiu, who had arrived near them and heard the old man. "Xiu is right. Where are these filthy beggars from? Such a disgrace," said a girl next to him whose name was Zhang Ling. All the words she said were harsh and poignant. "Duan Yu, what do you think?" asked Zhang Ling to Duan Yu. She knew that Duan Yu was the most arrogant of all of them. She also thought that Duan Yu wouldn't hesitate and slap these lowly beggars. But at that moment, Zhang Ling noticed that Duan Yu was staring at a certain young man's back. She was shivering in fear. She looked strange and was both angry and frightened at the same time. Lin Feng turned around and saw Duan Yu. Lin Feng smiled, which surprised Duan Yu. "As expected from people who would be your friends. You and your friends are the same type of trash. Only bullshit comes out of their mouths just like it did from your mouth," said Lin Feng coldly, which made Zhang Ling and Xiu furious. That beggar had suddenly dared to provoke them. Besides, he also dared to provoke Duan Yu. How audacious. But Zhang Ling and Xiu looked at Duan Yu and saw that apart from looking embarrassed, she didn't look like she was planning to act. Duan Yu was usually so proud and easily lost her temper, but at that moment, she remained silent. Zhang Ling and Xiu were very surprised and found the situation extremely strange. "Whose mouth are you talking about?" said Zhang Ling while staring at Lin Feng when she saw that Duan Yu wasn't talking. The lion on which she was sitting roared in anger. Ling ferocious beasts were extremely smart and could feel their master's emotions. "No intelligence, stupid as hell. I really don't understand why the Celestial Academy would accept such trash," said Lin Feng while shaking his head. He had humiliated them twice already. Lin Feng could tolerate certain things, but these people really seemed insatiable. He couldn't bear their ignorance anymore. "A beggar like you who doesn't even have a letter of recommendation dares call in question the decisions of the Celestial Academy. You are really shameless. Today, even though the Academy doesn't allow such things, I will slap you," said Zhang Ling coldly. Nobody had ever dared call her a trash. "That's enough. Today is the registration day of the Celestial Academy. Get lost," said the old man who looked furious. "Teacher, here is my letter of recommendation. Please," said Zhang Ling, who walked over to the old man. She was standing next to Lin Feng and gave her letter of recommendation to the old man. When the old man saw the signature on her letter of recommendation, he seemed surprised. He then immediately said, "You can go and get your card over there, then you can enter the academy." "Don't be impatient," said Zhang Ling while looking at Lin Feng. At that moment, Xiu also went to the old man to hand over his letter of recommendation. The old man looked at it careful and said, while nodding his head, "Not bad, not even 17 years old and already at the second Ling Qi layer. That Xiu clan has given birth to a good young man." "Thank you, honorable teacher," said Xiu while smiling and looking proud. "Xiu, however, don't get too excited. There are many geniuses in the Celestial Academy, and next time try and refrain from making the Xiu clan lose face." "Of course, I understand. I won't," said Xiu while shaking his head. He then immediately glanced at Lin Feng and said coldly, "However, teacher, right now there is someone who deserves to be punished." A light flashed in the old man's eyes while glancing at Lin Feng. Even though today is the registration day of the Celestial Academy, and it is forbidden to create a disturbance, fighting against the people who don't have letters of recommendation is indeed possible. said the old man, which surprised Lin Feng and the others. He then added, "The power and influence of the Celestial Academy is very wide. If I don't slap your filthy mouth, I don't deserve to be a member of the Celestial Academy," said Zhuo Qiu while smiling. After all, those people didn't even have a letter of recommendation, and they were acting recklessly. They were asking for trouble. At that moment, more and more people were coming closer to see what was going on. They wouldn't have thought that some people would be causing trouble while next to the academy. "Beggars will be beggars. They should be punished for being shameless," said a young man in the crowd. He was wearing magnificent clothes and sounded extremely arrogant. These people thought that ordinary people should never be accepted to the Celestial Academy, even if they were strong cultivators, because cultivators who belonged to rich and powerful clans had more resources and more money to invest in cultivation goods. Therefore, poor cultivators, even if they were strong, could never reach the level of rich cultivators. What a bunch of trash, only taking advantage of their power to bully other people. Apart from being able to buy extremely expensive pills to increase one's cultivation power, what's the point of being that wealthy? Said a voice in the crowd who contradicted all that the others were saying. That person was, on the contrary, despising cultivators who came from wealthy and noble clans. Two more people agreed with him. Different views and opinions were suddenly emerging amongst the people in the crowd. In the imperial city, there were many cultivators who came from wealthy and prestigious clans and families. Many of them were really arrogant. As time passed, conflicts and tensions were rising between the different social classes. That was something specific to the imperial city. In other cities, such things almost never happened. HMPH, what is the point of talking so much shit? A good fight would the best way to find out who is stronger than whom, said some wealthy and noble cultivators in the crowd. There were some people who knew the Zhuo clan and its most outstanding junior cultivator, Zhuo Qiu. Because he wasn't even 17 at the time and had already broken through to the second Ling Qi layer, Lin Feng, who wasn't 17 yet either, could never hope to defeat him. HMPH, challenging him who doesn't even have a letter of recommendation, is that really fair? People like us shouldn't challenge weaker people, said Zhuo Qiu. He felt secure in the knowledge that he had backing. If you don't dare, just say it and don't try to find excuses. Zhuo Qiu, just slap that guy a few times and show to the wealthy and noble cultivators that these beggars cannot compete with us, said a young man in the crowd who had already been talking for a while about how strong the noble cultivators were. The young man who was talking was wearing yellow clothes and looked unbelievably arrogant. He seemed to be about 18 years old. Don't worry, Bai Zi. No need to tell me this. Even without you telling me this, I would still slap him and make him close that filthy mouth of his, said Zhuo Qiu while smiling. Haha, everything's all right then. You just can't afford to make the Zhuo clan lose face, said Bai Zi with an enigmatic smile on his face. Even though Zhuo Qiu was strong and had been accepted into the academy, he still didn't attack Lin Feng even though he just had to stretch out his hand and slap him. Bai Zi was just wondering why Zhuo Qiu had required so much time to act. Is it even possible for the Zhuo clan to lose face? Said Zhuo Qiu with his head held high, and while looking at Lin Feng in a disdainful way. He then coldly said to Lin Feng, "If you slap your own face, I will not attack you." "I've rarely met such a moronic group of people," said Lin Feng while exasperated. He didn't even pay attention to Zhuo Qiu. He was looking at Duan Yu, who didn't even try to warn Zhuo Qiu of the danger. Instead, she was calmly watching the scene and was waiting for the show to start. Everybody was quickly going to learn about the fact that Lin Feng had slapped her. But if Lin Feng showed his strength then at that moment, she wouldn't lose as much face because everybody would see how strong he was, and people wouldn't think that she had been slapped by a random nobody. Moronic, the crowd found Lin Feng intriguing and were getting more and more interested. Zhuo Qiu, the one you called a beggar, has just called you a moron. Hee, Zhuo Qiu, seems like you're intimidated by this young man, said another voice. These brutal comments had made Zhuo Qiu look angrier. Not only I will slap your face, but I will slap their faces too. I will teach you and your friends a good lesson, said Zhuo Qiu looking at Meng Qing and Jing Yun. This had made Lin Feng furious. He didn't like provoking people, but people always decided to provoke him. Why did these nobles always look down on those they thought were weaker than themselves? Are you still not done talking utter nonsense? Said Lin Feng coldly, making Zhuo Qiu even more enraged. His body shivered. He raised his hand with the palm of his hand wide open. The qi emerging out of it created a whirlwind in the air. He swung his hand directly towards Lin Feng. Such a strong slap sufficed to send anyone flying on impact. A cold and indifferent smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. He raised his hand as fast as a lightning and stopped Zhuo Qiu's hand halfway. "Huh," said Zhuo Qiu, surprised. That guy was not weak if he was able to stop his hand like that. "Do you think that using all your strength to block a slap is useful?" said Zhuo Qiu coldly. Suddenly, flames emerged from his body. Immediately, he opened his mouth and spat out fire. Suddenly, the flames began to rush straight towards Lin Feng. "What a strange skill," said the crowd, surprised. Lin Feng was definitely unlucky, and it didn't look good for him if he took this surprise attack. But at that moment, Lin Feng used his other hand to carry out an attack. An incredibly strong qi emerged out of his palm and moved straight towards Zhuo Qiu's flames, extinguishing them, and then continuing towards Zhuo Qiu. Immediately, Zhuo Qiu retrieved his other hand and then joined both his hands to release an incredibly powerful flame which moved straight towards Lin Feng's attack. The air was hot and heavy, but Zhuo Qiu's eyes were ice cold. He had greatly underestimated Lin Feng and had been forced to use his full power to protect himself. But Lin Feng's had attacked again. Even though Zhuo Qiu had blocked Lin Feng's first slap, his eyes were wide open and fixedly staring at a palm, moving towards his face at full speed. "Retreat," thought Zhuo Qiu, surprised, but wasn't it too late? "Clap!" At that moment, a clear and loud clapping noise spread in the atmosphere. The entire crowd was dumbfounded. He wanted to slap Lin Feng, but he had been slapped by Lin Feng in return. Lin Feng had not used much of his strength. Zhuo Qiu was still standing there, but his dignity had been hurt more than his cheek. His dignity had even been completely trampled over, and he had completely lost face. "You dared to hit me?" said Zhuo Qiu, who didn't realize what had just happened. He touched his cheek. It was burning, and he had a large bruise on his face. "What gave you the first clue?" said Lin Feng in reply to his stupid question. "You have tested my patience enough today. I'm tired of your ignorance." "Get lost," said Lin Feng while raising his hand and slapping Zhuo Qiu again. That time, Lin Feng didn't restrain himself from using his strength. The palm of his hand immediately crashed onto Zhuo Qiu's face, which sent him flying several meters backwards. When the crowd heard Zhuo Qiu's body heavily fall down onto the ground, they shivered for a second. That slap, how cruel. Lin Feng turned around and looked at Zhang Ling. She looked surprised and made a step back. "You deserve the same thing," said Lin Feng. Zhang Ling's pupils shrank. She looked incredibly scared. What a humiliation. "I will kill you," suddenly shouted Zhuo Qiu furiously while slowly standing up. "Whistling Moon Wolf," yelled Zhuo Qiu. Zhuo Qiu's Whistling Moon Wolf was moving towards Lin Feng at an incredible speed. It looked like it was traveling faster than light. It emitted a dazzling light as it moved and seemed like it was tearing the atmosphere apart. "Animal," said Lin Feng. A bright light flashed between the wolf and Lin Feng. Suddenly, there was no light remaining between them and no sound could be heard. The moon wolf's body fell heavily onto the ground with no sign of life. "That light came from a sword. It was definitely a sword," said some people in the crowd. It had been an extremely quick and agile sword attack. One sword strike and he had killed the Ling-level moon wolf. "You," said Zhuo Qiu, extremely furious. His face looked demonic. "If you don't want me to close your filthy mouth for eternity, then don't force me listen to your bullshit again," said Lin Feng while emanating a ruthless killing intent. Obviously, Zhuo Qiu quickly closed his mouth but still looked extremely furious. No matter how furious he was, he did not dare say a word. He, and they are so arrogant. Noble and wealthy cultivators really are such a joke. They're not even able to withstand a single attack. Such a bunch of trash, said someone in the crowd. Those who had been encouraging Zhuo Qiu to attack Lin Feng. Not only had Zhuo Qiu not managed to slap Lin Feng, but he had been slapped twice. That had caused a great humiliation for all of the wealthy and noble cultivators who had previously been acting arrogant. They had the feeling that they had been slapped themselves. "Zhuo Qiu, you're the disgrace of the Zhuo clan," said Bai Zi coldly, which made Zhuo Qiu feel embarrassed at his own actions. Zhuo Qiu had already been humiliated, but Bai Zi was ruthless with his insults. Zhuo Qiu was furious. But when Zhuo Qiu thought of how strong the Bai clan was, he controlled himself and continued to endure the torment. At that moment, Lin Feng was fixedly staring at Bai Zi, which made Bai Zi wonder what Lin Feng wanted. Bai Zi's pupils shrank and he looked at Lin Feng. "A moment ago, are you not the one who said to Zhuo Qiu to slap me a few times?" said Lin Feng to Bai Zi indifferently. The crowd suddenly quieted down again. Lin Feng wanted to fight yet again? Lin Feng was starting to grow angry and impatient when he saw that Bai Zi wasn't replying at all. You ordered him to slap me, but he failed. Shouldn't you try it yourself now? Shouldn't you show to everyone that you were right about the fact that wealthy and noble cultivators are the best? Said Lin Feng, whose words were resonating throughout the crowd. At that moment, all the cultivators who were not from wealthy and noble families started giggling and laughing at Bai Zi. Bai Zi, a moment ago, you provoked and humiliated someone. What are you doing now? Could it be that you are scared? Bai Zi, weren't you saying that wealthy and noble cultivators were 1,000,000 times better than ordinary cultivators? Why can you not prove your statements with your actions? Give us evidence. Show it to us. Could it be that the only thing the wealthy and noble cultivators possess is a big mouth? All of these harsh words were stabbing into the ears of the noble and wealthy cultivators. Everybody without exception, noble and ordinary cultivators, were staring at Bai Zi, looking forward to hearing his response. Bai Zi was standing in the middle of the crowd. His magnificent clothes could not hide the evil expression on his face. He had a gruesome and blood-curdling facial expression. He looked like an evil monster. Lin Feng's words had made him extremely angry. If he didn't fight, people would ridicule him to death. The fight between Lin Feng and Zhuo Qiu had made it impossible to determine Lin Feng's real strength. They did not even have a chance to see Zhuo Qiu's level of strength. The only thing people could be sure about is that Zhuo Qiu was weaker than Lin Feng. He is about 16 years old, but he is already very strong. He is most likely at the peak of the second Ling Qi layer, and he is much stronger than Zhuo Qiu, thought Bai Zi as he tried to reassure himself. Bai Zi had already broken through to the third Ling Qi layer and could easily defeat Zhuo Qiu if he wished. Initially, he thought that Lin Feng was a mere beggar, but Lin Feng's strength as well as his personality left Bai Zi perplexed. He was puzzled. For him, his downtrodden appearance didn't correspond to his personality and strength. Bai Zi was not convinced because for him, no matter if he won or lost that battle, there would be no benefit for him in the slightest. If he won, nobody would acknowledge his strength. Indeed, winning against a beggar was something normal and obviously expected from him. Nobody would think it is a glorious thing for him to win against a nobody. Some people would even think that he abused his power to bully the weak. However, if he lost, he would lose face and would maybe be regarded as someone not worth mentioning. He would maybe lose everything that he had worked so hard to build all of his life. Are you sure that you want me to show you how strong I am? Asked Bai Zi in an extremely evil tone. His manner of speaking reminded Lin Feng of Wen Renyan. Bai Zi also sounded like a snake, or more precisely, an evil and venomous snake. Yes, I am sure, replied Lin Feng while nodding. Have you thought about the consequences yet? Said Bai Zi, looking even more evil. If I show you my strength, then you will be sure to regret it forever. He, laughed Lin Feng while a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He then coldly said, You, rich and wealthy cultivators, have really filthy mouths. I'm starting to get used to how much you guys like to talk. You don't need to keep talking. I have heard enough bullshit already today. At the same time, while talking, Lin Feng glanced at Zhuo Qiu. Zhuo Qiu and Bai Zi looked the same to him. Haha, did you hear that? Bai Zi should stop talking about other people. Yeah, absolutely. These rich and noble cultivators seem to be extremely strong when you listen to them, but if you challenge them, they cannot withstand a single attack. Ordinary people were excited, but the cultivators coming from wealthy and noble families looked more and more furious, especially Bai Zi. He felt like killing Lin Feng on the spot. Are you sure that you clearly understand the consequences of your actions? Said Bai Zi while walking out of the crowd. He really sounded like a snake. Have you thought of the consequences each time you called me a beggar? Said Lin Feng while taking a step forward. Sharp and brutal qi started emerging out from his body. I am a noble, I am rich. I am a member of the Bai clan in the Imperial City. I am not even 18 years old, yet I have already broken through to the third Ling Qi layer. I have a high status in society. I am a genius. I am extremely strong. I have everything that I want. What's your problem? Is it wrong to say that you're a beggar? Is it not the truth? Said Bai Zi while making another step. A brutal and cold qi moved towards Lin Feng. It seemed like the purpose of the attack was to damage Lin Feng's internal organs. Bai Zi used all the strength he had after breaking through to the third Ling Qi layer. I was born as an ordinary person, never had much money to invest in resources, and always relied on myself to progress. I just turned 16 and I've already broken through to the third Ling Qi layer. Can you compete with me? Said Lin Feng, whose words were sharp as a sword. Suddenly, an incredible sword chi and force whistled through the air. The earth and the sky were emitted rumbling sounds. The crowd was stupefied. Lin Feng had just turned 16 and was at the same level as Bai Zi. They had both broken through to the third Ling Qi layer. However, Bai Zi had grown up in a much better cultivation environment than Lin Feng. Bai Zi had had everything he needed to increase his cultivation. Besides, he was about 2 years older than Lin Feng. The difference was too big. Such an outstanding disciple doesn't have a letter of recommendation for the Celestial Academy, said some people in the crowd who thought Lin Feng was incredibly talented. Zhuo Qiu, who was standing next to Zhang Ling, wasn't saying anything. He didn't know what to think. He had criticized Lin Feng about the fact that he wasn't a wealthy and noble cultivator. He had also made fun of him for not having a letter of recommendation. But at that moment, he realized that Lin Feng had many more natural abilities and was more gifted than them. Even Bai Zi had lost his splendor in front of Lin Feng. The path of cultivation is full with such events. Cultivation was about being stronger than the others, no matter what their background. The goal was to stand high above all mortals. When the force released by Lin Feng crashed into Bai Zi's body, Bai Zi felt that he was losing in strength. He said he was a genius, so he couldn't lose so easily. He took a few steps backwards and released his force in an attempt to make Lin Feng's attack collapse. He hadn't thought about the fact that he was probably going to embarrass himself. Lin Feng's force was much more powerful than his. It was sharper and more violent. On the path of cultivation, apart from one's speed of progress, one must also understand skills and techniques. That is indispensable. However, of course, the spirit is the most important thing. The spirit belongs to the soul. I have a beast spirit, more precisely, a white snake spirit. How could you even compete with me? Said Bai Zi, who was oppressed by Lin Feng's force. He was not going to accept losing to a beggar. He released his spirit. Immediately, a snake's shadow and 2 hideously bestial eyes appeared above his body. They were evilly staring at Lin Feng. As expected, it's a beast spirit, said Lin Feng while smiling. The eyes of the white snake staring at him reminded Lin Feng of Wen Ren Yan's pupils, as expected as they both had snake-type spirits. Indeed, the spirit belongs to the soul, but there are some people who, regardless of their spirit, can't withstand a single attack, said Lin Feng indifferently. He used his moonlight feather agility technique to immediately appear in front of Bai Zi as he raised a single finger. You want to die? Said Bai Zi while smiling coldly. Lin Feng despised him that much that he was attacking with a single finger. Bai Zi started moving his hand to block the attack, and his white snake spirit followed suit. At that moment, Bai Zi was suddenly surprised. An extremely strong and powerful qi crashed onto his body. It seems like Lin Feng's finger had become as sharp as a sword. The atmosphere was filled with a deadly qi. It was terrifying. I cannot dare face that finger attack head-on, thought Bai Zi. He suddenly started to panic. He had the feeling that a single finger was going to rob him of his life. Lin Feng's qi was present in the atmosphere, yet was invisible to the extent that the crowd had no idea what was going on at that moment. But for Bai Zi, everything was clear. He was surrounded by sword qi. He had the feeling that he would be completely crushed at any moment. CRRAC! Bai Zi had an extremely painful sensation in his hand on which a thin mark of blood appeared. He couldn't stand the pressure of the attack any longer. His entire body was being crushed, and bruises had started to appear all over his body. Retreat! Bai Zi was about to collapse under the pressure and decided to retreat, but Lin Feng's finger was still releasing even more terrifying force. Die, Lin Feng said only word. Then Lin Feng's finger started emitting a bright light, and powerful energy immediately lacerated the atmosphere. Cracking noises spread through the air. Bai Zi groaned. His white snake spirit started releasing a strong qi. But at that moment, his white snake spirit dispersed and disappeared. Bai Zi was kneeling down on the ground. Everybody was stupefied and was blankly staring at Bai Zi. The atmosphere became entirely silent. Splash, splash! At that moment, the crowd saw blood dripping out of Bai Zi's head. Lin Feng's finger, how terrifying. Lin Feng's meaning was that some people used their spirit but couldn't withstand a single attack, while some others didn't use their spirit but were still extremely strong. The crowd knew that Bai Zi had used his spirit, but still couldn't withstand a single attack, because Lin Feng didn't need to use his spirit, which proved he was stronger than Bai Zi. At that moment, Lin Feng was looking at Bai Zi kneeling down on the ground. He was surprised. He wouldn't have thought that one finger would be enough to bring down his opponent, so he was very satisfied of himself. I am still not able to completely unite with the power of the sword. Only some parts of my body can use sword force. I recently started using forces. It's not been such a long time. That's why my body and my sword force can't completely unite. But being able to use a finger to harness sword force is already a great achievement, and was enough to make Bai Zi kneel down. How powerful will I be when I fully unite with my sword? Thought Lin Feng. A moment before, he had managed to make his finger and his sword force fuse together. It had been an extremely powerful attack. Lin Feng had made great progress as a sword master. He was much stronger than before and also understood much more about the way of the sword. I'm still far from being able to make my body and the sword force fuse together, but I need to understand how it is meant to work first. It was clear to Lin Feng that he was still far from being able to achieve such an incredible feat, but he needed to progress slowly, step by step, so he could base his strength on solid foundations. Cough, cough. Bai Zi was coughing blood. He was still unable to stand up. He had been so arrogant a moment before and had sounded as if he was levels above Lin Feng. Lin Feng was smiling. Lin Feng had used only one finger to defeat Bai Zi after he released his spirit. There would be nowhere within this world where he could hide away from his shame. Lin Feng was cruelly looking at Bai Zi. His eyes didn't express the least bit of compassion. Lin Feng suddenly said, "You say that you are a genius. You are extremely proud of coming from a wealthy and noble clan. You called me a beggar. Well, what do you intend to do now?" said Lin Feng indifferently. Lin Feng's words made Bai Zi feel like he was being slapped. That slap was much more painful than Zhuo Qiu's one as it stabbed into his pride. Besides, not only Bai Zi was humiliated, but all the others noble and wealthy cultivators who were making fun of him. Each and every single one of them was making a hideous face. They had all been indirectly slapped by Lin Feng. Not so long before these events, they were all arrogantly calling Lin Feng a beggar. At that moment, not only had the beggar slapped Zhuo Qiu and humiliates Bai Zi, but he had also slapped all of them indirectly. All of them had lost face from their arrogant words. If Lin Feng was a beggar, what were they? You are all a band of arrogant and presumptuous brats. I don't know if you are even able to learn from your mistakes. These few words made the rich and wealthy cultivators even more furious. "Shut the hell up. Let me fight against you," said a cold voice suddenly which surprised everybody. "Rong Yan, don't challenge someone who's stronger than you as it will surely lead to death. What do you think about having a fight against me?" People in the crowd were starting to argue. At that moment, the old man said, "Let me talk." Everybody stopped talking when they heard the old man's voice. In the Celestial Academy, every teacher was extremely strong. The wealthy and noble cultivators didn't dare make teachers lose face. In the Imperial City, there were a great number of wealthy and noble cultivators. There wasn't a single teacher of the Celestial Academy who didn't previously have a great reputation or wasn't famous in the past. After all, these teachers educated cultivators coming from the extremely wealthy and noble families. They could only be the highest class of individuals. "Stop making a scene. Don't forget what day it is today," said the old man, glancing at the crowd. Everybody quieted down. The old man walked towards Bai Zi and coldly said, "Stand up." Bai Zi raised his head and looked at the old man. Bai Zi looked ashamed. After all, he had been defeated by a single finger. He had completely lost face. Everybody would laugh at him for the rest of his days because of this event. "Teacher," said Bai Zi while standing up. He was looking at the ground. He really had completely lost face. "HMPH, you still have the face to call me teacher," groaned the old man, making Bai Zi turn even a brighter shade of red. The teacher despised him for causing such a humiliating scene. The path of cultivation is partially about being strong and being a good fighter, but that is not the only goal of cultivation. Another important aspect is to be strong in one's heart. In the continent, there is a myriad of extremely strong cultivators. Nobody should ever consider themselves as the strongest cultivator in the world, no matter their natural abilities or how strong they are. There will always be someone stronger than you. The most important is to be strong in your own heart and true to yourself. Winning a battle isn't about glory, it's about one's personal goals and achievements. Losing isn't about being humiliated, it's about learning how to improve yourself. Even in case of defeat, one should remain determined and not give up. Especially after losing a battle, one should be even more determined to become stronger, said the old man to Bai Zi. Bai Zi's heart started to beat faster. These words were resonating in his heart like the evening drum and the morning bell. "Teacher, I understand," said Bai Zi while bowing in front of the old man as a sign of respect and gratitude. If you understand, then that's good. Please go back for now and don't forget to search your soul. Introspection is essential," said the old man indifferently. Immediately after, the old man turned around and looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was also staring at the old man and was surprised. These teachers were extremely wise and would benefit the students greatly. He had only said very few sentences, and he had easily made Bai Zi change his state of mind. If he had not done so, then Bai Zi may have struggled to advance on his path of cultivation. However, even though the old man was an amazing teacher, he was still working for the academy, and Lin Feng wasn't a student here. Besides, he had humiliated students of the academy. "During our registration day, you come here and cause trouble. I would like to ask you, what is your motive behind all of this?" said the old man while looking at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was surprised. Lin Feng had been causing trouble. He had been trying to ignore these evildoers from the beginning. "Why do you come provoke and insult my students in front of the academy?" asked the old man again on an extremely cold tone. The wealthy and noble cultivators had a smile on the corner of their mouth. The teachers of the academy were not only teachers, they were also normally members of wealthy and noble clans. Lin Feng was out of luck. He had made the teacher angry. The students who came from ordinary clans and families knew that the teacher was trying to turn things into a bad situation. They knew that he was trying to accuse Lin Feng of things he hadn't committed. However, nobody could say anything. After all, the old man was a teacher at the academy, and he was much stronger than all of them. His social status was much higher as well. All they could do was observe how Lin Feng would be dealt with after reaching the end of his luck. Lin Feng looked exasperated. He thought that the old man was ridiculous. He looked at the old man and said, "I remember that when Zhu Qiu said he was going to teach me a lesson, you said that it was possible because I didn't have a letter of recommendation. You didn't have any objection when he decided to attack me. And now you are saying that I came to cause trouble and that I humiliated the academy. I would like to ask you, is this what you teach to your students? Unfairness and injustice, you teach them to bully the weak. How audacious," shouted the old man. He looked furious and said, "I know exactly what I'm doing. Who do you think you are? Do you think that you are my teacher? What do you intend to do? How insolent." Lin Feng was smiling coldly deep in his heart. Only because the old man had the strength to do so, he wanted to bully Lin Feng. Initially, the old man thought that Zhu Qiu could defeat Lin Feng, so he hadn't prevented him from fighting, but Lin Feng had won, so that was a humiliation for the academy. Therefore, the old man was angry. "Old man, how can you be so unfair? The others provoked him first," said Duen Feng. He was going to spend a lot of time in the academy in the future and obviously hoped that it was a good place to study. He hadn't thought that there would be a conflict on the first day. Besides, the teacher himself was causing the trouble. "You shut up. Don't forget that you are also a student of the Celestial Academy, or could it be that you do not wish to be one of its students anymore?" said the old man, coldly looking at Duen Feng and threatening him. Duen Feng was about to say something else when Lin Feng interrupted him and said, "Duen Feng, you are also a student of the Celestial Academy. This thing has nothing to do with you." When he finished talking, Lin Feng looked at the old man and said, "So after saying these things, what do you intend to do? Damaging the reputation of the academy is a serious crime, and you should die for that. However, because today is the registration day, it is an auspicious day, therefore I will just cripple your cultivation," said the old man, sounding like he was saying something normal, but his eyes revealed murderous intentions. Lin Feng was a genius and had extraordinary natural abilities, but how was he supposed to compete with the old man? He was still young and too weak. The old man could easily cripple Lin Feng's cultivation if he wished. Lin Feng was extremely gifted, and he wasn't joining the academy. This made the old man want to cripple his cultivation even more. This way, the academy would have one less rival in the future. Lin Feng might have wanted to go and study at the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue. "Cripple my cultivation? It sounds like a rather easy task when you say it," said Lin Feng in an ice-cold tone. When these extremely strong people said such things, they meant it and usually applied what they said without hesitation. If they wanted to kill, they killed. If they wanted to cripple someone's cultivation, they crippled their cultivation. There was no way to change their mind. In front of such people, no matter how gifted someone was, if that person wasn't useful to them, then they would dispose of those people without hesitation. This world was about being the strongest. Academies, sects, etc. were all the same. Only strength mattered. But Lin Feng didn't feel scared anymore since Meng Qing was with him. She had already shown him that she could protect him. She was incredibly powerful. Therefore, Lin Feng was not even slightly worried. Besides, Meng Qing had promised Lin Feng that she could protect him. Meng Qing didn't like talking, especially to say superfluous words. So when she said it, she definitely meant it. "Teacher, is it necessary to be so furious?" said an indifferent voice at that moment. A silhouette came out of the crowd and continued. "This young man is a real genius. If he agreed to join the academy, he could definitely become an extremely strong and powerful person." It was a young man. He had beautiful long hair. His voice was soft and gentle, which surprised a lot of people. Besides, his face looked graceful and delicate to the extent that the word pretty could be used to refer to his facial features. His face looked even prettier than that of an ordinary woman. His name was Wen Zhu. "What are you doing?" said many of the crowd when they saw Wen Zhu. They were surprised. When the old man saw and heard Wen Zhu, he nodded at him. "And you, what do you think about what he said?" asked the old man to Lin Feng. Everybody was stupefied. When Zhu said a single sentence, it had been sufficient to change the old man's mind. "What, about me joining the Celestial Academy?" asked Lin Feng to Wen Zhu. Lin Feng immediately shook his head and said, "I'm not interested." "Huh!" The old man was astonished. He glanced at Lin Feng and said, "You are definitely not able to recognize what's good for you. I gave you a chance, the chance to join the Celestial Academy, and you refused it. Well, since it's like that, don't blame me." "Teacher, don't be angry, I will persuade him," said Wen Zhu. He looked so clean. His clothes were unstained by even a speck of dust. Nobody would think that he was actually a man. The Celestial Academy is not very famous, but if you became one of its students, then you would understand how great it is. You could fully exploit your natural abilities, and you would greatly improve your skills as a cultivator. You shouldn't doubt at all that it would be greatly beneficial to you, said Wen Zhu to Lin Feng. His beautiful eyes were staring at Lin Feng. He had a big smile on his face. "It doesn't look like it when I see your teacher," replied Lin Feng indifferently. Everybody was stupefied. Each and every single one of the wealthy and noble cultivators pulled a long face. Lin Feng was attacking their dignity and making the academy lose face. The teacher was also stupefied. A murderous light flashed in his eyes. He thought that Lin Feng didn't know how to behave in such a delicate situation. He was acting much too bold and was being completely reckless. "Your opinion is too biased. Your vision of the situation is unilateral," said Wen Zhu while shaking his head. But Lin Feng, as before, was not convinced. Academies and sects had the same purpose even if they didn't work the same way. The entire Yun Hai sect had been annihilated, and everyone had sacrificed themselves for him, so his main mission was to rebuild the Yun Hai sect and make sure it does not repeat any of its past mistakes. Wen Zhu is right. What you see is only the tip of the iceberg. I hope that you can join the academy, said another voice. A silhouette which looked like an illusion suddenly jumped from a distant place towards the crowd. It was an old man. When the people saw him, everybody was surprised and looked at him with eyes filled with worship and respect. That old man was the vice principal of the academy. The vice principal of the academy was personally inviting Lin Feng to join the academy. Everybody was astonished. Could it be that Lin Feng is already so powerful that even the most influential people of the academy have an eye on him? Whispered some people in the crowd. Some of the people, much like Zhu Qiu and Zhang Ling, were furious because Lin Feng didn't have a letter of recommendation. But Lin Feng, who didn't even need a letter of recommendation to join the academy, wasn't even interested in joining it. And because Lin Feng wasn't interested in joining, even the vice principal himself was trying to convince him to join. "You are right, there are some really pathetic students in the academy. They are good-for-nothings, but you have already humiliated them, which was a fitting punishment. As far as the teacher is concerned, he is very narrow-minded. I will make him apologize to you for his actions," said the vice principal to Lin Feng. Immediately after, he looked at the old teacher with a look which made the crowd shiver. The vice principal was going to make the teacher apologize because of Lin Feng. Lin Feng was stupefied as well. He knew that he was a good cultivator, but the academy was full of outstanding students as well. Even if he had defeated Zhu Qiu and Bai Zi, it was only the tip of the iceberg. Why would the vice principal attach so much importance to him? "Vice principal," said the old man, stupefied. The vice principal frowned, which scared the old man. Then the old man turned around, looked at Lin Feng and said, "Please accept my most sincere apologies. I acted without thinking." "Be kinder and more sincere," said the vice principal, who wasn't satisfied with the old man's apology. The entire crowd, and especially the old man, could not help but be surprised at such actions. Was Lin Feng so strong that the vice principal needed to be that kind to him? Did Lin Feng actually come from an incredible background? That was hard to imagine. All the teachers were personally invited by the academy. They were all famous and extremely strong. Surprisingly, the vice principal was forcing the teacher to apologize to Lin Feng even though Lin Feng hadn't even made such a request. Everybody was trying to understand why. Why? The teacher that had just apologized pulled a long face. He hated the looks that he was receiving from everyone, but when he saw the vice principal's face, he had no choice but to look at Lin Feng, and he then said, "I am sincerely sorry. I am worthless, and I hope that you forgive me, Your Excellency." "What do you think?" said the vice principal, looking at Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the vice principal. Lin Feng had the impression that the vice principal had something in mind, but Lin Feng was unable to guess what it was. Lin Feng wanted to say something, but then the vice principal interrupted him. "If you are not willing to join the Celestial Academy, I can propose something else for you. I can give you a special permit to enjoy all the advantages of a student without restrictions, but also without the obligations. Nothing would bind you to the academy, but you could even have a personal teacher. You could benefit from all the resources of the academy for free. You could also leave whenever you want. You would have the same status as a student of the academy without restrictions. There would only be the advantages for you and absolutely no disadvantages." These words made the hearts of the people in the crowd start to pound. They were all astonished. Lin Feng could leave whenever he wanted. He could benefit from all the advantages of the academy. Besides, these words came from the vice principal himself. He had made a promise to Lin Feng, which meant there was no hidden intention, and it was not something that he could take back. Could it be that his family name is Duan? Maybe his family is Yue. Or Yu, said some people in the crowd. But if his family name was Duan and he was this much of a genius, then everybody would have already heard about him. Besides, every single person in the Yue clan was way too arrogant and would never join the academy. They were as strong as a powerful sect and wouldn't study outside. The thoughts of the people in the crowd were moving at full speed in their brains. Even if Lin Feng was an outstanding genius and was extremely strong, that still wasn't enough for the vice principal to be this generous to him. The crowd was puzzled and really didn't understand how such a thing was possible. Lin Feng was even more confused than the people in the crowd. Lin Feng couldn't bear it anymore and had to ask, "How could I be so lucky? How is this possible? I really want to know why you would give me such an opportunity. Why? It is actually a strike of luck. You don't even have the possibility to refuse because everything will be decided by you," said the vice principal with a big smile on his face before adding, "I can only tell you that I had similar experiences in my life. I was also supported by others along the way." Supported by others? Thought the crowd, who still didn't understand. Lin Feng knew nobody in the imperial city. Why would the vice principal be so good to him? Besides, Lin Feng couldn't refuse because there was no obligation when joining the academy. He could go there whenever he wished and leave whenever he wished as well. How could he refuse something that was only benefits and completely under his control? If the vice principal had malicious intentions, then he wouldn't have acted like that. He could have easily eliminated him. After all, Lin Feng had only broken through to the Ling Qi layer. "Maybe I really do have good luck," thought Lin Feng. He then smiled and said, "My friends and I will join together. We must be able to stay together." "No problem. You can bring anyone as long as you are close with them. Besides, you don't have to respect our rules and regulations, but the others, including your friends, will have to," said the vice principal honestly. "Of course," replied Lin Feng while smiling. "That's great. Then everybody can disperse," said the vice principal. Suddenly, he stretched his hands over to Lin Feng and gave him something. The entire crowd was dying from curiosity. They didn't know what the vice principal was giving to Lin Feng. "Welcome to the Celestial Academy," said Wen Aozu. Lin Feng nodded, and then the group began to enter the academy. They walked under the arch of the gate to discover wonderful and magnificent palaces. "Oh my!" When Lin Feng saw these parks, palaces, and rivers, he couldn't help but be amazed. Everything was perfect. Besides, the architecture of each palace had its own magnificent style. "You can explore all of these places in depth during your stay here," said Wen Aozu. Lin Feng was really amazed at sight of the palaces. Celestial Academy? The main palace, the name of the academy was written in huge letters. It looked like it was really a unique place within this world. "Welcome to the academy. You will not regret it," said Wen Zhu while smiling. Lin Feng looked at that boy who looked like a beautiful woman and asked, "Why did you defend me?" Wen Zhu shook his head and said, "For the same reason as the vice principal. What I mean is that we've never met before. We don't know each other, why would you help me? There are some people who are so mysterious that you see them for a few seconds, and you instantly know that you like them. You are that kind of person," said Wen Zhu, whose cheeks had turned red. Lin Feng stared at him, stupefied by his response. When Wen Zhu saw that Lin Feng was making a strange face, he also made a strange face. "Get lost, I'm not one of them," said Wen Zhu, which made Lin Feng laugh. Of course, there are people in this world who were attracted to the same sex. Some people liked that type of thing, but Wen Zhu obviously didn't, even though he looked the type. At that moment, in a distant place, the vice principal and the teacher were walking together on a path within the territory of the academy. The vice principal saw that the teacher didn't look like he was feeling at ease, who liked having to apologize to a junior cultivator in front of all the students. Of course, he would not be happy about such an event. "Are you still angry?" asked the vice principal indifferently to the teacher. "I would never disobey your orders. You are the vice principal," said the old man. He had actually been invited by the vice president himself all those years ago. "Haha, no need to react that way. You should understand that I never do things for myself, but I understand your reaction," said the vice principal, and then added, "I did things this way for a reason. You remember that skill which you were telling me about? Go and take it. Just say that it's an order I gave you." The old man was surprised. Then the sadness his face expressed was replaced with joy. He looked overjoyed. While walking within the academy, Lin Feng found out that some people were as friendly as him, while some of the people were not friendly in the slightest. For instance, Lin Feng had come across a girl who had a resplendent smile on her face, which was lit with innocence, yet some of the other girls had similar smiles which were filled with evil intentions. He had come across another young man whose body released a sharp and cold qi. He seemed incredibly evil and dangerous. "Have you seen anything peculiar?" asked Wen Zhu with a faint smile on his face when he noticed that Lin Feng looked strange as he looked around. He looked particularly strange as he stared at the different people. "The qi they release is quite strange," replied Lin Feng. Lin Feng wasn't the only one who had noticed it. Duan Feng and Jing Yun both agreed with him and nodded. "You're right, this is because they are very weak. This is why the qi they release is so strange," said Wen Zhu while nodding. Immediately after, he raised his thin white womanly hand up and pointed at some distant palaces. He then said, "In the Celestial Academy, there are 3 different categories of people within the academy. Each has their own path of training. This is one of the choices which you are confronted with after entering the academy. Depending on the type of cultivator that you wish to become, I will show you where to go." 3 types of people? Thought Lin Feng. He was perplexed. He then asked, "What are these 3 types of people?" "The ones who are able to fight on a battlefield while commanding troops. These are the cultivators who are not afraid of bloodshed and violence. They are the first category." "Commander," thought Lin Feng, surprised. The first type of training the academy delivered was surprisingly of military nature. These people were able to command troops, were not afraid of blood, and had to have great wisdom in the art of war. The second type of training you can get teaches you how to become a great leader. It teaches you how to control and manipulate a group of people from the shadows. "That sounds a lot like me," thought Lin Feng, whose pupils shrank. Wen Zhu seemed to be that kind of person. "What about the third one?" asked Lin Feng. He was very curious. Surprisingly, the first two types of people the academy trained were those who wished to become commanders or leaders. Lin Feng had a good impression of the academy. The third category is about learning how to move as swiftly as the wind at night. It teaches you how to become invisible as if you were in the middle of the fog. This is the most mysterious and mystical category, but also the most dangerous. Usually people don't see them, but if they do see them, then blood will flow, said Wen Zhu slowly. Lin Feng was amazed again. The third category was an assassin type of training. "Who built the academy?" wondered Lin Feng. They trained military commanders, political leaders, and assassins. These 3 categories were all that is required to lead an entire country. Who could have such a wild ambition? "Could it be the emperor?" asked Lin Feng to himself. He then immediately refuted that thought. If the emperor had built the academy, why would he have allowed Duan Tianlang to build the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue? However, if the emperor was really at the origin of the academy, why would he have created such a dangerous place? "Who is the principal of the academy?" asked Lin Feng to Wen Zhu. Wen Zhu was surprised. His beautiful eyes stared at Lin Feng and he said, "Many people want to know, but it seems like the academy only has the vice principal. We have never seen the principal with our own eyes. There is only one thing that we can be sure about. The principal must be a member of the imperial clan. He must have an amazingly high status. I think that you should clearly understand that." Lin Feng slightly nodded. If it had been built by a member of the imperial clan, then it was made to train people who would later serve the country. This is precisely why the academy prefers to remain discreet and doesn't accept people who don't have a letter of recommendation. It has many students who have a prestigious background. They all happily joined the academy and to know the other students. They know that the academy is an extremely good learning environment. That is why I can assure you that you will have no regret for having joined the academy," said Wen Aozu while nodding. "Oh, by the way, you probably already know my name, but I don't know yours." "Lin Feng." "Lin Feng, that's a nice name," said Wen Aozu. He then said, "I just told you about the 3 categories of training which can be chosen in the academy. The academy has a lot of students who come from wealthy and noble families. Therefore, a great majority of them choose the 2nd category because they want to do things similar to their parents. They want to have more responsibilities when they go back to their families. There are many ordinary people who try to learn these skills, but later on, when they want to occupy such functions, they often face a great deal of difficulties. The hot-blooded young men of both noble and ordinary families tend to choose the 1st category and become military commanders. The 3rd category is the one which people choose the least. This is the most dangerous category. Nobody really knows what they do there, and it is shrouded in mystery." Lin Feng was carefully listening to what Wen Aozu was telling him. Ordinary people wanted to quickly rise up in the hierarchy. It was very difficult to rise up in the hierarchy for a cultivator who didn't already have a specific background. They required contacts and political influence to gain a higher position. As far as the 3rd category was concerned, it was a difficult choice to make considering that whenever an assassin came out, his life was at stake. Of course, there are other factors to take into consideration. The spirit as well as students' natural abilities play an important role in their decision. However, no matter what a student chooses, the most important thing is that he is definitely going to greatly improve his strength. If a cultivator is not strong, then everything else is useless because strength and willpower are extremely important on the path of cultivation. No matter what you learnt, if you have to fight against someone who is strong, then you will die if you are weaker than them. Wen Aozu looked at Lin Feng and said, "Lin Feng, now you have to think carefully. What cultivation category would you like to choose?" "The 1st one," replied Lin Feng immediately. Lin Feng didn't like the 2nd category because it came down to fighting and plotting against people. He wasn't interested in using other people for his benefit. Besides, he thought the 3rd category was useless. Therefore, the 1st category seemed to fit him the best. He could use these skills in real battles. The cultivators of the 1st category need to be brave, hot-blooded, and loyal. "Hot-blooded and brave, no problem, but loyal? Loyal to whom?" asked Lin Feng to Wen Aozu. He was surprised. "Don't look at me that way. I don't know either," replied Wen Aozu with a womanly expression in his eyes. "Lin Feng, I will bring you to the place where you ought to go." "And you haven't told me to which category you belong?" asked Lin Feng to Wen Aozu. Wen Aozu looked like a girl, and he obviously came from a noble family, but he didn't look as arrogant as the others. He also didn't look very brave and did not seem hot-blooded. "Try and guess." "The 3rd one," replied Lin Feng without hesitation, which surprised Wen Aozu. Immediately after, the latter smiled but remained silent. "Duan Feng, what about you?" asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng hadn't forgotten that he was there because of Duan Feng. He would have never thought he would join the academy before that. "Me," said Duan Feng while smiling. "I will choose the same one as you, Lin Feng, the 1st one." "That's great. Let's go together then," said Lin Feng while smiling. A short time after, they arrived on a huge square. Many people were sitting upright. Some gyukins could be heard. "If you want to become one of the 1st category, then you first need to pass a test. Only if you succeed you will be admitted as a student of the 1st category," explained Wen Aozu while looking at Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, "If the 1st category requires a test, what about the 2 other categories? Is it the same? The 2nd category doesn't require any test, but the 3rd one requires passing a test, and it is by far the most difficult one," said Wen Aozu while smiling. Lin Feng was surprised. Most people were absolutely not interested in the 3rd category, but its exam was the most difficult. Lin Feng was puzzled. Besides, it seemed like the first category in which a great majority was interested was also the easiest one. On the square, there were many new students, but some old students as well. Some of the people who noticed Wen Zhu smiled at him. Lin Feng noticed that many people who passed by or saw Wen Zhu were avoiding him as if they were terribly scared of his presence. Lin Feng found that very strange. "It seems like they're scared of you," said Lin Feng to Wen Zhu. What was surprising was that a boy who was as beautiful as a girl scared other people to the point that they avoided him. "Maybe they just hold me in awe and veneration," replied Wen Zhu while laughing. At that moment, Lin Feng and the others noticed that there were suddenly less people around them. The reason was obviously Wen Zhu. "The exam is not so hard. It should be no problem for you to pass." Because the first category is the one in which most people are interested, it is also the category in which the students are the strongest. Every year during the registration and test week, we allow the older students to participate to see how much they have progressed, said Wen Zhu to Lin Feng in a low voice while looking at the crowd, which was getting bigger and bigger. "Will the test be listening to music?" said Lin Feng while looking at a silhouette of an old man who was putting his hands on a zither. He was slightly closing their eyes. "You're right, the test is to listen to the melody that he will play," replied Wen Zhu while laughing. What? The test consisted in listening to a song. Lin Feng and Jing Yun were astonished as well. Listen to a song? What kind of test was that? Only Meng Qing looked indifferent as ever, as if the entire story had nothing to do with her. "You will understand quickly enough," said Wen Zhu, who noticed Lin Feng. Jing Yun and Lin Feng looked really strange and seemed to be thinking very deeply. In a short time, the number of people on the square rapidly increased to 200. Some of the people, when they saw Lin Feng and Wen Zhu, looked very strange and even stupefied. "It's Lin Feng from the events that happened earlier. He must have surprisingly chosen the first category like us. He's quite strong and has solid natural abilities. He could even defeat the noble and wealthy students, but will he be able to pass the test? There should be no problem. You also saw how easy it was for him to defeat Bai Zi and Zhuo Qiu. And you also saw how he didn't hesitate and confront the teacher. Courage and determination will be no problem for him." Everybody, the ordinary but also wealthy noble disciples, had seen how strong and brave Lin Feng was. Therefore, even if they didn't necessarily agree on certain points, they still admired him and held him in very high esteem. Besides, he had the qualities required to become a very good commander. At that moment, those who were sitting upright opened their eyes and glanced at everybody else. They looked calm and serene. "All right, let the tests begin. Those who fail or miss the test start can come again tomorrow to attempt it again," said the old man who was holding a zither. He was sitting and surrounded by students sitting as well. The crowd slightly nodded. There were some new students and some old students. Of course, everybody knew the rule and immediately sat down cross-legged. "All right, sit down properly and listen to the zither tune," said Wen Zhu to Lin Feng and the others with a smile on his face. "All right, let's sit down then," said Lin Feng and the others. Immediately after, they all sat down cross-legged. "All right, let's start," said the old man while starting to move his fingers over the strings of the zither. But Lin Feng's eyes stopped on the old man's hands. They looked as thin and delicate as Wen Zhu's hands. They actually looked very similar. Every single note emitted by the zither was harmonious and melodious. It seemed like the atmosphere had stopped. A short instant later, there was no other sound except that of the zither. Absolute calm reigned over the atmosphere. Progressively, more and more people were closing their eyes and were enjoying the music. It was as if the air they were breathing was completely fresh and contained boundless joy. Lin Feng was almost closing his eyes too, but each time he felt like dozing, he couldn't help but struggle and remain cold-blooded. "Hypnotize?" Lin Feng suddenly understood. The goal of the tune was to hypnotize people. How powerful! It must be a mysterious skill, thought Lin Feng, and then immediately closed his eyes. He was falling asleep even though he was struggling. He really wanted to see how powerful the skill was, so eventually stopped resisting. Suddenly, he had the impression that he was alone in the world. Maybe the skill was too powerful, or had Lin Feng voluntarily fallen asleep without the hypnosis taking effect. On his side, there were suddenly many cavalry holding their long daggers. They were releasing an overpowering killing intent, and it was clear they wanted to kill him. Blood was splashing everywhere. At that moment, blood started splashing all around him. There was even blood splashing over his face and body. Blood began to cover everything in sight. Suddenly, a head without its body flew towards him. The huge eyes on that head were still wide open in shock. Very quickly, he was surrounded by a bunch of bones, flesh, and blood. The corpses were piling up endlessly. Under the setting sun, a crying woman's voice spread through the atmosphere. All these departed spirits were demanding vengeance for the grievance of their death. Under the pale light diffused by the moon, they walking around in an apocalyptic landscape of blood and death. At that moment, a certain number of people on the square opened their eyes. They were breathing heavily and were still in shock. Their clothes were soaked with cold sweat. Those who had just woken up with a start were hurriedly looking around them at everyone else taking the test. They noticed that some of the other students still had their eyes closed, especially the older students who seemed completely immersed in their dreams. Lin Feng's back was also covered with cold sweat. Who could stay that calm and serene with such nightmarish visions? Besides, the melody which emanated out of the zither strangely made the scene look especially real. A strong and intense feeling invaded Lin Feng's heart again. He had the feeling that his brain had been struck once again. He could feel the cold sweat flowing down his back. An illusion! That zither! What a great power! The melody of that zither could surprisingly make people fall asleep and have nightmarish visions out of which it was almost impossible to free oneself. How horrifying! If the one who was playing the zither intensified the strength of his melody, couldn't it be possible to make the sleeping victims go insane and collapse? Around Lin Feng, Lin Feng was still tightly closing his eyes, but he was slightly shaking. Regarding Jing Yun, she had already opened her eyes, and her heavy yet erratic breathing gave the impression that she was previously suffocating. Otherwise, many other people had already opened their eyes while some others were still closing them. However, the bodies all of those who had their eyes closed were already reacting to the music. "That's an intense exam," thought Lin Feng. He had a strange smile on his face. A moment before, because he was immersed in the dream, he hadn't had the time to think too much, but at that moment, he understood the purpose of the exam. It seemed like by opening his eyes he had failed. A short time later, the melody of the zither stopped. Everybody started opening their eyes one after another. The musician looked at the crowd and said, "The purpose of the exam was to test your endurance and your determination. If that kind of environment is unbearable for you and that you hastily woke up, it means that it would be hard for you to be on a battlefield. Therefore, those who woke up a moment before, please leave. You cannot become commanders." "So that's how it is," thought Lin Feng, making a wry smile. However, Lin Feng actually hadn't woken up because he couldn't bear being in that place. He had woken up because his spirit made him unable to become the prisoner of the illusions, and he had broken free. Many people seemed very disappointed and were leaving one after another. They clearly understood that staying was of no use. Besides, some of them already doubted that they could become commanders and thought that their choice wasn't the correct path for them. The musician looked around and saw Lin Feng. He then asked, Why are you not leaving?" "Eh?" Those who knew Lin Feng were stupefied. Had Lin Feng failed the test? Wen Zhu was astonished. Could it be that Lin Feng couldn't stand bear seeing such a horrible scene? The exam wasn't easy, but it initially didn't seem impossible for someone like Lin Feng. After all, he had already demonstrated his strength. "Teacher, I wasn't woken up by the horrible visions," said Lin Feng, smiling wryly and shaking his head. When he finished talking, many people were looking at him, and he felt oppressed by all these eyes staring at him. The teacher was supposed to have an outstanding level. How come he hadn't noticed that Lin Feng hadn't been woken up by the horror of the vision? Besides, the way he was looking at Lin Feng even looked like he was despising him. "If you really want to become a commander, don't give up and come back tomorrow at the same time," said the teacher. Tomorrow? Lin Feng was annoyed. The inauguration of the holy courtyard of Zuyue was taking place on the day after. "Teacher, let me try again," said Lin Feng with the same wry smile on his face while shaking his head. "You're really shameless. You just had a chance. Come back tomorrow, no need to be impatient," said the teacher, which surprised Lin Feng. Everybody was looking at him. Lin Feng shook his head, smiled, and said again, "Teacher, I beg you, give me a second chance." The teacher looked at Lin Feng in a strange way and said in a low voice, "Determined and motivated as you are now, it is hard to believe that you couldn't pass the test. I will make an exception and break the rule for you and let you try again today." As a cultivator, keeping face was important, but it wasn't always the way it seemed. Lin Feng had been asked to leave for failing the test, but he hadn't. Everybody was looking at Lin Feng in a strange way. Even if some people found him ridiculous and thought that he was humiliating himself, Lin Feng kept smiling and asked for a second chance. That smile showed that he didn't care about the fact that he was losing face by requesting a second attempt. However, the teacher understood that Lin Feng wasn't acting this way because he didn't care about dignity. On the contrary, Lin Feng was stubborn, and only stubborn people persevered and never gave up. The crowd was surprised. The teacher had suddenly accepted and gave Lin Feng a second chance. On top of that, the teacher's voice sounded like he really had faith in Lin Feng's future due to his stubborn beliefs. "Thank you very much, teacher," said Lin Feng while nodding his head. Lin Feng had a good impression of the teacher. He seemed friendly and easy to approach. Besides, he didn't look arrogant at all. "I'm going to start playing the zither again. This time you are the only one who is going to listen to it," said the teacher indifferently. Immediately, he started playing again. However, just as he said, the crowd couldn't hear the music at all. The teacher could surprisingly control the flow of his music to make it audible to only the people whom he selected. "How strong!" thought the crowd, stupefied. The teacher had never displayed such a masterful control in front of them before. At that moment, Lin Feng had the feeling that the melody was a river flowing into his ears. He could already feel that his eyes were starting to feel heavy under the hypnosis. He focused his entire attention on the music and tried to abandon himself to the illusion. He could feel himself slowly drifting into the illusion with each passing moment. However, something strange was happening. "How cruel! If my celestial spirit remains like this, then I will not be able to fall into the illusion," thought Lin Feng. A cold qi had invaded into Lin Feng's body, and he no longer was affected by illusion, and the music had no power over him. Everything around him was extremely clear and calm. His eyes were wide open. Even though the melody was the same as before, his eyes remained wide open and were staring at the teaching playing the zither. "Huh!" The teacher was astonished when he saw that Lin Feng was surprisingly not falling asleep and was not struggling to stay awake in the slightest. He suddenly started playing a completely different tune. This time the rhythm was faster and the power was much greater. However, Lin Feng's eyes were wide open as before. He had been staring at the teacher from the beginning. He still wasn't falling into the illusion. The teacher played another tune with an even faster rhythm, and its power was on another level compared to the original test. His fingers were moving at full speed above the strings of the instrument as they elegantly created the music. Lin Feng seemed completely unperturbed and unaffected. A short moment after, the teacher smiled as he started playing slower and slower and finally stopped. He then looked at Lin Feng and asked, "What's your name?" "Lin Feng." "It seems that you didn't fail the test originally. Congratulations on passing the test," said the teacher. The crowd was stunned. Lin Feng had passed the test. Why and how was that even possible? Why hadn't Lin Feng been hypnotized even though the teacher had played for him? What did that mean? "Thank you for having given me a second chance, teacher," replied Lin Feng with a big smile on his face. If the teacher hadn't given him a second chance, he would have had no other solution. "Teacher, what does that mean? He woke up from the dream the first time. Why did he pass? Besides, he insolently asked for a second chance. How could you let him pass after being so shameless?" asked a tall and robust guy walking towards the teacher. "The thing that you do not understand is that during the first test, he hadn't fully fallen into my illusion and could not be fully hypnotized. He had just closed his eyes and fallen into a very light sleep. At most, it would have only given him a brief look into the illusion, and he was never under its control. The second time, he wasn't even affected by the melody and stayed awake the whole time even when I increased the strength of the melody. This is the first time I have seen such a remarkable display, and I have been working in the academy for many years," said the teacher while smiling and shaking his head. "He wasn't affected by the melody?" asked the people in the crowd, stupefied. They were strangely looking at Lin Feng, wondering if he was even a human being. Wen Aozu couldn't imagine it either. He was really puzzled at how Lin Feng had rejected the hypnosis. The tall and robust guy's eyes were wide open. Immediately after, he scratched his head and walked towards Lin Feng before saying, "I'm sorry. I said unpleasant things about you without thinking. I have misunderstood you. If you are angry at me, then please tell me what I can do for you to forgive me." Lin Feng raised his head and saw the huge guy standing before him. Lin Feng wasn't angry at him. That guy was really huge, though, almost as big as Han Man. He was probably like Han Man and spoke without thinking because he was one of the simple and honest types. When Lin Feng thought about Han Man, a cold feeling invaded his heart. "Duan Tian Lang, Duan Han, what did you say a moment ago? I have already forgotten," said Lin Feng while smiling. That tall and robust guy was surprised and then smiled. He stretched his big hands towards Lin Feng and said, "Yuan Shan." "Lin Feng?" Both of them shook hands and smiled at each other. "Perseverance, willpower, courage, and strength are the required skills to become a great commander," said the teacher while nodding his head. He packed up his instrument and said, "Lin Feng, if you want to learn how to play the zither or the gyukin, come to me and I will teach you." When he finished talking, he turned around and left. Lin Feng was stupefied as well. He was smiling, and while looking at the silhouette of the teacher in the horizon, said, "Teacher, I will do my best to show you that you did not make the wrong decision." Everybody in the crowd was staring at Lin Feng with eyes full of admiration and envy. These musical cultivation skills were extremely powerful. "Lin Feng, congratulations! I've always wanted to learn how to play the zither or the gyukin, but the teacher will not teach me his methods," said Wen Zhu while smiling sat Lin Feng. "I'm just lucky," replied Lin Feng while shaking his head and smiling. "It seems like you are often very lucky," said Wen Zhu and added, "Now you are also a student of the academy. I will show you where we sleep." "All right. Thanks, I'm coming too," said Yuan Shan, who seemed to be very easygoing. "All right, you are also a student of the academy. I do not see why you cannot join our group of friends." Wen Zhu brought them to the next palace. They quickly went inside. Lin Feng raised his head and was amazed. That castle had about 20 floors. From the center, one could see the sky through the open roof of the palace in the center. "These are all rooms for the students. You should choose your rooms first. The middle is dedicated to practicing cultivation under the open sky." The palace was huge. There was a lot of free space within. Lin Feng found out that all the rooms were extremely large and had multiple living quarters inside as if it was a large house. It even had a large living area which was shared by the multiple living quarters within that room. All the rooms are the same. If you want to choose a room where nobody else is occupying a living quarters, that is not a problem. Do as you wish inside the palace. There's only one thing that you should note. Men and women all live here, so please be respectful. Besides, there are some people who like peace and do not enjoy being disturbed. Don't move yourself into the same shared living space as them until they have given you their permission. Doing so is forbidden. "Of course," said Lin Feng while nodding. He didn't have any special requirement when it came to his living quarters. He hoped to find a place with a few empty rooms, though, so that he and his friends could live next to each other. "Let's choose this one. I want this room," said Lin Feng, pointing at a stone door. Jing Yun and Duan Feng chose the living quarters, which were next to that of Lin Feng. Yuan Shan chose the living quarters, which were next to Duan Feng's. "What about you?" asked Lin Feng to Meng Qing. "I can stay with you. It's not as if space is lacking here," said Meng Qing indifferently. She sounded calm as always. However, Lin Feng was surprised. Wen Zhu looked at Lin Feng while smiling. The expression in Wen Zhu's eyes made Lin Feng feel very uncomfortable. "Ha ha ha, that's not a bad idea," laughed Yuan Shan wholeheartedly. Lin Feng glanced at him and felt even more uncomfortable. "All right, that's a good idea. I will be able to take good care of you," said Lin Feng. Duan Feng was astonished. Lin Feng wanted to take care of Meng Qing? "Lin Feng, big brother, you're truly great," thought Duan Feng, but the words didn't come out of his mouth. "If we live together, you will be able to tell me at least 10 stories a day," whispered Meng Qing, which made Lin Feng's legs go weak to the point that he almost fell down. What a cruel girl. The next day during the morning at the Celestial Academy, people kept arriving one after another, but there were less people than the day before. In the Imperial City, there was a large public square where people were gathering. There was already a large group of people, but people continued to rush over. At the end of that public square, there was a huge gate which had a few words engraved. Zhu Yue Holy Courtyard. That was precisely the day on which the inauguration of the Holy Courtyard of Zhu Yue was occurring. After the news had spread, a myriad of people had rushed over to that place. Some of them were hoping to study at the Holy Courtyard, while some others had just come to watch the ceremony. The creation of the Holy Courtyard of Zhu Yue was a grand event in the history of the country. It would possibly change the destiny of the Zhu Yue country. This day was probably not going to be a tranquil one. It looks like the Holy Courtyard of Zhu Yue attracts many more cultivators than the Celestial Academy. Lin Feng was standing in the middle of that sea of people. He was wearing his bronze mask to conceal his identity. Meng Qing and the others were all standing next to Lin Feng. Wen Zhu and Yuan Shan had followed the group as well. They wanted to see how popular the Holy Courtyard of Zhu Yue was with their own eyes. Jing Yun was looking at Lin Feng's bronze mask. Her heart was frantically pounding. He probably had a good reason for wearing a bronze mask. It obviously meant that he didn't want other people to recognize him. It reminded her that she still didn't know what had happened to him during the destruction of the Yun Hai sect. Sunlight passed through the clouds that were in the sky and shone down upon the crowd. It felt warm and comfortable. It was truly a good day for the ceremony. "Look, they came out! How majestic!" said a multitude of people in the crowd one after the other when they saw the valiant silhouettes passing under the huge gate of the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue. They were all wearing magnificent white robes. 2 words were sewn into their robes: Holy Courtyard. The letters looked splendid and luxurious. Their robes gave the impression that they were ready to do battle at any given moment. There were hundreds of them who were all wearing the same robes. They were all extremely young cultivators. A short time later, they had all passed through the gate of the courtyard and walked towards the extremely vast public square. Within the public square, there was a huge stage which they would all climb up, one after the other. They then looked at the crowd in a cold and detached manner. They all had extremely arrogant and domineering expressions on their faces. These were the first people chosen to study at the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue. They came from each corner of the country to this location. At that moment, they were standing on the huge stage in front of millions of people. They couldn't help but feel extremely proud. Lin Feng looked at them through his bronze mask. His heart was growing colder and colder until it had become completely ice cold. Amongst all these people, he already knew many of them. Ling Hu Hishan, Tu Fu, Wen Ren Yan. These people used to be extremely popular in the Yun Hai sect. They were all considered as outstanding geniuses and were very important for the prosperity of the sect. When the Yun Hai sect had been destroyed, they had betrayed it and sided with Duan Tianlang. And at that moment, they were standing with him on the stage and sharing his joy. Other than these 3 people, Lin Feng recognized other people from the Yun Hai sect. They were all ranked disciples who had gratefully accepted Duan Tianlang's offer. There were not only disciples of the Yun Hai sect. There were also disciples from other big sects as well. He noticed his cousin Lin Qian from the Hao Yue sect, as well as Lin Hong from the Ice and Snow Mountain Village. Ha Lin Rui, look at Lin Qian and Lin Hong. They're already students of the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue. Their future will be bright and wonderful. We will become the strongest clan in Yangzhou City and annihilate all the other small clans in no time. Lin Ba Dao, Lin Feng's uncle, was surprisingly there, and was loudly speaking about such matter without regard for those around him. He was surrounded by members of the Lin clan. Lin Rui was there as well. "Indeed, I think that Lin Qian and Lin Hong are definitely reliable. They will definitely become the most important pillars of our Lin clan in the future," replied Lin Rui while smiling. He was extremely polite to Lin Ba Dao. These days, Lin Ba Dao often relied on his 2 children to solidify his position. The higher they would rise, the greater his influence became. The problem is that Na Lan Feng was also accepted. That's not too good. Na Lan Feng is currently studying at the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue, said Lin Ba Dao while glancing at the crowd. He noticed many people from Yangzhou City, including the Na Lan clan. No need to pay attention to them. Our Lin clan has 2 disciples who are now students at the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue. Besides, Lin Qian is extremely strong and her spirit is incredibly powerful. Na Lan Feng could never compete with her, said Lin Rui coldly. Of course, when Lin Ba Dao heard these words, a huge, proud smile appeared on his face. At that moment, Lin Feng was standing far behind the Lin clan and could see their silhouettes. It seemed like they had all rushed over from Yangzhou City to the Imperial City. The entire Lin clan thought that the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue provided the students with an incredibly high social status. What they didn't know, though, is that someone whose family name was also Lin had refused to study at the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue. They also didn't know that the entire Yun Hai sect had sacrificed themselves to save him, and that was the person they had expelled from their clan. Ha! Today, so many people have come to see the inauguration of the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue. This is a great honor for me, said a loud voice from far away. 2 silhouettes then climbed onto the high stage. They were Duan Tianlang and Duan Han, who both still had faces filled with arrogance. It looks the rumors were not groundless. It is indeed Duan Tianlang who created the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue, thought some people in the crowd. In the past, when people didn't know who intended to create such a place, some people thought that its creator was going to be either Duan Tianlang or Liu Kanglan. At that moment, everybody finally knew that it was Duan Tianlang who had created the holy courtyard. Duan Tianlang, would like to say a few words. You all have traveled over huge distances to come and assist to the inauguration ceremony of the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue. Some of you, though, have come with the hope to be able to join us and become one of our students. If that's the case, please note that you should be young, outstanding, and should at least have broken through to the Ling Qi layer. If you meet our requirements, please write your names on the list. If you are chosen to study at the holy courtyard, we will provide you with the best skills and techniques. Many disciples will even have access to high-quality Xuan-level skills. When Duan Tianlang finished talking, many people in the crowd were astonished. Xuan-level skills were not easily obtained, especially high-quality ones. Unless a cultivator was the disciple of one of the biggest sects or was very rich, obtaining such skills was extremely hard. Even in the biggest sects, disciples had to have reached a certain level before gaining access to such high-level skills. The crowd was extremely excited by Duan Tianlang's words. The only thing that annoyed some people was that one of the requirements was to have reached the Ling Qi layer. Besides, there is something that I would like to announce today. There are two people that everybody would like to see today at the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue, said Duan Tianlang with a weird smile on the corner of his mouth. The crowd was dying out of curiosity. Everybody wanted to see these two people. Who could they be? Considering the way Duan Tianlang had said these words, these two people were probably going to be extraordinary talents. You two, please come out, said Duan Tianlang. Everybody started shaking in anticipation. There was a person who was falling down from the sky like a snowflake, slowly and softly. The high official Luo Zhu, said the crowd, stupefied. How incredibly strong and powerful. He was the strongest disciple ever in the ice and snow mountain village. He was one of the 8 high officials. Why would he come to the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue, though? At the same time, an extremely strong wind started blowing over the area. Snowflakes were fluttering in the air. Suddenly, the crowd noticed a shadow in the sky. It was a legendary rock that was flying through the air. Chu Zhanpeng? The eyes of the people in the crowd shrank. The crowd was shaking in excitement and surprise. The 2 high officials Luo Zhu and Chu Zhanpeng were there and were surprisingly going to join the courtyard. Nobody would have ever thought that. Chu Zhanpeng was Chu Qing's son and the future patriarch of the Hao Yue sect. Why would he want to join the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue? So that's how it is. Luo Zhu and Chu Zhanpeng came to join the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue. Thios is indeed a strange and wonderful event. Duan Tianlang is very famous and has a great deal of power. All sorts of comment were rising amongst the crowd. As expected, extremely famous people had come to join the holy courtyard. Luo Zhu and Chu Zhanpeng were standing on Duan Tianlang's left and right. The imperial clan and the 2 external high officials were standing next to each other shoulder to shoulder. And now, let me announce the official opening of the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue. I, Duan Tianlang, am the first principal, said Duan Tianlang in such a loud voice that people could hear him for far away in the crowd. Duan Lai, congratulations, said voices amongst the crowd. Many people in the crowd then took out golden ceremony boxes. They were presents for the godlike celebrities who were present. Bai clan, congratulations. Zhang clan, congratulations. Gu clan, congratulations. People were unceasingly coming out of the crowd with golden boxes and rushed to hand over their gifts as if they had been waiting patiently this whole time to offer their congratulations. Duan Tianlang had a big smile on his face. Thank you, everybody. Those concerned, please go ahead and take your gifts. Those who were congratulating and offering presents were nobles of the imperial city. The crowd understood that those at the origin of the creation of the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue were the imperial clan. It is useless to mention that those who could join the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue were extremely powerful. Those who were offering the presents then slowly moved back towards the crowd. Duan Tianlang had a big smile on his face, expressing his satisfaction at the way things were turning out. Everybody knew that the next step was the recruitment of new disciples. But at that moment, a strong qi emerged from the atmosphere. Everybody had the sensation that the top of their head was suddenly under heavy pressure, which made them raise their heads towards the sky. Arrow! Suddenly, coming from the heavens like a meteor whose trajectory had the shape of a beautiful and perfect arch, was piercing through the air at full speed straight towards Duan Tianlang on the high stage. What's going on? Shouted people in the crowd, alarmed. Someone was surprisingly attacking Duan Tianlang with an arrow on the day of the inauguration of the holy courtyard. How heartless! Duan Tianlang was surprised. The smile on his face vanished and was replaced with a cold and evil expression. Break! A strong and powerful sword chi spread through the atmosphere and blocked the arrow, and causing it to fall down onto the ground. At the same time, a strong rumbling noise invaded everybody's ears, and the ground started shaking. Liu Kanglan offers his congratulations for the establishment of the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue, said a loud voice which stupefied the crowd. Liu Kanglan, also known as Divine Arrow Liu Kanglan, he had come and attacked Duan Tianlang. Kaizai cavalry troops offer our congratulations for the establishment of the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue. The reason for the rumbling noises and the shaking ground soon revealed itself. Far away in the horizon, the chi of a multitude of Kaizai armored cavalry suddenly revealed itself in the air. The entire crowd could feel the chi growing nearer and nearer. "What's that? What's going on?" cried out the crowd in alarm. Their expressions were drastically changing. Suddenly, a storm of arrows filled the sky above the crowd. The scene was strangely beautiful. Everybody was stunned. They couldn't help but blankly stare at all the arrows which were blotting out the sun. The sky was filled with so many arrows that the sunlight was struggling to pierce through. Had Liu Kanglan really come to congratulate the establishment of the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue? "How audacious!" furiously shouted Duan Tianlang, making an evil face. Duan Tianlang suddenly jumped in the air while holding his sword, which emitting a bright, resplendent light. At the same time, many people jumped in the air as well, releasing an extremely strong chi and attacking the arrows in the sky. Numerous arrows were falling down at that moment, and people in the crowd chaotically tried to avoid being caught in the crossfire. The Kaizai armored cavalry quickly arrived and dispersed crowd. A strong wind surrounded them. Their leader particularly attracted everybody's attention. He had long, snow-white hair. He was very handsome, and his clothes looked beautiful and clean. "It's Liu Kanglan. How come his hair has entirely turned white?" said some people in the crowd while looking at Liu Kanglan. Could it be that he had come to the ceremony of the holy courtyard to cause trouble? The Kaizai armored cavalry had stopped. There were about 200 of them. Each and every single one of them looked determined and majestic. They all looked like battle-hardened conquerors. "Liu Kanglan, do you know what you're doing?" said Duan Tianlang evilly while fixedly staring at Liu Kanglan, who was sat atop his Kaizai armored horse. "I have come in the name of justice," said Liu Kanglan, sounding calm and serene, yet extremely determined. "Justice?" said Duan Tianlang while smiling coldly. "Today is the inauguration of the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue. It's the biggest and most important celebration of the country, and you dare talk about justice, whatever that is supposed to mean. I have been serving our country for at least 20 years. I have fought on many battlefields, and I have never complained about it, even once. Then I even sent my own daughter to all the corners of the country to find outstanding disciples who could join the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue and become pillars of our nation," said Liu Kanglan while raising his head towards the sky. His long white hair was floating in the wind. "I dedicated my life to the country. I am the commander of the army of Kaizai cavalry, and you, Duan Tianlang, asked me to lend you my army, which I naively did. You then united with other large sects and used my Kaizai cavalry to go and annihilate the Yunhai sect, the sect which made me into the man that I am today, the sect that trained me and cared for me. In one day you exterminated all of them and left an unceasingly flowing river of blood behind you. And then, you dare say you don't know what I mean by justice," said Liu Kanglan while slowly turning his head towards Duan Tianlang. Liu Kanglan's words were filled with a sharp coldness. When the crowd heard Liu Kanglan's words, they sighed with emotion. The imperial clan was indeed cruel. Liu Kanglan was an amazing person. He was a hero of the nation, and surprisingly, the imperial clan had ordered the destruction of his sect, the Yunhai sect. Nobody would have thought that Duan Tianlang was capable of such a thing. The Yunhai sect disobeyed the order of the imperial clan and refused to send some of its disciples to the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue. This is what happens when one disobeys imperial orders. Therefore, the destruction of the Yunhai sect was a logical punishment for its defiance. Besides, today, you dare enter the imperial city with the Kaizai armored cavalry and cause trouble at the inauguration ceremony of the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue. This is a serious offense, said Duan Tianlang while glancing at Liu Kanglan coldly. He then added on the same ice-cold tone, "Besides, making the Kaizai armored cavalry rebel against the imperial clan is another serious crime." "Rebel against the imperial clan?" The crowd was stupefied. Duan Tianlang was suddenly accusing Liu Kanglan of being a rebel. However, Duan Tianlang and the ones close to him looked calm and didn't seem too affected by the series of events. So, asking for justice is a crime. I see. I, Liu Kanglan, have a clear conscience and have nothing to be ashamed of when it comes to the imperial clan. However, I feel ashamed for my sect, for my brothers and sisters who died. With our general until death, shouted the cavalry on their Kaizai armored horses in unison. They had voluntarily followed their general. They were fearlessly defying death. When the crowd heard the voice of the troops filled with righteous ardor and expressing loyalty to their general, they were all moved. The scene was so tragic and touching. "What is the point in living such a life?" said Wen Aozu in the middle of the crowd. His eyes were filled with sorrow. He looked heartbroken. Lin Feng was standing next to Wen Aozu. Under his bronze mask, his eyes were sparkling. Liu Kanglan had come to the imperial city with his army of Kaizai armored cavalry. He had come to fight for justice, but it was also clear to him that he could die at any moment. Liu Kanglan took a deep and desolate breath and glanced at every single member of his army. "Since it's this way, today is going to be our last battle. Too bad that we're on that square in the imperial city and not on a battlefield," said Liu Kanglan while grabbing his bow. He then put an arrow in it and aimed at Duan Tianlang. However, Duan Tianlang looked extremely calm and peaceful. He even had an evil smile on the corner of his mouth. At the same time, many strong cultivators moved towards Duan Tianlang's side at the same time and released some intensely powerful qi which seemed to be lacerating the atmosphere. The situation was explosive. A great war was about to break out. "Wait, wait!" shouted someone in the crowd. Immediately after, a silhouette started walking out of the crowd. That person was wearing a bronze mask. It was impossible to see their expression. Liu Kanglan glanced at him and was about to attack him when he recognized the bronze mask. He was stupefied. He put his bow down. "That's him!" Lin Feng had prevented Liu Kanglan from crippling his own cultivation in the Yunhai sect. Back then, he had understood that that person who was wearing a bronze mask had been Lin Feng. Therefore, at that moment, he was able to recognize him. The entire Yunhai sect had sacrificed themselves to protect and save Lin Feng's life. "This has nothing to do with you. Get lost," said Liu Kanglan coldly. As if Lin Feng hadn't heard Liu Kanghan, he calmly shook his head and said, "General, let bygones be bygones. We cannot bring them back now. Why bother and come to the imperial city? For justice," replied Liu Kanglan. He wouldn't have thought that Lin Feng would appear and start talking. Liu Kanglan was already starting to be puzzled by this dilemma. Justice. But what is justice for the general is in other people's eyes considered as suicide. You just looked like a general who wants to die, nothing more. If justice is what you think it is, then it's worthless," replied Lin Feng while shaking his head. He started moving towards Liu Kanglan. Lin Feng then stood next to him and glanced at Duan Tianlang. "Duan Tianlang, today is the inauguration of the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue. May I ask some questions?" Duan Tianlang wouldn't have thought that Lin Feng would appear on that day. Considering that it was the inauguration day of the courtyard, he had to handle things cleanly and properly. Thus, he couldn't refuse and then said, "Go ahead. The holy courtyard of Zhu Yue, why is it called the holy courtyard? Because we want it to be a pure and holy place, a place where morally elevated people come to become great cultivators. People who are chosen to study at the courtyard should also have pure souls," replied Duan Tianlang. "I see," said Lin Feng while slightly nodding. He then pointed at the crowd and said, "In the middle of the crowd, there are people from the Hao Yue sect, from the Ice and Snow Mountain village, as well as people from the Yunhai sect which you destroyed. Now you are saying that you want these people to rebel against their own sects, to join the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue for the sake of purity and moral values. Is that right?" When Lin Feng finished talking, a complete silence invaded the entire area. Duan Tianlang was stunned. "A moment ago, you used the word rebel in a negative way, but the Yunhai sect disciples who followed you after you destroyed their sect, are they not rebels of the Yunhai sect as well? But no, according to your logic, these rebels are considered as pure and holy because they joined the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue. That's a weird contradiction," said Lin Feng to Duan Tianlang, who remained silent. Duan Tianlang opened his mouth, but no words came out. Lin Feng's poignant words made him speechless. Lin Feng didn't care about Duan Tianlang's facial expression and continued talking. "Duan Tianlang, I really don't know if you are the one who chose the name, Holy Courtyard of Zhu Yue, or if it was someone else. "Of course it is my idea," replied Duan Tianlang immediately. He wanted to kill Lin Feng. He was evilly staring at him. What a skillful manipulator, thought members of the crowd as they watched the scene unfold. Lin Feng had just said that the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue didn't deserve such a name as it was recruiting rebels. Duan Tianlang was unable to refute Lin Feng's words, which obviously made the crowd agree with Lin Feng. Lin Feng had just asked him whose idea it was to call it the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue. He obviously knew that Duan Tianlang would reply that it was his. Saying anything else would have been making the ones above him bear the responsibility for that, and he didn't dare to accuse them. Besides, Duan Tianlang had been unable to deny the fact that the courtyard didn't deserve its name, which meant that he was recognizing that Lin Feng was correct in what he was saying. He had no argument remaining to defend himself. That's the way it is. You, Duan Tianlang, convinced the biggest sects to hand over their best disciples to you and destroyed the Yun Hai sect, then finally created the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue. How prestigious. But didn't you know that the Yun Hai sect was General Liu Kanglan's sect? Continued Lin Feng, while Duan Tianlang remained uncommunicative. That was a very smart move from your part, Duan Tianlang, because Liu Kanglan was a disciple of the Yun Hai sect. Besides, everybody knows how kind and honest Liu Kanglan is. You knew that he would never tolerate your actions of destroying his sect. He would definitely come to you seeking revenge. That way, he would be forced to abandon his official functions and would come to the imperial city to try and kill you. Then, you would be able to call him a rebel and damage his reputation and make him lose everything that he has built throughout the years. What a perfect plan. Your methods are absolutely perfect. But what was your agenda when you started to plot against one of the pillars supporting this country? Lin Feng was speaking uninterruptedly. Everybody was astonished by every single word that came from his mouth. That's right. What Lin Feng said was entirely true. That was a demonically perfect plan. However, at that moment, many people thought that Duan Tianlang probably wasn't the one at the origin of this plot. Everybody was shaking. They were moved by Lin Feng's words. After everything that Liu Kanglan had done for his country, who could have dared to plot against him, how tragic. Stop babbling nonsense. Shut up, shouted Duan Tianlang furiously. An ice-cold qi which smelt like death suddenly surrounded Lin Feng's body. Could it be that I am wrong, that you are not the author of all these horrors? Added Lin Feng, who seemed like hadn't noticed that Duan Tianlang wanted to kill him. Lin Feng's last remark shook up the crowd. Of course it was me who was the origin of all of these events. Are you done talking now? Said Duan Tianlang, unperturbedly admitting that he was the one who had undertaken all of this. But could it be that the people in the shadows were actually the ones who had come up with the ideas first? However, there weren't many people above Duan Tianlang in the hierarchy of the country, so if he wasn't the one who had undertaken these horrors, who else could it be? Of course, I see. Since you admit that you are the who started all of this, I would like to ask you, since you plotted against General Liu Kanglan and also hurt and killed so many people of the Zhu Yue country, are you not a rebel yourself? Is it not still considered a crime if a member of the Duan clan rebels? Asked Lin Feng. He glanced at Duan Tianlang and then at the crowd and said, And all of you who have helped him do evil, haven't you also committed a crime against the country too? The crowd was stunned. Lin Feng was using the arguments, which Duan Tianlang had used against Liu Kanglan, but this time they were directed against Duan Tianlang himself as well as the crowd. Lin Feng believed in justice and knew that he was right with what he was saying. Not the crowd or even Duan Tianlang could deny what Lin Feng was saying. Those who had committed crimes were accusing the innocent people of being guilty. Lin Feng had just brought about a radical change in the situation and was exposing the truth. His tongue was sharp as a sword. If it was another location, then Duan Tianlang would have killed Lin Feng without hesitation. But that was the inauguration day of the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue in the imperial city, so he had to be prudent and cautious about everything he did. People coming from everywhere in the country were paying attention to his words and behavior. He couldn't attack Liu Kanglan except if Liu Kanglan behaved like he did a moment before when he was ready to attack him. If Duan Tianlang took the initiative to attack, then that would definitely be a rebellion against the country. If Liu Kanglan took the initiative, then its blame would fall onto him. Why did you come to talk nonsense today? On the day of the inauguration ceremony, what evil intentions have brought you here? Duan Tianlang seemed like he had completely forgotten Liu Kanglan and was now getting excessively angry at Lin Feng. Besides, he had changed the subject completely. How am I causing trouble? I just spoke a few truths, that's all. If everybody thinks that everything that I said is unjustified and unreasonable, then I will leave, said Lin Feng. Actually, he had come to the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue because he was really interested in disrupting the ceremony. Besides, he was hoping to be able to fight against some of its disciples for the sake of achieving enlightenment. But reality had been different because Liu Kanglan had appeared unexpectedly. How could Lin Feng let him carry out a suicide attack in the name of justice when his action would have had nothing to do with justice? Lin Feng found out that his words gave Duan Tianlang the impression that he was being slapped in the face. Lin Feng was quite satisfied even if he thought that it was not near enough punishment for him. General, in this world, justice can be protected if you are powerful, but for that you need to be alive. So please take care of yourself, and at the right moment, you will be able to fight for justice, said Lin Feng to Liu Kanglan, who was surprised. Remember to keep growing stronger. Take care of yourself. Only then you can fight for justice. Only those who could understand such things could be really free in the world. Liu Kanglan had come on that day to show that Duan Tianlang had unfairly destroyed the Yun Hai sect. Because of his past in the Yun Hai sect, he felt like he had to avenge it. He thought that it was the right thing to do. However, in Lin Feng's eyes, Liu Kanglan's behavior was just blind devotion and nothing more. If Liu Kanglan acted recklessly and caused his own death, then wouldn't that make the enemy happy? How could that avenge those who unfairly died at their hands? He was just acting like a desperate man with no other course of action. General, just leave, said Lin Feng. At that moment, Liu Kanglan slightly nodded. Would you like to come with me for a walk? Asked Liu Kanglan to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was surprised and then said, All right. After all the trouble you caused today, do you think that you can leave that easily? Said Duan Tianlang, who looked furious. They had humiliated him in the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue. I'm taking him for a walk. Who will dare and oppose me? Said Liu Kanglan while glancing at Duan Tianlang. At that moment, Liu Kanglan looked like the real divine arrow Liu Kanglan. At the beginning, Liu Kanglan wanted to fight but hadn't yet initiated a full-blown conflict. Since Liu Kanglan wasn't provoking him anymore and hadn't committed any offense, Duan Tianlang couldn't do anything. Liu Kanglan, you came here without permission and on top of that caused trouble. Don't forget that these are serious offenses, said Duan Tianlang coldly. What makes you qualified to proclaim my faults? If His Majesty said that I had committed crimes and wanted to dismiss me, then I would accept his decision. You, however, are not qualified to speak against me, said Liu Kanglan indifferently. Duan Tianlang pulled a long face. Dismiss him? Liu Kanglan was a very famous general with a great history on the battlefield. He had accomplished many wonderful things for the country. Give him a Kai Zhu horse, said Liu Kanglan to one of his troops to his side. Immediately after, a soldier jumped down from his horse and climbed onto the same horse as one of the other soldiers while Lin Feng took his horse. Let's go, said Liu Kanglan to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was sitting on the Kai Zai armored horse. Before leaving, he nodded at Meng Qing and the others. Lin Feng felt reassured because Meng Qing was there to protect them. At that moment, Lin Feng passed near Lin Ba Dao and Lin Rui. He looked at them through his bronze mask. They were surprised and didn't understand why that masked man was looking so deeply at them. But at that moment, Lin Feng and the other Kai Zai armored horses all left. Lin Ba Dao and Lin Rui, who were confused, just stared at these silhouettes while frowning. Their facial expression remained in an intense frown for a long time. The armored horses were galloping at great speed on an old and ancient road. At that moment, two horses were gradually slowing down. Lin Feng looked around. Milky white smoke could be seen coming from some chimneys in the distance. Surprisingly, they had come a small village. It wasn't that small either. In the continent of the 9 clouds, cultivators were respected and had the power, but there were many ordinary people who didn't have a spirit and who couldn't practice cultivation. Lin Feng, we have arrived at the border region of Duan Ren City, said Liu Kanglan to Lin Feng, pointing at the city. We finally arrived, thought Lin Feng, seeing that they were getting closer and closer to the city. The Kai Zai armored horses were extremely fast, but as before, the Zhu Yue country was still as vast as ever. Therefore, they had required 6 days to arrive in this city, which was situated in the north of the country. Duan Ren City. This road is weird, Everything is open and accessible. Anybody could attack and destroy it, said Lin Feng to Liu Kanglan. They don't even think about that, replied Liu Kanglan indifferently, which made Lin Feng shiver. They didn't think about that. In this city, it seemed like there were only ordinary people. They could easily be killed by even weak cultivators. Lin Feng, do you know how huge our continent is? I'm not sure, replied Lin Feng, shaking his head. The continent of the 9 clouds is extremely vast and has many countries. There is the imperial country of Yu and our country, the Zuyue country, which is inside Zuyu, said Liu Kanglan slowly and then continued. Zuyu has 13 countries, amongst which 4 of them are extremely large. Lin Feng was stupefied. He had never heard of Zuyu, 13 countries, and the Zuyue country was inside Zuyu. Lin Feng didn't really understand what that meant. He didn't know what these territories looked like on a map. All of our countries are interconnected. There are agreements in place, and our Zuyue country also respects these agreements. We wouldn't attack each other. However, in case that something like that happened, then the weak would probably become the prey of the strong. Being strong is one of the most important rules in the continent of the 9 clouds. However, every 10 years, the 13 countries choose the most outstanding disciples of their country and organize the Great Competition of Zuyu. The Great Competition of Zuyu consists of battles between these disciples. It is said that the winner can win an incredible amount of wealth and items. Besides, the winner has the opportunity to go to a mysterious and secret location to practice cultivation. The Great Competition of Zuyu, a mysterious and secret location. Lin Feng was shivering. Maybe Luo Zhu and Chu Zhanpeng had joined the holy courtyard of Zuyue for that exact reason. Lin Feng was wondering if there was a correlation between what Liu Kanglan was saying and the fact that these 2 high officials had chosen to study at the holy courtyard of Zuyue. Nonetheless, there are some countries who wish they could become extremely strong and annex other territories. This is something that is made possible during the Great Competition of Zuyu. Everything always comes down to power. If they manage to annex other territories, it means that they would gain power and have access to a greater number of outstanding talents. Many countries wish they could become the imperial country. I see. Lin Feng would have never thought that countries would fight each other in the frame of a great competition. You should be able to understand now why they destroyed the Yun Hai sect. That is why they are trying to put all their best disciples into one place, the holy courtyard of Zuyue, said Liu Kanglan. Lin Feng slightly nodded. They had built the holy courtyard of Zuyue because they needed more outstanding disciples, and they needed to greatly increase the strength of the disciples in the country. They want to kill me because the sphere of influence of my army is too large. They destroyed the Yun Hai sect because they want to unify the country under one banner. The other sects have been magnanimous, but at some point, the imperial clan will probably start paying more attention to them, and their fate will be the same as that of the Yun Hai sect, said Liu Kanglan while sighing. Lin Feng was feeling angrier and angrier. They definitely had their prey in sight. General, get down from your horses and come drink some water. At that moment, there were 2 people who had come from the village, and one of them was a woman. She was the one who had shouted these words to Liu Kanglan. General, your hair? No time. We are in a hurry. We cannot stop, replied Liu Kanglan to the woman while smiling. At that moment, many people were coming out of their houses and looking at Liu Kanglan. Their eyes were filled with respect and admiration. Lin Feng was looking at Liu Kanglan the same way. The masses had always feared the army, but these ordinary people were looking at Liu Kanglan with respect and affection. He had managed to win the hearts of the people. Lin Feng found it unfortunate that they weren't in the previous world. Lin Feng thought that a person like Liu Kanglan could have become one of the most important people in his previous world. He could probably achieve great things. At that moment, another small town appeared in front Lin Feng. General, you came back. Quickly open the gate. Many people, when they saw that Liu Kanglan had come back, looked excited. A short moment after, a multitude of people came to the gate. General, shouted the crowd loudly. They all knew that the Yun Hai sect had been destroyed, and that their general had left to the imperial city because of those events. They were terrified by the idea that their general would maybe never come back. They were thus very happy to see him return safely. When Liu Kanglan saw all those people, he took a few deep breaths. His heart was filled with joy. These people were his people, and their lives were in Liu Kanglan's hands. I came back, said Liu Kanglan. He then urged his horse onwards and galloped into the town at full speed. He was moving so fast that the wind around him created whistling sounds as he passed through the air. Lin Feng's Kaizai armored horse was closely following Liu Kanglan. This town wasn't exactly big and was only a small part of the territory. Liu Kanglan lived in another region of the city near another gate. Liu Kanglan hadn't arrived yet, but there was a silhouette on a horse was coming towards him. She was urging on her horse forwards using a whip. She was wearing fire-red robes. "Father!" Liu Fei's eyes were red and full of tears. Not many people understood why he had gone to the imperial city. Liu Fei didn't understand clearly either. When she heard that her father had come back, she rushed over to see him with tears in her eyes. Liu Fei was worried about her father and thought that he may not return alive. Fei, said Liu Kanglan. He seemed to be a very affectionate father as he looking lovingly at his daughter. Liu Fei looked at her father and a few seconds later said, "Liu Kanglan, you're finally here. How could you be so stupid?" A soldier next to Lin Feng was surprised and couldn't help letting his shock escape his mouth. Liu Fei was really rude. Immediately after, Liu Kanglan smiled in an even more affectionate way. It was a wry smile, though. After all, he was indeed really stupid sometimes. "All right, Fei, I'm here. Are you not happy that I have returned?" "You are feeling happy that you have returned, but I am still not happy." She said, galloped towards her father and said, "Father, promise me that you won't do something like this again in the future." "I won't," said Liu Kanglan while shaking his head. He then pointed at Lin Feng and said, Fei, you can thank him. He's the one who saved your old father from making a mistake which he could not come back from." "Huh?" Liu Fei looked at Lin Feng. That young man's robes were full of dirt because of the long journey they had taken to get here. Besides, his bronze mask looked terribly evil the more that one looked at it. The qi emanating from his body was very strange as well. "Father, who is this young man?" said Liu Fei while looking at Lin Feng with a perplexed face. Liu Kanglan laughed and said, "Don't you recognize him?" Liu Fei was stunned. Recognize him? She didn't know anyone who went around wearing a bronze mask. Lin Feng smiled and said as a joke, "What? Can you not even recognize your boyfriend?" When he finished talking, he took off his mask. When Liu Fei saw his face, her lips started to tremble. She was overwhelmed with all different kinds of emotions, but eventually a huge smile which was filled with warmth appeared and covered her face. Lin Feng. The one who was wearing that bronze mask, surprisingly, was Lin Feng, and he was the person who had saved her father's life. Liu Kanglan looked at Lin Feng's face. He had met Lin Feng only twice, and both times, he was wearing a bronze mask. It was the first time that he saw Lin Feng without his mask. He was smiling and seemed like a very good-natured person. Despite his age, he looked mysterious and mature. Only his mouth revealed a frivolous and unruly smile which showed that he probably had a good sense of humor as well. "How young!" shouted Liu Kanglan, stupefied, and then whispered, "How mysterious he seems, almost mystical." The first time Liu Kanglan had seen Lin Feng had pronounced a few deep and mysterious sentences which had deeply influenced his thoughts and opinions. The second time that he had met him, Lin Feng had fearlessly contradicted Duan Tianlang, leaving him dumbstruck and unable to reply. He had also damaged the reputation of the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue. The one who had taken such brave actions inside the imperial city was this smiling young man. These things didn't only require intelligence. They also required a person to be courageous, fearless, and quite audacious to dare make Duan Tianlang lose face in front of so many people. It also required a person to be quite unconventional and unrestrained. Liu Kanglan would have never thought that such an extraordinary person could be so young. "Lin Feng, you just said that you are Liu Fei's boyfriend," suddenly said Liu Kanglan, recalling what Lin Feng had just said. He had a strange expression on his face and asked, "Is it true?" Lin Feng suddenly became very shy and scratched his head while remaining silent. Liu Fei was staring at him stunned. "Father, don't listen to that bastard. He's just a despicable pervert." At that moment, she was angry at Lin Feng for having dared say that he was her boyfriend in front of her father. How embarrassing. "A despicable pervert?" Lin Feng looked very awkward after hearing such words. He then resolutely said to Liu Fei, Fei, are you not the one who asked me out and said that we were in a relationship in front of everyone the other day? If I'm a pervert, you are one as well." Liu Fei's eyes almost rolled. What a crazy bastard. Liu Kanglan's eyes were huge and wide open. He didn't understand what was going on at all. Lin Feng stared at Liu Fei's beautiful face, making her blush. Why had she started calling him a pervert again? While looking at both of them in such a strange situation, Liu Kanglan couldn't help but smile and said, "Fei Fei, that's all right, I have seen enough. Let's go now." Liu Fei angrily looked at Lin Feng and then made her horse turn around. The three of them were riding their horses. Suddenly, many of the soldiers of Liu Kanglan's army, when they saw Lin Feng with the group, started to approach them. The crowd suddenly kneeled down and bowed to the extent that their heads made a loud thud when colliding with the solid ground. Lin Feng was astonished and found it very strange especially that these people were not prostrating themselves in front of Liu Kanglan or Liu Fei, but in front of him. "Thank you for having saved our general's life." The people in the crowd were thanking Lin Feng one after another. Lin Feng was stupefied. "Please stand up. There is no need to do such a thing," replied Lin Feng. These people were incredibly strong and had experienced many extraordinary things throughout their lifetime. How could they bow and worship Lin Feng? "Young man, you didn't save only our general's life, but you also saved 200 Kai-Zai armored cavalry soldiers. If our general died, our town would probably be in danger and might be invaded. It means that you saved and protected many people's lives with your actions," said a soldier looking solemn and grateful. Lin Feng was still surprised. He had never thought about these things. "Oh, I see, but that's enough. Please stand up now." Lin Feng wasn't an arrogant person and everybody could see it. Everybody stood up when Lin Feng told them. They could see that he looked embarrassed from having so much attention on him. "That's all right. Everybody can disperse now," said Liu Kanglan while waving to everyone. Everybody then quietly left. "Lin Feng, these people are not soldiers. They are officers. They are the best elements of my army. They can all lead groups of a few hundred people. I have only 500 officers. I trust them more than anyone else in the world. The soldiers who came with me to the imperial city are all guards. You saved their lives. In the future, if there is an opportunity, they will be your assistants," said Liu Kanglan. Lin Feng was surprised and replied, "My assistants? Indeed, your assistants," said Liu Kanglan honestly while nodding. He then added, "You notice that some people want to do me harm. At some point, they might succeed. If in the future you are also involved in these battles, then they will all come to help you." Lin Feng was smiling wryly. Who knew what would happen in the future? Lin Feng noticed the other gate of the town and sighed. They were in the very north of the country at the border with another country. If there was an attack someday, even if it wasn't supposed to happen, Liu Kanglan's territory would be the first one to be involved in battles. "Fei Fei, you go first. Lin Feng and I are going on a walk," said Liu Kanglan to Liu Fei. Liu Fei was surprised and strangely stared at her father. "All right," she said while nodding. She didn't ask her father for explanations and left. "Lin Feng, let's walk to the gate," said Liu Kanglan while looking at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was also surprised. He didn't know why Liu Kanglan wanted Liu Fei to leave them alone. "All right," said Lin Feng while nodding. They galloped towards the western gate of the city. There were lots of troops in that area. Even though they were looking at Liu Kanglan, they didn't move away from their respective positions. They got down off their horses, and Liu Kanglan then brought Lin Feng towards a flight of stairs on the left of the gate. The flight of stairs led to the gate tower, which was very large. They went up all the way to the top of the tower. Lin Feng suddenly just felt an extremely strong and cold wind blowing on his face. Lin Feng then looked at the landscape and was completely amazed. Duan Ren City, the city of 1,000 blades, thought Lin Feng. In front of him was a vast field which looked boundless. There was a myriad of bladed weapons lying on the ground. Some of these weapons were already completely rusted and worn down over time. "Since the battle, I have never given the order to remove these weapons from their positions. I rather prefer leaving them there in remembrance of those heroic souls," said Liu Kanglan slowly. He pointed his finger at the distance. It looked like a gigantic sword had cut a mountain into two. It strangely resembled the mountain where he could see sunlight shining in the Yunhai sect, the place where Liu Fei used to practice cultivation. That place was surrounded by a moat. As that natural moat was surrounded by high hills, it was easier for Liu Kanglan's troops to shoot at people who would try and come from that location. They were extremely vulnerable if they came from that location. That place is the border. If you were to go there, then there is a good chance that you will not make it back alive. It's called Duan Ren Border. "Duan Ren Border, logical," whispered Lin Feng. "This is the border with the Mo Yue country. The Mo Yue country and our Zhu Yue country are very different. In the Mo Yue country, they don't have sects and they are completely united. Therefore, they are much stronger than us as they have a combined power. They have a huge army which is under a single banner. If they weren't scared of my army in Duan Ren City, they probably would have attacked a long time ago, said Liu Kanglan. That is why Liu Kanglan, a long time ago, had spared no effort and had fearlessly led his army into great battles. He had emerged victorious and created a legend which brought fear to his enemies. Lin Feng, you saw how dangerous the situation is for me. Someday, I will probably have my life taken from me, and I'm not speaking carelessly when I say this. Lin Feng understood why Liu Kanglan had abandoned the Yun Hai sect in the past. He had left everything behind to protect his country from invaders. In the Zuyue country, there were internal and external threats. The situation was extremely complex. Lin Feng, there is something that I would like to ask you. Lin Feng was stupefied. He was staring at Liu Kanglan. What could Liu Kanglan have to ask from him? Liu Kanglan slowly said, "Please take good care of Fei Fei." Take care of Liu Fei? Lin Feng first blankly stared at Liu Kanglan and then smiled wryly. It wasn't that easy to take care of Liu Fei. If only Liu Fei was similar to Meng Qing, but at that moment Lin Feng was living with Meng Qing. What about Liu Fei? That was a difficult situation for Lin Feng. He didn't know what to do. Besides, Meng Qing wanted to take care of him and wanted for him to tell her stories all the time. Uncle Liu Kanglan, why do you trust me? When the Yun Hai sect was destroyed, they all sacrificed their lives to protect you. If I can't trust you, then there is nobody in this world that I can trust, said Liu Kanglan while fixedly staring at Lin Feng. He then smiled and said, Besides, I think that Fei Fei and you are a very good match. If you want to take care of her forever, I have no objection to your union. Eh? Lin Feng was really stunned. Liu Kanglan was surprisingly trying to make Lin Feng and Liu Fei become engaged. Because of her incredible beauty, this offer would be hard to resist for any ordinary man. Of course, Lin Feng wasn't an ordinary man. Uncle Liu Kanglan, I am not that kind of person, but I have listened to what you have to say, and I can promise you that I will do my best to take good care of her, replied Lin Feng in a low voice. Liu Kanglan smiled. He liked Lin Feng. He then said, I understand. I know that you are not that kind of person. Lin Feng, it is Liu Fei who expressed this. When Lin Feng heard Liu Kanglan's ambiguous words, he felt like crawling into a hole and disappearing from the world. He was extremely embarrassed. Maybe Liu Kanglan thought that what Lin Feng had meant when he said he was not that kind of person was that he wasn't talented enough when it came to women, but Liu Kanglan found it strange. But did Lin Feng have a choice? If he refused Liu Kanglan's offer, it would be too suspicious. When Liu Fei had heard her father tell her that he wanted to spend some time alone with Lin Feng, she felt incredibly furious in her heart. At that moment, Lin Feng and Liu Fei were in her house. Liu Fei angrily looked at Lin Feng and said, What did you tell my father? She remembered that Lin Feng had said that he was her boyfriend in front of her father. It was very possible that her father had misunderstood Lin Feng. At that moment, Liu Kanglan had asked Liu Fei to leave with Lin Feng without asking for her opinion and gave her no chance to respond. Poor Lin Feng. He didn't want to argue, he was just smiling wryly. Father, I'm not leaving, said Liu Fei while shaking her head and looking at her father. Don't make trouble, Fei Fei. I have made this decision and I will not change my mind. I told Lin Feng to stay in Duan Ren City for 3 days. 3 days from now, you will both leave together, said Liu Kanglan strictly. He was extremely firm and strict with his words. Father, shouted Liu Fei, who wanted to say something else but was interrupted by Liu Kanglan. No, you have nothing to add. I'm your father and you will listen to me. Liu Fei was shaking while staring at her father, which made Liu Kanglan want to take back his words and give her a choice, but he was convinced that Liu Fei had to leave, so he did not take back his words and stayed silent. I'm sorry, I will not disobey. Liu Fei didn't say anything else and ran towards her room with a bright red face. When Liu Kanglan saw Liu Fei run like this, he felt powerless. Lin Feng felt powerless as well. Because of all the problems Liu Kanglan had, he would constantly be worried to death if Liu Fei stayed. Some people are really heartless, thought Lin Feng. 3 days later, dust rose all around the galloping horses. Several hundreds of Kaizai armored horses were galloping on that ancient road. Uncle Liu Kanglan, you can accompany us to here. We should be fine from this point on, said Lin Feng to Liu Kanglan. Their horses gradually slowed down and stopped. Liu Kanglan looked at Liu Fei. He looked reluctant to part with them. He also didn't know when they would meet again. Father, you can go back now, said Liu Fei reluctantly. She was gritting her teeth. Fei Fei, please listen to Lin Feng, said Liu Kanglan while strictly staring at Liu Fei. Even though Liu Kanglan hadn't known Lin Feng for a long time, he knew that Lin Feng was extremely strong. He felt reassured to know that Lin Feng was there to take care of Liu Fei. Liu Fei glanced at Lin Feng, nodded and said, "Father, I will. Take care of yourself," said Liu Kanglan while turning around and galloping away. "Lin Feng, please take good care of her," shouted Liu Kanglan from far away. "Sister, have a safe trip. Brother, have a safe trip." The cavalry on their Kai-Zai armored horses shouted these words to Liu Fei and Lin Feng and left by following Liu Kanglan. Liu Fei stared at them for a while, motionless. Lin Feng stayed next to her and remained silent. "Yesterday, my father told me that he had abandoned the Yun Hai sect in the past even though they had taught him so much. He thinks that he is responsible for the destruction of the Yun Hai sect. He feels endless regret in his heart about the events which occurred. My father also told me that during the great battle against Duan Ren border, my mother had been killed. He hadn't even talked to her before she was killed. He feels extremely guilty. My father also said that because of the issues with the Duan Ren border, he hadn't had time to take care of me, which is why he had sent me to the Yun Hai sect. Because he didn't assume his responsibilities as a father, he also said sorry to me, his daughter. My father also said that during the war of the Duan Ren border, he had lost many of his troops. 100,000 or more, they are buried outside of Duan Ren City, and he is still alive. He feels regret in his heart that he could not save any of them. Lin Feng was calmly listening to Liu Fei. He found all these stories extremely complex. I know why my father wants me to leave. He doesn't want me to get involved. He feels sorry and regrets many things, but one thing I know is that the Zhu Yue country should feel regret for what they did and are doing to him. They are the ones who should say sorry to him. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at the sky while listening to Liu Fei. Even if the Zhu Yue country said sorry to him, that would never be enough. If Lin Feng was strong enough, he would go to the imperial city and ask the imperial clan how they feel about it. He was really curious to know how these people really felt from the bottom of their hearts. Only those who were strong enough could influence others. In that world, if someone was strong enough, he could destroy an entire country with a wave of his hand, and no one would stand against him. Lin Feng would never understand why strength was so important in this land. "If you want to cry, then you can go ahead. It's okay," said Lin Feng to Liu Fei in a soft and affectionate voice. Liu Fei had too much pressure. What a pity for such a beautiful 16-year-old girl. When Liu Fei heard Lin Feng's words, tears started unceasingly flowing along her beautiful soft cheeks. Suddenly, she started sobbing loudly. She was shaking. She could barely breathe from all the tears that endlessly fell from her eyes. Lin Feng smiled wryly. Girls were all the same. Enough pressure would make them cry even though they tried to hide it. Lin Feng made his horse go next to Liu Fei's one and put his hand on her shoulder. He then jumped down from his horse onto Liu Fei's horse and said, "It's okay. You can wipe your tears on me." Liu Fei turned around, looked at Lin Feng with her eyes full of tears, and then pushed her face into his chest while sobbing in his arms. A while after, Liu Fei calmed down. She looked at Lin Feng and said, "You're a real pervert. You're taking advantage of the situation." "Eh?" Lin Feng was stupefied. What a moody girl. "It seems like someone is in love with me," said Lin Feng. Liu Fei looked at him and said, "Get over yourself. You like manipulating people, don't you?" said Lin Feng while laughing. He then jumped back onto his Kai Zhu armored horse. Liu Fei still had tears in her eyes and her face was red, but she didn't want Lin Feng to see her. "Let's go," said Liu Fei to Lin Feng. The Kai Zai armored horses immediately left as if they were able to understand the ones riding them. They left at full speed. Lin Feng smiled. Making Liu Fei listen to him was going to be such a difficult task. On the old and ancient road, a picturesque scene unfurled of a young handsome boy and an extremely beautiful young girl galloping on their horses, swiftly into the horizon. Outside of the Celestial Academy, 2 horses had appeared. At that moment, the recruitment procedure had already finished. A crowd formed and started getting bigger and bigger. People were staring at these 2 Kai-Zai armored horses and the 2 people who were on top of them. They were particularly interested in Liu Fei. "The Celestial Academy," said Liu Fei, looking at the large gate. She then asked Lin Feng, "Why the hell did you bring me here?" "To practice cultivation, obviously," replied Lin Feng and then added, "Let's go inside." "I don't have a recommendation letter, besides I will not join the Celestial Academy," said Liu Fei and then continued. "And you shouldn't either. Are you forgetting about the Yun Hai sect?" Liu Fei was Liu Kanglan's daughter, so she obviously knew about the Celestial Academy. I haven't joined it either, and I can bring you in without a letter of recommendation, said Lin Feng while shaking his head. He knew what Liu Fei meant. After so many people had sacrificed their lives to save him, including some elders, studying in another place would be a kind of betrayal to the Yun Hai sect. Don't forget that your father told you to listen to me, said Lin Feng. When he saw that Liu Fei wasn't reacting, he urged the horse forwards and went into the academy. Liu Fei looked at Lin Feng's silhouette and then galloped behind him. She was shocked by the fact that nobody prevented her from entering in the academy. How did you do that? Asked Liu Fei. She clearly knew that the academy didn't allow anybody to penetrate into the territory of the academy. She didn't know why they would make an exception for her. How could it be that easy to enter? The only explanation was Lin Feng. Besides, he had said it himself a moment before that she didn't need a letter of recommendation to enter. Well, it's nothing extraordinary considering who my girlfriend is, Lin Feng said with a smile. Liu Fei angrily stared at him. What are you looking like that for? I didn't say that you're my girlfriend. I'm sorry, but it seems like your love for me is not reciprocated, said Lin Feng while arrogantly looking at Liu Fei. That girl thought too much. When she heard Lin Feng's words, she started shaking in anger. That damn bastard. It was the first time that Liu Fei went to the Celestial Academy. She found that the scenery was majestic and imposing. Lin Feng and Liu Fei had arrived outside of the palace where the students' rooms were located. He looked at Liu Fei and asked, I guess you already know about the 3 different categories of cultivators that are studying at the academy. I know that it produced army officers, government officials, and assassins. In Duan Ren City, my father's army is composed of many people who studied at the Celestial Academy. They are all very strong individuals. Many cultivators who studied here became strong Kai Zai protectors. Lin Feng looked surprised, looked at Liu Fei and said, Kai Zai protectors? Uncle Liu lets them become protectors that easily. The Kai Zai protectors were Liu Kang Lan's closest troops. Besides, Lin Feng had asked himself before about the status of the people who graduated from the Celestial Academy. If they could become such prestigious cultivators, didn't it mean that the Imperial City had to be supporting it? Liu Fei was looking at Lin Feng as if she was looking at an idiot. Do you think that my father is that kind of person? Lin Feng smiled wryly. Indeed. Liu Kang Lan could easily recognize people with high abilities. He wouldn't let anyone become a Kai Zai protector. Here is the place where those who study military skills stay. Even though we are not students of the academy, we have the right to live here. We can study about military skills and techniques. Liu Fei was astonished. She was really wondering how Lin Feng had achieved such a thing. She had asked him already, but he didn't reply. She didn't feel like asking him again, so she just nodded her head. When they arrived in Lin Feng's living quarters, Yuan Shan and Duan Feng were chatting. When they saw Lin Feng and Liu Fei, they were pleasantly surprised. Lin Feng, big brother. Lin Feng, my friend. The two of them happily said Lin Feng's name in unison. Immediately after, they looked at Liu Fei. Yuan Shan looked at Liu Fei in an ambiguous way. Lin Feng, big brother, who is she? Asked Duan Feng while looking at Liu Fei in such a way that gave the impression he was worshipping her. Meng Qing and Lin Feng had already decided to live together. How could Lin Feng go out and come back with a new, amazingly beautiful girl? Liu Fei, said a voice behind Duan Feng. Jing Yun walked towards them. When she saw that Lin Feng and Liu Fei were together, she made a strange face. In the Yun Hai sect, Liu Fei was considered as the most beautiful girl. A countless number of men were courting her. Since the Yun Hai sect had been destroyed, Jing Yun had thought that Liu Fei had died like the others. She wouldn't have thought she would see her again, especially with Lin Feng. Besides, on that day at the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue, hadn't Lin Feng left with Liu Kang Lan? Liu Fei, the girl who possesses the divine arrow spirit, said Lin Feng. Duan Feng and Yuan Shan were stunned. That exceptionally beautiful girl was Liu Kang Lan's daughter. No wonder Lin Feng was with her. Jing Yun was even more astonished. She didn't know that she was Liu Kang Lan's daughter until that moment. Hello, said Yuan Shan, whose expression had slightly changed. His eyes were suddenly filled with respect. Liu Kang Lan was one of the people whom Yuan Shan respected the most. Too bad that on the other day, he had only seen him from far away and hadn't been able to talk to him. He wished he could have followed Lin Feng and Liu Kang Lan. Yuan Shan wasn't the only person who was like that. Many disciples who were studying military skills also idolized Liu Kang Lan, who was a great general, who could kill people from very far away with incredible accuracy using his arrows. Liu Kang Lan, Many boys were very excited even if they only heard Liu Kanglan's name. And Liu Fei was his daughter. When Liu Fei noticed Yuan Shan's fanaticism, her heart was filled with sorrow. Everybody knew how heroic and great Liu Kanglan was, but nobody knew how difficult the situation was for him. Nobody knew that some people in the country wanted to eliminate him and take all of the power for themselves. "Lin Feng, I would like to rest," said Liu Fei calmly. Lin Feng sighed. He noticed that Liu Fei hadn't completely recovered. "Here, or do you want to choose your own place? There are many free apartments. Choose one for yourself," said Lin Feng. "No need, I'm going to rest in your room," said Liu Fei calmly. Everyone was stunned. Lin Feng was even more stupefied. He was speechless. At that moment, he thought that the most complicated thing to understand in the world was women's logic. Lin Feng scratched his head and said, "It's not very convenient. You should definitely find your own place." "Don't worry, I don't mind. Why would you?" said Liu Fei and continued, "Where is your place?" "That one," said Lin Feng, who had no alternative while pointing towards his own room. At that moment, Yuan Shan quickly moved in front of Lin Feng's door and said while shaking his head, "You should choose another place." When Lin Feng saw that Yuan Shan was obstructing the way to his room, he was surprised. Everybody had a suspicious expression on their face. Then, Duan Feng and Jing Yun nodded their heads, indicating that they didn't approve Liu Fei staying in Lin Feng's room either. Nothing worked, though. They hadn't managed to convince Liu Fei. "No need, I'll rest here." Liu Fei moved closer to Yuan Shan. Yuan Shan then said, "Lin Feng, my friend, you should get in there first." "All right," nodded Lin Feng. He moved towards the big stone door, opened it, and entered his room. Liu Fei followed him. "Who's that? What a terrifying strength," thought Lin Feng. At that moment, an extremely strong qi came out and crashed onto Lin Feng's body. He almost fell down. At that moment, Lin Feng understood why Yuan Shan had told him to enter first. "How kind!" "It's me!" shouted Lin Feng. Suddenly, the qi disappeared. Liu Fei was standing behind Lin Feng and shaking from head to toe. That oppressive qi a moment ago had almost made her collapse. What a powerful strength! Yuan Shan was outside of the room and had a wry smile on his face. Fortunately, he had asked Lin Feng to enter first. That rumbling sound emitted by the release of that strong qi had resonated in the entire palace. His heart was still fluttering with fear. That girl was terrifyingly strong. "How come you didn't come back earlier?" asked Meng Qing coldly from the back of the room. Meng Qing was still wearing a fine veil on her face as well as her beautiful white robes. She looked so divine, as if she was above the material things of this world. She still looked extremely beautiful. When Liu Fei saw Meng Qing, it seemed her eyes were about to pop from their sockets. At the same time, when Meng Qing saw Liu Fei, her eyes shook for a second, and suddenly her eyebrows seemed to indicate that she was extremely unhappy. But very quickly, Meng Qing stopped looking at Liu Fei and calmly looked at Lin Feng. Right after that, she went into a small room of the living quarters and closed the door. Meng Qing's reaction made Lin Feng smile wryly. From Meng Qing's cold and detached reaction, Lin Feng couldn't guess what she was thinking. He had no idea what she was feeling in her heart. "Lin Feng, you're a real bastard." Liu Fei was biting on her lips and looked at Lin Feng with her eyes filled with sadness. She then immediately left the living quarters. Lin Feng was puzzled. Millions of questions passed through his mind. Wasn't she a bit moody? How could she look at him with such eyes? She looked completely heartbroken. Could it be that she really liked him? Lin Feng was lost and didn't understand anything anymore, so he was just smiling wryly. Women's hearts were really incomprehensible for him. Of course, Lin Feng didn't understand Liu Fei's inner thoughts. When Liu Kanglan had asked Lin Feng to take of Liu Fei, his purpose was to make them more intimate by spending longer periods of time with each other. Liu Kanglan didn't know how long he would be able to stay alive. He was in great danger after all. The only person Liu Fei could rely on if he died was Lin Feng. Even though they didn't like each other at the beginning because of a few misunderstandings. Afterwards, Lin Feng had shown that he was the kind of person that she could believe in. He had displayed outstanding physical abilities and was very enlightened on spiritual matters. While getting to know Lin Feng, Liu Fei had gradually forgotten about all of the bad things she thought about Lin Feng originally. Especially when he left the Yun Hai sect on the day of the bloodbath, she had only thought positive things about Lin Feng. Liu Fei already had feelings for Lin Feng, which is why she had accepted to listen to her father and follow Lin Feng. Besides, deep in her heart, she was starting to get used to being together with Lin Feng. Therefore, she found it very normal to live alone with Lin Feng. But when Liu Fei opened the door of Lin Feng's living quarters, the first thing she was a girl, and on top of that, an incredibly beautiful girl. She felt like her heart was broken, which is why she had rushed out of the living quarters. She couldn't stand it any longer. Lin Feng, whom are you going to comfort first? The one inside. Or are you going to chase the other one outside? Asked Yuan Shan, who was standing outside. Lin Feng frowned after hearing his words. I should go and talk to Liu Fei first, thought Lin Feng. Liu Fei was still particularly vulnerable because of all the things that had happened, including those with her father. Lin Feng was really worried about her. Lin Feng went out, jumped through the air, and tried to catch up with Liu Fei. She was heading towards the exit. She seemed like she was really angry and wasn't even saying a word. Lin Feng followed her and finally caught up with her. At that moment, they were already outside of the ancient palace. Why are you doing this to me? Asked Liu Fei to Lin Feng. She looked at him with an ice-cold glare. Lin Feng clearly noticed that she was jealous. Lin Feng was feeling weird deep in his heart. He had never felt in love during his lifetime, so he didn't know what it felt like. But at that moment, delicate and subtle emotions filled his heart. Lin Feng remained speechless and was just fixedly staring at Liu Fei while walking with her. I asked you a question, said Liu Fei, glaring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was still staring at her. Liu Fei was stupefied. What the hell was he looking at? Do you like me? Said Lin Feng in a small and weak voice while scratching his head. Liu Fei was startled with surprise and almost fell down. She turned around, blinked, and looked at Lin Feng. Suddenly, she started laughing loudly. Me, like you, in your dreams, replied Liu Fei coldly. She then turned around and walked at a faster pace. She had never had such feelings and emotions before. Her heart was pounding extremely fast. Really? Said Lin Feng, surprised. Could it be that he had just imagined it? Liu Fei, stop walking away, please, shouted Lin Feng to Liu Fei, who was moving farther and farther away. Liu Fei suddenly stopped walking. Don't forget what you promised to your father. You must listen to me, said Lin Feng impolitely. Liu Fei obviously found it hard to turn around. She gnashed her teeth while furiously looking at Lin Feng. That bastard was using her promise to her dad as an excuse. But at that moment, Lin Feng walked up to her. When he arrived next to her, his hand grabbed Liu Fei's hand and he said, Let's go back, all right? Lin Feng was holding her hand so tightly that she couldn't get away from him. That bastard was using strength against her. As she couldn't break her hand free from his, she just angrily glared at him. Relax now. Lin Feng was proud of himself. Coping with women wasn't an easy thing, but Liu Fei was being docile at that moment. Of course, he wouldn't be able to do the same thing with Meng Qing. If he tried to use force against her, she would probably attack him, and in the blink of an eye, he would be sent flying. A short time after, Yuan Shan and Duan Feng saw Lin Feng and Liu Fei coming back hand in hand. When they saw that Liu Fei wasn't struggling and was holding his hand too, they were astonished. They looked at Lin Feng in a way which looked like they were worshipping his prowess with women. What a truly talented young man. There are many rooms in my living quarters. You can choose one and stay there. If you don't agree, you can live with Jing Yun, said Lin Feng, releasing Liu Fei's hand. Who would want to live in the living quarters of a bastard like you? Said Liu Fei, looking at Lin Feng with cruel eyes. Lin Feng suddenly felt relieved, though, and had the feeling that Liu Fei had returned to her usual self. Uncle Liu had asked him to take care of her. It seemed like better days would be in the future, because today he felt terrible. Lin Feng shook his head and went back into his apartment. He moved towards the room in which Meng Qing was and softly knocked at her door. There was no reply for a few seconds, and then Lin Feng heard Meng Qing's voice from behind the door say, I want to have a rest. Go and have fun with her. Lin Feng was smiling wryly. Could it be that the divine and spiritual Meng Qing was jealous? But Lin Feng quickly refuted the idea that she could be jealous. Meng Qing always gave the impression that she had a stone-cold heart. Lin Feng never knew what she was thinking. I said that I wanted to rest. Leave now, shouted Meng Qing from inside the room. Lin Feng was stupefied. What was going on? What was wrong with her? Meng Qing had always sounded cold and detached. Her mood seemed to never really change, but at that moment she almost sounded angry. Meng Qing, said Lin Feng again, but Meng Qing immediately interrupted him and said, Go away, something was wrong. A light twinkled in Lin Feng's eyes. There was obviously something wrong. Lin Feng resolutely pushed the door of her room, but it didn't open. It seemed to be locked from inside. Lin Feng pushed the door with all his strength and eventually managed to open it. He then immediately entered the room. Lin Feng just felt an extremely strong and cold qi starting to oppress his body. How scary. The scariest was that qi filled the entire room. Lin Feng's pupils shrank. He glanced at the room and then at the simple bed. Meng Qing was sitting on her bed. Lin Feng was stunned when he saw her. Meng Qing was shivering and her body was covered with a layer of frost. Meng Qing's beautiful hair was entirely white as it was covered with frost. "What's wrong?" cried out Lin Feng in alarm. Meng Qing raised her head. Maybe that she was just too cold from the frost. She moved her lips but no words came out of her mouth. "Meng Qing, are you all right? Tell me what's wrong," said Lin Feng while walking towards the bed. Lin Feng felt even colder, as if his entire body was going to freeze. It was too cold, but the coldness didn't come from outside, it came from Meng Qing's body. "Go away, don't come here," said Meng Qing with a shaking voice. Lin Feng sensed a strong pain in her words. He recalled the strong and cold qi that had fallen onto his body a moment before when he had entered the room. At that moment, Meng Qing's body was releasing some ice-cold qi, but as always, she was trying to act as if nothing had happened. Meng Qing didn't want to tell Lin Feng what was going on. Lin Feng took a few steps towards her bed and finally reached the edge of it. Suddenly, frost started spreading from his hands and started to cover his whole body. In the blink of an eye, he looked exactly like Meng Qing, covered with frost. He had also started to shiver, but he looked determined as ever. Lin Feng was getting closer and closer to Meng Qing. As he was getting nearer, he also felt a more extreme amount of cold piercing through his body. At some point, he wanted to touch her shoulder with his hand and realized that his fingers were completely frozen. He couldn't move them anymore. "Leave," said Meng Qing with a hoarse voice. After a short time, her body stopped releasing a cold qi. She couldn't stand seeing Lin Feng like that. It made her feel sad deep in her heart. "You silly girl. Every time you're the one who protects me, I lose face each time," said Lin Feng while smiling. His eyebrows were completely white. At that moment, a pure qi landed on his body and suddenly he didn't feel so cold anymore. The frost also instantly vanished. Lin Feng then moved closer to Meng Qing. Meng Qing saw that Lin Feng had a smile on his face even when he was starting to freeze over from head to toe. That smile remained on his face and he continued to smile warmly at her. "I hope you won't blame me," said Lin Feng while smiling. He then stretched his arms towards Meng Qing and tried to hug her. Suddenly, he felt a piercing coldness invade his body, and in the blink of an eye, he was completely frozen once again. Meng Qing's body looked it was frozen solid in ice. This type of cold could make people suffocate from the piercing sting on the lungs. It was incredibly hard to breathe. Suddenly, a stone appeared around Lin Feng's body. In that stone, there were all the things that were contained within the temple of the Yun Hai sect. Lin Feng's eyes were closed. He released his spirit and suddenly, the world which appeared around him wasn't dark as it used to be. It was entirely white covered with snow, and it was also extremely cold. "Swallow." Lin Feng, after releasing his celestial spirit, started absorbing and swallowing the pure qi of the purity stone. He was both exhaling and inhaling the pure qi at the same time, which was one of the abilities his celestial spirit provided. Meng Qing blinked and attentively looked at Lin Feng's delicate and beautiful face. She wasn't moving anymore either. She was just staring at Lin Feng's closed eyes while still releasing cold qi, which was immediately crashing onto Lin Feng's body. It seemed like time had stopped. The ice on Lin Feng's body was getting thicker and thicker. Half of his body was already completely rigid because of the ice. His breath was also slower and slower. Besides, more than half of the pure qi of his purity stone had already been consumed. Even in that situation, Lin Feng was aware that his body was becoming colder and colder, and that the ice covering his body was getting thicker and thicker. He was also aware of the fact that the pure qi of the purity stone wasn't sufficient to help him break through. He suddenly couldn't do anything anymore and just let the ice invade his body. At that moment, Meng Qing stopped releasing cold qi. Her entire body snuggled against Lin Feng. At that moment, she didn't look like an ice-cold divine goddess anymore. She looked like a pitiful young girl who was consumed with sadness. "How cold!" At that moment, Lin Feng felt like he couldn't resist the coldness anymore. It seemed like the ice was about to freeze his muscles and blood. He was frozen stiff from the cold qi which had pierced his entire body. "I cannot give up, I have to persevere." But willpower and determination weren't enough. Lin Feng was frozen stiff and unable to move, no matter how hard he tried. He was shivering from head to toe, and his teeth were chattering from the cold. The coldness was starting to penetrate into Lin Feng's blood, but at that moment, his soul started vibrating. He was suddenly filled with a very familiar sensation. "That's my spirit. My snake spirit! Lin Feng's heart was pounding. The sensation he had at that moment was the same as when he had almost been killed by the imaginary demon. My snake spirit has woken up. Hiss! Lin Feng heard his snake spirit hiss. It then opened its huge mouth and started uninterruptedly swallowing cold qi. Oddly enough, my snake spirit is also able to swallow that ice-cold qi. Lin Feng's heart was pounding. His pupils shrank as he watched his snake spirit swallow unimaginable quantities of cold qi. That was a scary thing to watch. The cold qi which filled the entire room was being swallowed by the snake. The room was becoming less and less cold with each passing moment. An illusionary group of icicles suddenly appeared behind Lin Feng. It was extremely powerful and cold, but it couldn't affect either Lin Feng or Meng Qing because Lin Feng could control it. An ice spirit replaced my imaginary demon spirit. Lin Feng opened his mouth. He was completely stunned after noticing the change. It was just like the last time when he was in danger. After his snake spirit had finished eating, whatever it ate would appear behind Lin Feng and become an additional spirit. Last time, the imaginary demon spirit had appeared behind Lin Feng because his snake spirit had swallowed it. This time, it had swallowed large amounts of ice qi, and a new ice spirit appeared behind his back, replacing the imaginary demon spirit. Lin Feng's snake spirit was so incredible that it made him scared. Lin Feng's snake spirit had almost finished swallowing the entirety of the cold qi within the atmosphere. His ice spirit was becoming much stronger and colder. The more qi which was swallowed, the stronger the spirit was becoming. Besides, his snake was growing bigger and bigger as it swallowed the cold qi. Finally, the cold qi completely disappeared from the room. At that moment, the ice had even disappeared from Meng Qing's body. No ice was being released by her body any longer. It had even started to get warm in the room. Suddenly, she closed her eyes and fell asleep. She needed to rest. She was emotionally exhausted after such events. At that moment, Lin Feng looked at the sleeping beauty. A big smile appeared on Lin Feng's face, and his heart started beating faster. I became stronger yet again. Lin Feng was able to detect that he had become stronger, which made him smile. Even though he had been able to survive by the skin of his teeth, he felt very satisfied. Lin Feng didn't bother Meng Qing. He closed his eyes and started meditating. Deep in meditation, Lin Feng realized that his strength was still insufficient. He needed to increase his practice and grow stronger faster. He had not spent enough time increasing his strength in the past days. There were many other countries in the continent and many other outstanding cultivators. If he did not work hard, then he would fall behind. Not aware of how much time had passed, Meng Qing's hand started moving. She slowly opened her eyes and saw that the cold qi had completely disappeared from the room. Besides, her head was still against Lin Feng's comfortable and warm body. She then blinked twice. She looked perplexed at how such a situation had come about. She immediately sat up and saw that Lin Feng's eyes were closed and that he was meditating. She was surprised. Lin Feng had felt something change within the room. He stopped meditating and opened his eyes. He looked at Meng Qing in a tender way and smiled. You have finally woken up. Yes, nodded Meng Qing. She looked at Lin Feng and asked, looking dumbstruck, how did you do that? I had a beautiful girl against me, so I forgot about the coldness. Then I ended up like this, said Lin Feng while smiling. She looked at Lin Feng but wasn't sure how to interpret what he meant. These easily said words still made her feel slightly better, though. Even if she hadn't used all her strength when releasing that terrifyingly cold qi, Lin Feng was able to resist to such an attack. It was impossible, but he had still done it. So how was that possible? Even though Lin Feng didn't tell her, she quickly stopped asking herself that question and said to Lin Feng, "What do you think you are doing still sitting here?" Said Lin Feng while blinking. Was every woman like this, aggressive to the ones that they care about? I am worried about you, so I want to be here in case you needed me, replied Lin Feng in a low voice. Now there is no ice on my body anymore. How long do you plan to continue hugging me? Asked Meng Qing, fixedly staring at Lin Feng. Her voice sounded cold and indifferent again. Lin Feng frowned. He then immediately stood up and left her room. That girl was way too smart. What Lin Feng didn't see because he had left her room already is that Meng Qing was blushing. At that moment, anyone who would have seen her would have been astonished to see her face was bright red. In the middle of the ancient palace where the students lived, there was a very high tower. It was a place dedicated to the practicing of cultivation. Students could clearly see the sky when standing in that tower. The tower was a good place to practice cultivation because the natural energy that pulsated through it, the qi of heaven and earth, were perfectly interconnected at this location. In the Celestial Academy, there were 3 other towers which were similar to this one. Those studying governmental affairs and those studying to become assassins also had their own towers. As far as the 4th is concerned, it was on the main public square of the academy, and it was also the highest one. Lin Feng, the teacher gave us our first task while you were away. We have to practice our cultivation in the tower for a minimum of 3 months, said Yuan Shan. Lin Feng and the others were standing outside of the cultivation tower. They were all staring at the tower, and Yuan Shan said, in simple words, that tower is a perfect place to practice because of its abundance of pure qi coming from heaven and earth to that location. The pure qi of heaven and earth is flowing in what forms an endless stream of energy to that location. This energy is the same as those which flow in the veins of the earth. The inside of the tower is perfect for cultivation because the qi is much denser and flows freely into the tower. Managing to build 4 towers in which there is such a perfect stream of pure qi is really masterful work, said Lin Feng, who could already feel some of pure qi coming from the ground all around the outside of tower. Besides, if we don't count the palace where the imperial clan lives, the academy is the place where there is the most pure qi. Even the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue only has 2 locations in which to build these towers. It is also very difficult to find places where there is pure qi which circulates into the flow. Even the biggest sects usually don't even have any. Actually, this is one of the reasons why the imperial clan is so strong, because they possess an incredible quantity of pure qi. Lin Feng nodded. Pure qi was a thing cultivators longed for day and night. Even in the Yun Hai sect, there wasn't even a single location which contained the flow of pure qi. It seems like the Celestial Academy really has a scary amount of resources, thought Lin Feng. Even though the academy wasn't famous because it was very secretive in how it recruited its new students, it seemed like it was more powerful than Lin Feng had ever imagined. The academy required a letter of recommendation, which was a difficult thing to obtain. Besides, it trained students for 3 specific functions: commanders, government officials, and assassins. In all of these cases, these kinds of functions were extraordinary and were absolutely detached from the daily life of ordinary people. Lin Feng and the others went inside the tower. Inside, there were some rooms, and some of them were closed as they were already occupied by other people. Lin Feng could feel the pure qi of the earth penetrating into his feet and invading his entire body. It was quite an intense experience which he almost found scary. He was not cultivating, and the qi was already attempting to penetrate into his body. Let's go upstairs. Hope we can find some space to practice. Maybe we will get stuck on the last floor, said Yuan Shan. Unfortunately, the best place to practice in the tower was the ground floor. The closer to the ground, the better the quality of qi would be. As you moved higher and higher, it had slightly less earth qi circulating. Obviously, the pure qi of the earth was coming from the ground, so it was also the place where it was the most intense. Lin Feng nodded, and they all walked towards the higher floors. The higher they were getting, the rarer pure qi became. The tower was also getting narrower as they went to higher floors in the tower. Lin Feng looked at a room on the 10th floor. They were extremely small and could probably accommodate only 2 people at once. If a person wanted to move inside these rooms, then it was not convenient as there really was not enough space. There was a young man in black robes was sitting outside the room on the 10th floor, and his eyes were closed. "What is he doing?" asked Lin Feng, surprised. That young man in black robes was practicing outside of the room even though there was a spare one free. How could he enter in a state of meditation in such an open place? Yuan Shan looked at Lin Feng, stopped walking, and said, "You need a purity stone to enter the room. Many people don't have one, and even if they do, they don't want to take it out. They prefer using other people's stones." When Lin Feng heard Yuan Shan, he made a strange face. Use other people's stones. They wait for people to come and use their purity stones, and then they consume the pure qi from other people's stones from outside the room. At that moment, the young man in black robes suddenly opened his eyes and coldly looked at Yuan Shan. "Since you know how things work, then no need to talk bullshit. If you want to use the room, use it. If you don't feel like it, then don't use it. Get the hell out if you are going to waste my time," coldly said the young man in black robes. He was being extremely rude. Lin Feng and the others were stupefied. Jing Yun then opened her mouth. "Yuan Shan, doesn't the academy care about such things?" The young man in black robes looked at Jing Yun as if she was an absolute idiot. "The academy care about such things? How ridiculous." "Jing Yun, did the Yun Hai sect care when people fought?" said Lin Feng. Jing Yun slightly nodded. Academies and sects were about getting stronger. The weak were the prey of the strong. Who would care about such things? Get the hell out of here. You're disturbing me while I'm trying to meditate, said the young boy in black robes who was getting impatient. Some of the senior students didn't understand the rules of the academy, which stipulated older students should guide the newer students. Lin Feng, let's leave. If he dares to stay here and wait for other people to come practice, then he must have broken through to at least the third Ling Qi layer. Let's continue onwards, said Yuan Shan to Lin Feng. Meng Qing didn't follow him because Yuan Shan thought they were weak. Since he was wrong, she didn't feel like following him. Lin Feng was motionless. He was standing at the same place. Third Ling Qi layer? Perfect. I was looking for someone of the third Ling Qi layer. Thought Lin Feng, since there's a room here, why not use it? Why should we continue onwards? Said Lin Feng. Everybody was surprised, especially the young man in black robes who had already started meditating. Everybody looked interested in what Lin Feng planned to do all of a sudden. New students overestimate their own abilities. They think that they are extremely strong because they are students that were accepted into the academy, said the young man while looking more and more impatient. Practicing on the highest floors of the tower wasn't a cheap thing to do. They needed to bring at least 3 purity stones with them. If they cultivated there for a month, they needed to bring at least 100 purity stones with them. Lin Feng, don't attack him, said Yuan Shan. They were going to stay there for 3 months, so they would need 200 or 300 purity stones. That was a huge number, and they didn't have that many. The best they could do was find a room with a smaller cultivation requirement. No problem, said Lin Feng. Since that guy wanted to take advantage of others, Lin Feng wanted to see if he really had the strength for that. Lin Feng walked towards the entrance of the room. Next to the entrance, there was a hole in the wall. Is it where you have to insert the purity stone? Asked Lin Feng to Yuan Shan. Yuan Shan nodded his head and replied, Indeed. It's the same for every room. Inserting a purity stone in that hole then enables you to fully enjoy the functionalities of the room. The veins of the earth fills the entire room with pure qi, making it a perfect place for cultivation. What an intriguing method, thought Lin Feng. He then nodded and said to Yuan Shan, If I practice here for 3 months, how many stones do I need? That should be 3 purity stones of lower quality each day. 3 purity stones of lower quality. Lin Feng smiled wryly. As expected, cultivation required wealth. Purity stones were precious items to cultivators. Only cultivators who had reached the Ling Qi layer could use purity stones to their maximum effect. It was almost impossible to obtain a great number of purity stones. Lin Feng took something out of one of his pockets. Suddenly, an extremely dense and strong pure qi emerged in the atmosphere. Yuan Shan was astonished. Purity stone of medium quality. Lin Feng surprisingly had purity stones of medium quality. Are 3 purity stones of medium quality enough? Asked Lin Feng. Of course. 1 purity stone of medium quality is the equivalent of 100 purity stones of lower quality. Besides, they also produce a much stronger and purer qi, said Yuan Shan while nodding. The young man in black robes had a look filled with greed across his face. That new guy had purity stones of medium quality. He would just easily take them and then use the room himself. Lin Feng didn't pay attention to the expression of the young man in black robes. He immediately inserted his 3 purity stones of medium quality. At that moment, a thick and intensely powerful pure qi started flowing into the room. It was extremely bright and a magnificent sight. It looked like there was a miniature sun that had awoken in the room. It was similar for everybody else in the other rooms. The young man in black robes had a strange expression on his face, almost evil. He immediately moved towards Lin Feng's cultivation room. There was only Lin Feng in the room, so he wasn't scared. That room was appropriate for only 1 person at a time. If there was more than 1 person in the room, they would disturb each other during cultivation. Yuan Shan moved towards the young man in black robes and blocked the way to Lin Feng's room. If the young man in black robes tried to steal Lin Feng's room, Yuan Shan would have no choice but to attack him. He was intensely staring at the young man in black robes. 3 purity stones of medium quality, that was too valuable of a treasure. Rumbling noises spread through the air. Thrum boom boom, the stone door opened. The young man in black robes was surprised and said to Yuan Shan, "Get the hell out of my way." Suddenly, Yuan Shan was suffocating. As expected, the young man in black robes was at the 3rd Ling Qi layer and was extremely strong, even in comparison with other cultivators of the same level. His pressure was extremely powerful. Yuan Shan knew that he wouldn't be able to compete with him if he was to fight. It was taking everything that he had to stay standing. "Get back," said a voice. At that moment, the temperature outside of Lin Feng's room suddenly dropped. There was an icy cold pressure which filled the air. Yuan Shan was freezing from the qi which penetrated the air around him. Boom! Suddenly, the young man in black robes took a few steps backwards and Lin Feng had appeared next to Yuan Shan. "Lin Feng, how powerful!" Yuan Shan's pupils shrunk from shock. He wouldn't have thought that Lin Feng would be strong enough to make the young man in black robes retreat backwards. No wonder Lin Feng didn't care about the young man sitting there when he entered the room. The young man in black robes was stupefied as well. He looked at his own hand and saw that it had turned snow white. Frost was covering it and he could barely move it. His hand had been almost frozen solid from that initial encounter. The ice on his hand suddenly cracked and the pieces of ice fell onto the floor. He was fixedly staring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't look very powerful, but he had surprisingly also broken through to the third Ling Qi layer. "Now get the hell out of here," said Lin Feng. Lin Feng wasn't aggressive to other people unless they were aggressive to him. Picking his fights carefully would allow him to live a long life and avoid meaninglessly insulting someone. However, one needed strength in this world to be respected and could not back down from a fight. The young man in black robes was furious. Even though Lin Feng had also broken through to the third Ling Qi layer, how could he possibly disrespect him in such a blatant way? Suddenly, huge flames appeared behind the young man and he released his spirit. What astonished everyone is that the flames were filled with a black color inside. "My spirit is a black flame fire spirit," said the young man in black robes coldly. At that moment, his eyes looked like they were on fire and burning brightly, however his gaze was completely cold and bloodthirsty. "Black flame fire spirit." Yuan Shan was stupefied. He had never heard of such a fire spirit before. The black flame fire spirit was a fire spirit, but it was clearly a rare fire spirit. The rarer a spirit was, the greater its power would be. Surprisingly, the young man possessed an extremely rare spirit which even Yuan Shan did not know. His spirit coupled with his strength of the third Ling Qi layer, he could be considered as an extremely strong cultivator within the tower. Lin Feng was coldly looking at him. Layers of ice appeared on Lin Feng's body. The air around him was freezing. "Black flame fire spirit, how powerful! Wow, it really looks hot," said Lin Feng, and then immediately started walking forwards. Suddenly, an incredible amount of ice started emerging from Lin Feng's body. Everything around him was freezing. Even the air was freezing in place, and the atmosphere had become chillingly cold. Yuan Shan, who wasn't far from Lin Feng, was shivering from how cold it had become. His ears were stinging from the coldness in the air. "That's a normal ice spirit," thought Yuan Shan. He then immediately shook his head and said, "Impossible, that's not a normal ice spirit. Ice spirits are not that cold." While the young man in black robes sensed the coldness emanating out of Lin Feng's body, he was also surprised. It was even too cold for his black flame fire spirit, which started fluttering as it was slowly being extinguished by the cold as it grew closer. Usually, fire spirits had the advantage over ice spirits. But Lin Feng's ice spirit was obviously terrifyingly powerful compared to normal ice spirits. Lin Feng thought that his ice spirit was particularly strong because it had been transmitted directly from Meng Qing's qi into him. 8 strikes of desolation. Lin Feng raised one hand and thrust it towards the young man as he carried out his attack. It was still freezing all around him as his hand swiftly moved through the frozen air. "Fire fangs!" shouted the young man in black robes. His spirit moved at the same time as his hands. The young man's attack moved straight towards Lin Feng's cold qi. Suddenly, sword qi started to fill the atmosphere. It was extremely powerful and seemed like it could annihilate the entirety of creation. Lin Feng's cold qi seemed to be sufficient to freeze anyone into a block of ice who moved close to him. The sword qi was so sharp it felt like it would cut anything it encountered into pieces. The cold qi and the sword qi invaded the atmosphere together as a single entity. At that moment, the young man in black robes could feel that he had been marked for death. His entire soul was shaking in fear. How is this possible? He has an ice spirit. How could he release such an insanely strong sword qi, and I can even sense sword force combined with his qi? The young man was shaking from head to toe with complete terror. His knees had already gone weak and he was about to collapse from fear. Lin Feng took another step forwards. "Get lost!" shouted Lin Feng. At that moment, sword qi crashed into the young man's body. A trail of blood flew through the air. The young man in black robes groaned and then collapsed onto the floor. He was looking at Lin Feng with murderous eyes. "You dared to injure me? I don't have time to waste talking with you. Get out of here." Lin Feng took another step forward. The young man in black robes was terrified. Suddenly his body emitted a dazzling light and he vanished without leaving a single trace. "You'll pay for what you did," said a voice as it retreated. Lin Feng laughed. How could that guy talk such nonsense? Yuan Shan was staring at Lin Feng but remained silent. He was smiling wryly. "What a monstrous power!" Lin Feng had an ice spirit but used the skill 8 strikes of desolation and released sword chi. How terrifying! He could even use sword force. Even those who had a sword spirit couldn't use sword force to such an incredible level when they had the strength of the Ling Chi layer. Lin Feng was only of the 3rd Ling Chi layer and could control his sword force. Yuan Shan was stunned. Could it be that Lin Feng had several spirits? A sword spirit and an ice spirit must have been used at the same time. Otherwise, how could he have used sword force at the same time as his ice spirit? Yuan Shan had only guessed right about one thing. Lin Feng did possess several spirits. Jing Yun wasn't too surprised. On the way to the Imperial City, she had already witnessed Lin Feng's strength a few times already. Liu Fei wasn't too surprised either. Lin Feng had shown her many times already that he wasn't an ordinary person. His power and his natural abilities were way too terrifying. Lin Feng was about to recall his spirit into his body when suddenly one of the practice rooms opened by itself. An intensely cold air came from the room as the chi flooded to the outside. "Damn it, do you not understand the rules? Do you really want to die so badly?" said a voice coming from the room. A silhouette appeared and that person was staring at Lin Feng with incredible killing intent. Lin Feng frowned. A strangely savage smile appeared on his face. He released a piercingly cold chi again as well as sword chi and force. It was oppressing the opponent's body completely. The facial expression of the opponent drastically changed. His heart was pounding and he was truly scared of the combined energy which was oppressing his body. "Let me practice in peace, damn it. Get lost." "Let me practice in peace, damn it. Get lost," said Lin Feng extremely coldly. At that moment, the atmosphere started to drop in temperature once again. The opponent didn't have the same arrogant expression he had when he arrived. He looked scared. Lin Feng was so strong. "Damn, what the hell should I do now?" said the opponent as he was insulting himself for having come across someone as strong as Lin Feng. At that moment, many other people in other cultivation rooms had also lost their concentration, and their cultivation had been forcefully interrupted. They could feel Lin Feng's piercingly cold chi in the atmosphere. It had invaded the entire tower and was incredibly oppressing. Of course, they were not going to go and see what was going on. They didn't want to invite trouble from someone who could produce such a terrifying chi. "Will you get the hell out of here or not?" said Lin Feng extremely aggressively, with eyes revealing murderous intentions. The enemy was shaking from head to toe. He glanced at Lin Feng evilly and then went to look for another room within the tower. His current room would have to be left with Lin Feng. The strong can use aggressiveness and strength to scare the weak away. That is the reality of the cultivation world, thought Lin Feng while recalling his spirit back into his body. The young man in black clothes had wanted to steal Lin Feng's room until Lin Feng had shown his real power. He had thought that Lin Feng was weak. The second person had also wanted to seize Lin Feng's room for disturbing his practice, but considering the strength which Lin Feng displayed, the second person had been terrified and had immediately left. He didn't dare to act against someone so strong. That would have been acting recklessly. The path of cultivation was full of unkind people for whom the word compassion meant absolutely nothing. Someone weak and friendly would constantly get bullied. Someone strong and aggressive would be worshipped. The strong were respected and held in high esteem by everybody. "Yuan Shan, you can use that room. You should also prepare some of your own purity stones. If the 3 stones I put it are not sufficient to practice for 3 months, then please use your own," said Lin Feng to Yuan Shan. Yuan Shan nodded. He didn't even try to prevent Lin Feng from leaving the cultivation room to him. He was convinced that relying on his strength, Lin Feng would face no difficulty in finding another room within the tower. Duan Feng and Jing Yun are a bit too weak. If the pure qi is too dense and thick, it will be of no use for them. "Liu Fei, go to that room," said Lin Feng, pointing at another room. Duan Feng and Jing Yun didn't say anything, but Liu Fei said, "If I use that one, what about you? No need to worry about me. I will find another one better suited for myself." "All right. See you in 3 months," said Liu Fei, and then immediately entered in the cultivation room. Lin Feng then made Duan Feng and Jing Yun follow him so he could help them find a cultivation room. The 11th and the 12th floor were full, so they immediately went up to the 13th floor. He then found 2 rooms which were free for them to practice. From the 11th floor, all the rooms required less purity stones. They only required 1 purity stone of lower quality a day. One of Lin Feng's medium-quality purity stones was enough to practice for 3 months. It made Lin Feng sigh with some regret. Cultivation costs were too high, especially when one wanted to cultivate faster. If he hadn't gone to the ancient temple, then he would not have had any purity stones at all. Now, thanks to the ancient temple, he didn't only have low-quality stones, but he had medium-quality purity stones. The higher a person went within the tower, the less people there were and thus more and more empty rooms. Those who were willing to train in these rooms were not strong. They usually hadn't even reached the 3rd Ling Qi layer. They were also the students who did not have many purity stones to cultivate. On the contrary, strong cultivators usually had a great deal of purity stones. That kind of cultivator wanted to train on the lowest floors of the tower, and if they were strong enough then, they would even train on the ground floor, directly next to the veins of the earth where the pure qi was extremely thick and dense. This was a vicious circle. Those who were strong rapidly became stronger, while those who were weaker progressed much slower. Lin Feng was the last one left, and he needed a room too. He didn't want to stay at the top of the tower, so he immediately went back down the flight of stairs. He passed by the 10th floor, 9th, and arrived on the 6th floor. He suddenly stopped. There were 8 cultivation rooms on the 6th floor. If a room was occupied, the hole in which the users inserted purity stones would be slightly flashing. Lin Feng walked around and stopped in a corner between 2 occupied rooms. He then sat down and started meditating. A pleasant and refreshing pure qi enveloped his body. The 6th floor wasn't that far from the ground. Even if Lin Feng wasn't in a room, the pure qi which was outside of an occupied room on the 6th floor was still denser than the pure qi in a room on the 10th floor. On the 10th floor, you even had to pay 3 purity stones of lower quality a day to use the room. Not being in a room, but sitting outside the occupied rooms on the 6th floor was thus more advantageous to his cultivation. If students could choose a floor as they wished, they would all go to the lowest floors, but it was clear to everyone that those who trained on the first floors were extremely strong. They were the only ones who had the chance to choose the rooms on the first floors. Strength always guaranteed access to the best things in the world. But Lin Feng at this moment was cultivating outside of a room on the 6th floor. He immediately entered in a state of meditation. He didn't think for a second that this was not a normal thing to do. Not long after, some people passed by and saw Lin Feng practicing outside of a cultivation room. They thought that it was a really strange thing to do on the lower levels of the tower. They were all very surprised by his actions. What that? Surprisingly, there's a guy meditating outside of an occupied room on the lower floors. Isn't he scared to constantly be disturbed in his cultivation? Wondered one of the people who saw Lin Feng. Cultivation was about achieving peace and absolute serenity in one's heart. It was possible to efficiently inhale the natural qi of heaven and earth only when that state of mind was reached. Jealous people would not hesitate to try and disturb him, but Lin Feng was sitting outside of an occupied room where many people could pass by. How could that not attract other people's attention? But the strangest thing was that an insanely thick and dense pure qi was rapidly flowing around him and penetrating into his body. Surprisingly, there was nobody disturbing him. That guy, even if he doesn't have purity stones for his own room, he shouldn't practice there like that. What if someone disturbed him at the most crucial moment of his practice? That would be really horrible for him. That guy is so ignorant. If a malicious person attacked him by surprise, the consequences would be disastrous on his future cultivation. Many people were thinking the same thing when they passed by Lin Feng and saw him sat out in the open. Actually, it was forbidden to disturb other people once they were in a room and had already started practicing. The Celestial Academy didn't accept such behavior because they wanted to provide their students with the best cultivation environment. But Lin Feng wasn't inside of a cultivation room at all. Instead, he had decided to study outside of a room on the 6th floor. Doing so was extremely dangerous. However, Lin Feng was sitting next to a cultivation room. Suddenly, the pure qi in the room next to Lin Feng was becoming weaker and weaker. Some people noticed this and were watching on with dazed expressions. That probably meant that that person's time had elapsed. Somebody was probably going to come out and see Lin Feng sat there. At the same time, Lin Feng opened his eyes. The pure qi surrounding him had progressively stopped being absorbed into his body. He looked at the door of room next to him and stood up. The crowd was surprised. They had just understood why Lin Feng had been sitting outside of the occupied room. He was not planning to stay outside of a room for a longer period while cultivating. He was just waiting for a room to be free. But was Lin Feng going to get it? At that moment, many people started walking towards that room with determined looks on their faces. They understandably all wanted to have access to a room on the 6th floor of the tower. On the 6th floor, the pure qi within the cultivation rooms was already very thick and rich. Some people had seen Lin Feng cultivating outside of the room on the 6th floor. Initially, some of these people were actually only passing by and were heading towards higher floors. But because they had found the scene fascinating, they had stopped on the 6th floor and forgotten about their previous plans. Besides, some of them were also attracted by the room which was being opened even though they didn't have the required strength to normally reserve such a room. If they managed to get that cultivation room, they would definitely be able to boost the speed of their cultivation. The light emitted by the pure qi finally dulled completely inside the room. The stone door made a rumbling noise as it started to open itself. Everybody started taking steps towards the door and was fixedly staring at it as it opened. Finally, the door opened itself and everybody stared at the silhouette coming from the room. It was a young man with a sword on his back. When he saw the crowd, a strange and enigmatic smile appeared on his face. "You all want this room?" said the young man with the long sword. He had an incredibly evil look on his face. Nobody replied in the crowd, but the expressions on their faces showed that they really wanted it. "Well, if you want it, then I will give it to you," said the young man with an evil smile on his face. He moved away from the entrance and stood by the side to allow them access to the room. At that moment, there was nobody in the room and the door was wide open. The crowd was looking at the room as if they were a bunch of starving people looking at a mountain of food. However, instead of rushing over to the room, no one was moving at all. They were all looking at each other and didn't move towards the room. Nobody was moving because they knew that the first to go towards the room would be attacked by everybody else. Even if it was their brother, they would attack him. Their greed was truly intense. Nobody was willing to be the first one to move towards the room. Of course, there were always exceptions, and Lin Feng fearlessly started moving towards the room. Lin Feng walked towards the room looking natural and at ease. While standing before the door, he turned around and looked at the crowd. "I was the first one waiting here. This room is mine. You should go and find another one." The people in the crowd were looking at him with a cold smile on their faces. The first one? What the hell does that mean to them? That means absolutely nothing to these people. In the world of cultivation, the only way to persuade people was strength. Being fair and just was not an argument these people would listen to. Besides, he was telling them to find another room. Under the 10th floor, it was almost impossible to find empty room. What did he want them to do? Go to the top of the tower. "You cannot have that room, get lost," said one of them while coldly staring at Lin Feng. "Hee. If you want to have that room, you should first insert some purity stones," said another person with an evil smile on their face. They thought that the moment when Lin Feng would put his purity stones in the hole, that would be the best moment to attack him. Lin Feng glanced at the crowd. Nobody was attacking him at all. A piercingly cold qi emerged from Lin Feng's body and his ice spirit appeared behind him. His ice spirit didn't stop spreading in the atmosphere. Everything was turning white with a layer of frost. That ice was way too cold and way too strong, but it didn't scare the crowd away. Apart from a few weak students, most of them were extremely strong. "Whoever wants this room, you are free to come and try to take it from me," said Lin Feng with a cold tone. The atmosphere suddenly became even colder. Some sword qi had also emerged from his body and invaded the atmosphere together with the ice qi, emitting whistling sounds as the qi whirled in the air. His ice qi was just as sharp as his sword qi. It was almost piercing through people's skin. Lin Feng's long hair was swaying from the wind created by his qi being released into the atmosphere. He looked like an experienced cultivator, but he also had a look of confidence on his face. "Sword force?" The crowd was stupefied and terrified by the extremely strong and power-piercingly cold sword force which was hidden within the qi. No wonder this young man can be so aggressive. Even though the sword force which emerged from his body was only diffused with the strength of the 3rd Ling Qi layer, it was extremely intense and sharp. It could even be strong enough to defeat some cultivators of the 4th Ling Qi layer. Besides, his sword force coupled with his ice spirit made him very difficult to defeat even for a cultivator of the fourth Ling Chi layer. But in the crowd, there were quite a few people who were cultivators of the fourth Ling Chi layer, and they were fixedly staring at Lin Feng. All those who were of the third Ling Chi layer were leaving the crowd one after another. They had been discouraged by the combined energy which Lin Feng had been releasing. I tell you to attack me, but you don't. I tell you to leave, but you don't leave either. What the hell? How indecisive and hesitant can you people be? You guys definitely don't have the courage and the determination required when walking on the path of cultivation, said Lin Feng coldly. He took a few steps forward, and the sword chi as well as the ice chi emerging from his body were growing stronger and stronger. 8 strikes of desolation, said Lin Feng while attacking with both of his hands. A mixture sword chi and ice emerged and spread through the atmosphere. Lin Feng surprisingly was the one who had taken the initiative to attack. The crowd moved at the same time and intercepted Lin Feng's 8 strikes of desolation attacks. But at the same time, Lin Feng started running forwards, and a magnificent glow appeared on his sword. Suddenly, a bright light pierced through the air, leaving behind only a magnificent glow. A few people in the crowd didn't have sufficient strength to block the attack and were thrown backwards as blood was splashing all around them. All these cultivators of the fourth Ling Chi layer had attacked at the same time, and it had become a very chaotic scene. Sword of Nirvana! A sword chi which created whirlwinds in the air appeared around Lin Feng's long sword. Ice chi, sword force, and his sword of Nirvana started to spread together through the air as if they were in a complete fusion. The power moved at the speed of light with overbearing dominance. However, the enemy's attacks were everywhere. There were too many people, and their attacks were sometimes canceling out other people's attacks, even though their initial goal was to attack Lin Feng together. It had become complete chaos. Rumbling noises unceasingly spread throughout the atmosphere and progressively became lower and lower until silence invaded the air again. They were all surprised. There were so many people, and they had all attacked Lin Feng at the same time but had been unable to defeat him. Without any structure to their attacks, they had been too chaotic. I will give you a second chance. Is there anybody else who still wants to try for this cultivation room? Said Lin Feng while coldly glancing at the crowd. The entire crowd was just fixedly staring at Lin Feng. Nobody dared move. It had been made completely clear that nobody wanted a one-on-one battle against Lin Feng. Since you don't dare to fight me any longer, then don't try to steal from me again, or next time you will all die, said Lin Feng, who still emitted a strong cold chi into the air. Nobody in the crowd would dare to doubt Lin Feng's words. If they tried to steal his room, he would really kill them. Lin Feng turned around and didn't look at the crowd again. He took out 3 purity stones of medium quality and inserted them in the hole in the wall. At that moment, a brilliant and radiant pure chi appeared. There was an incredible quantity of pure chi in the room. The entire crowd looked on with envious stares. These people looked like they wanted to attack Lin Feng again out of pure greed. However, when they recalled the previous scene, they quickly calmed down. They were all very strong cultivators. They had all broken through to the 4th Ling Chi layer, and Lin Feng of the 3rd Ling Chi layer had surprisingly managed to scare them to death to the extent that none of them dared attack him again. If that news spread, they would all lose face. Nobody would ever believe that they lost because Lin Feng of was too strong. They would rather assume that those few students of the 4th Ling Chi layer were just too weak. Lin Feng was about to enter in the cultivation room when a cold and detached voice said something. Wait, wait! Lin Feng slowly turned around and looked at the person who was talking. It was the young man with the long sword who had initially left the room. You seem to be forgetting somebody, said the young man with a strange and evil smile on his face, which made Lin Feng have a strange smile too, as if he was disgusted. If you have something to say it quickly instead of making me waste my cultivation time, said Lin Feng aggressively. The young man with the long sword made an evil smile and said, I initially intended to tell you that I would give you the room only if you gave me 3 purity stones of medium quality. But now, I'll ask you for 6 instead. Otherwise, you'll have to give me back my room. Lin Feng's pupils shrank. Give him back the room. He was demanding 6 purity stones of medium quality. How ridiculous. On top of that, when Lin Feng was putting the 3 purity stones into the hole, that guy hadn't said a single word. He had only been waiting for the moment when Lin Feng was finished so he could attack him and steal his room. This guy had calculated everything. No wonder he had been standing there the whole time. How shameless. The crowd was also exasperated. That guy was really shameless. They were thinking about how horrible it would have been if they had been Lin Feng. "What, is there a problem?" said the young man when he saw that Lin Feng wasn't replying. The young man had an evil smile on his face. Lin Feng looked at him for a second and then said, "Now I will advise you to run away and go as far as possible from my sight."